Thank you.
「
And a very heavy-hearted welcome back to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series from here in North Cyprus. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu and many of you waking up to the news today of the passing of the godfather of poker himself, Doyle Brunson. Many in this room, of course, had relationships with Doyle, whether they were personal, professional, or simply inspirational. He is a man that had an indelible impact on the game. And Henry, I turn to you because obviously you're part of a younger generation of players who came up through the ranks and now commentating as well. But what was sort of the impact that he had on you? When did you first hear about him? What was your relationship like with his legacy?
Well, I mean, in terms of the impact that he had, you know, going way back to first discovering poker when I was, 14, 15 years old, and just watching YouTube highlights of him, Sammy Farha, Phil Ivey, just sharing stories old as time, you know, from way back in the start of, you know, the WSOP when he first started playing. And I know it's the same for a lot of people. They used to watch, you know, high stakes poker, poker after dark, and people like Doyle, you know, when you think of the word legend, and it gets thrown around pretty loosely in today's game, but certainly a name given to Doyle, won everything that you could win in poker, whether it be tournaments, bracelets, or just nosebleed cash games, all the way up to, you know, as recently as, a couple of months back in Bobby's room, he's still playing the highest stakes. So, I mean, true legend, and yeah, certainly a man that is responsible for a lot of people falling in love with the game that we all love now in 2023. And yeah, man, I mean, sad day, as you mentioned, for the poker world.
No question about it. It's really difficult for me to comprehend being a part of the game and watching its evolution through such a broad period of time. I mean, we're talking about somebody who truly, in the back bar, saloon, you know, 6 shooters taped up under a table kind of era, cut his teeth, and then watch the sport, if we dare call it that, grow to where we had television coverage, the moneymaker effect, Poker After Dark. I know famously during the introduction to that show, he talks about we don't stop playing because we get old. We get old because we stop playing. One of so many wonderful quotes that Doyle was responsible for. I spent the better part of the morning just going down what was an endless stream in my Twitter feed of anecdotes, many of which I hadn't heard before, photographs, many of which I hadn't seen before. And I know that with our team, I shared a couple of my favorites. I posted them to Twitter as well. I know we've put together a few ourselves. One of them was from Bobby's room. When I walked in there not that long ago, I put a post up about it, and it was Patrick, John Hennigan, Phil Ivey, and Doyle that were in there playing. And I know we're working on getting those photos up for you now, but they were just hanging out, having a blast, doing what they love to do. There it is right there. And the more I look back at that photo, the more I realize, like, these were people that found their way to their passion. And Doyle Brunson, obviously, we share that passion with him, gone at 89 years of age. Well, I know it's a bit of a difficult pivot, but understandably, we do need to get back to the matter at hand. And of course, it's poker related, so perhaps an homage to Doyle insofar as it is. Yesterday, we saw the conclusion of event number 5. It was our 40K 8 max, and this is how things shook up.
Player announces all in.
Triton first-timer, Samuel Ju, playing under the German banner. Found pocket 9s in a regrettable moment as he ran into Justin Bonomo's pocket jacks.
Looks like a 9.
The upside-down 9 on the turn after the flop failed to help Ju. And in the end, it was a set of jacks for Justin Bonomo. Ju taking down $125,000. Then yet another Triton first-timer playing under the Philippine banner. Florencio Campomanes IV would take ace-deuce suited into battle up against Tom Dwan's ace-10. Aces and 10s on the flop. Bad news for the ace-deuce.
GG. Good luck, guys.
Up against the 2-pair, he would wrap the table politely. Warm smiles issued. $167,000 check also issued to Campomanes, who would finish in 8th. Then Durr doing Durr things with king-queen offsuit. he decided, despite having a bigger stack than several others at the table, to go Bonomo hunting, and he picked a bad time to do it, as the two queens of Bonomo held on the flop and turn, and Durr was unable to find a king on the river as he added 222,000 to his career Triton totals, courtesy of a 7th place finish. Then it was double D. Dan Dvoris, I'm sorry, it was Artem Vezhenkov. We saw Dvoris just there.
Yeah.
Picking up pocket aces. He had actually made a massive fold with ace-queen, I believe it was. Maybe it was an ace-10. Big hand, nevertheless, just moments prior to this, and Gregoire Ozu with pocket tens would dash his hopes of a victory, courtesy of a set, as Vezhenkov was dispatched in 6th, earning $291,000. Now it was Dan Dvoris with pocket nines, which hadn't fared well at the featured table, and this time they ran into an overpair once more, belonging on this occasion to Santosh Suvarna. Kings got better on the turn after a third heart rolled off, and Dvoris's one-outer did not materialize as he still hunts his first Triton title. 5th place finish, $369,000 for the Canadian. And Suvarna, who inherited Dvoris's chips, would end up losing them all with pocket eights up against ace-king. Bonomo flopping the king of clubs and holding on the turn, and the river as well would send Suvarna home in 4th place with $457,000. Of course, Santosh already picking up a Triton title in the GG Super Millions event number 1. 3 remained. And that's when Bonomo, with 10-7, flopped an open-ender against top pair for Gregoire Ozu, who on the button followed through, and the check jam from Bonomo
I'm such a fucking idiot.
left Ozu
Please,
beating himself up. Asked for a count,
I call.
and it was an uncertain call to be sure, but one that found him in the lead. 3-2 favorite with 2 to come, increasing to a 3-1 favorite on the turn as Bonomo's wince and grimace unable to yield the cards he needed to escape a 3rd place finish. He earned $552,000, and then it was heads up between the first-timer Robert Hydorn. A 10th place finish in the World Series of Poker main event on his CV already. Would he be able to add a Triton title? His queen-6 offsuit was in good shape pre-flop, but on the flop where Ozu made deuces, he was in trouble, in need of one of 6 outs on the river, none of which would come. As Hydorn said GG, the gentlemen had made a deal where they were both securing a 7-figure payout. $1,057,000 went to Hydorn, and $1,050,000 would eventually go to Gregoire Ozu, who had so much positive energy on him, didn't he, Henry? I know you and Randy had an opportunity to call it straight through the end, as he always do. I'm out there doing the interviews, but nice to see him pick up that W, and this is his backyard. 2 events played, 2 cashes in his first Triton series, and then he came in here and binks the title after going 0 for 3 up until this point.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just amazing to see people be a little bit more emotional, not to take anything away from the guys, just, you know, come up to the office, work, get it done. But yeah, Gregory just really emotional, and not only after winning, but also at the final table as well. Every hand that he was involved in, always chatty, always happy. And I know the feedback from the team as well, dealing with him on like a personal level. He's that kind of character in person as well, and it's just so refreshing.
Yeah, very much so. And of course, the 40K was not the only matter at hand. As you know, my personal dreams always come true, courtesy of our mystery bounty events. And we turn our attention to it. Just a quick little recap. I thought that the air was let out of the room during that Event 3 30K mystery bounty drawing when Ding Biao, who was the champion in the event, pulled the top prize of $345,000 straight off the bat. You could feel the collective groan in the room. He ultimately would pull 6 bounties and yield over $1 million in payouts between the bounties and that over $500,000 first place prize. But then, on the flip side, not a low point, but perhaps the highest point. You think Ozu has emotion? Just consider the experience for the gentleman who ended up winning $85,000 the minimum for a gold envelope, and yet you would have thought that
He won the
world
event.
peace had been achieved and he had won the event. Just flashback here to Mundir's moment.
Oh, does it smell good?
It smells good, yes.
It smells rich. Does it smell gold? It's gold, guys. It's gold. $85,000. 85, okay. That's
85! House in France! Yes! Yes! Jackie! 85,000! Oui!
Ale.
Oui!
I wish I was excited like that in everything I did in life. That's amazing. Okay, the man's happy. Let us bring up Alexander Sheluchin. Alexander, please come on down. Are you going to be this excited?
Hope so.
Hope so is the best that we can do in that situation. Mundir Zuhari, by the way, incredible story for Mundir, Henry. Not sure whether or not we all know this, and I was apprised of this by Luca Vivaldi, our tournament director.
Okay.
Carl Chape-Gatien, who is dearly missed. Haven't seen him yet. Not sure whether or not he's going to make his way here to North Cyprus for this event. Joined us in Vietnam and obviously series before that. Met Mundir at a poker tournament. Took a liking to him. So much so that he offered to send Mundir to this Triton series with some backing and said, go on, have a blast,
Okay.
and we'll carve up the profits. And 85K in profits. I don't think it's going to be enough for a house in France. Carl can speak to this. I know he's got ties to France, but do you know what the property values are, even in the most depressed
pricey.
areas of the nation?
Pricey, but the reaction, priceless. I mean,
Yes.
that guy just... your reaction as well was fantastic. You seemed a little bit taken aback, a little bit shocked. And, yeah, I mean, it's nice to just see someone go so ham. And it wasn't only that, just over here to the side of the broadcast booth after he pulled the bounty, he was, like, here FaceTiming family, friends, just, like, flashing the 85K bounty in front of his camera. And, again, just kind of going back to the whole, you know, it's okay to... just enjoy it, you know,
Yeah,
the
man.
emotions, man. He pulled out the gold bounty, and yeah, I mean, honestly, so thrilled for him.
It's, you know, a day at the office for so many of our regulars, and a sum like $85,000 is, you know, just a couple of bullets lost in a 40K buy-in. But it was very refreshing to see,
Yeah.
and it just reminds us of how special being a part of these Triton series is for so many, even if they don't wear their hearts on their sleeves, as Mundir did. But the story certainly checks out. It all comes together to make a little bit of sense now that we understand just how meaningful it was for him. But the house in France, Mundir, I regret to inform you, it's going to be a real fixer-upper if you're going with the 85K price point. Just
Put
be
a
advised.
deposit down, you know, never
Maybe
know.
KCG will step in to do some contracting
Banks
and,
can help out.
you know, bang it out. Okay, let us turn our attention then to the remains of event number 6, the 50K. That is the coverage which we will be bringing you here today, Henry. And we've got a couple of feature tables on our hands as we turn our attention to the Triton Poker Plus app. And let's take a peek at the blue table, firstly, if you would. Table number 2. See if I can bring it up in full here. There it is. Okay. Suvarna back at it here, joining the likes of Buldigan, Tang, and Tai Tin Chu, who is a Triton first-timer in Dao Min Fu's camp.
There we go. There's been a lot of Vietnamese support from the viewers, byproduct of Dao Min Phu, obviously winning that 50K back in Vietnam. And yeah, I mean, love to see the Vietnamese showing up here.
Yeah, 38 players remain. 15 will be paid. A quick peek, if we can, then at the other of our 2 feature tables, that being table number 3, where we find boss Paul Pua. And I am on the struggle bus this morning. There it is. And we have it. Joining the likes of David Yan, Alex Panakovs, Orpin Kisichakoglu. No shortage of talent. But, as you know, Henry, it is the year of the nacho.
The year of the natural. Let's see, aren't we?
Yeah, just moments away from getting down to the action. And strap in. We're going to have plenty of coverage here, as we do every day here from North Cyprus. Let's get a look at the official chip counts brought to you by PokerStake with the blinds at 10 and 15,000. We find a name we haven't mentioned much thus far here in North Cyprus, Henry. Mikita Batsiakuski, chip leader at the blue table, but hasn't really had the series where we find him at the top of the leaderboard off.
No, it was pretty similar in Vietnam as well, just like making runs, early day 2, close spot, you know, or losing flips and whatnot. But here, different situation. Chip lead at the table. Would love to see a Makita deep run.
$88,400 will come courtesy of a min cash
I
in
don't think we
15th
played
place.
much in, in
600,
Vietnam
right?
at all. Like
Top
maybe just
prize is 1.3 million plus.
few
There's the
tables,
prize
but
pool.
I don't remember any big hands.
It's
we played.
5.2 million. Your overall chip leader is David Yan, 1.3 million, and then yet another Triton first-timer. And Rashid Ben Sharif, under the Dutch banner, finds himself in second, followed by the Canadian Mike Watson. Sun Yu on the button, ace-10 offsuit
Yeah,
opens,
that's
and
how it
Tai-10
happens when the fields are so big.
ace-6 suited. Mulling it over. Suvarna's got Snowman
110.
in the big and will face a 3-bet as the 8s become considerably less attractive in this spot.
Yeah, Savannah 2.0 title, 4th yesterday. See what he comes with. Couple of 8s, small blind 3-bet against a button open. Incredibly deep here, obviously, to start the hand. North of 40 effective. Would love to see him find the jam here, and we know that he's capable of doing it from what we've seen already so far this week. It's gone quiet all of a sudden.
Is a flat out of the question?
Flat feels out of the question for sure. As he does muck the 8s. Understandable, given the action in front of him.
The struggle can be quite real in those situations, but we summon the discipline.
Yeah, I mean, it's fold or 4-bet. Don't think we get to do much jamming there as the ace-10 hits the mark. So, Tai-10 Shu getting it done with the aggressive line from the small.
西芹
西芹係啊，
飲西芹汁，
西芹唔係執粒
Power poker,
紙啊
hand
佢
one,
紙嘅
哦
day 2,
唔係西芹嘅汁。
50k, 7
Second
max.
don't
David
get
Yan leading the final 38.
即係
104
佢
entries in
執
this
就
one.
係佢嘅即係
Tai-10, by the way,
哦
0 for 4 thus far, still seeking to notch his first cash.
你食咗之後好耐冇有過啦。
之前都會痛下，呢排冇啦。
嗯，但係你仲多唔多飲酒啊？
有啊，呢排都飲啊，馬尼拉都飲啊。
都係咯。馬尼拉我哋算飲得少咯。
Opportunities to polish up on one's Cantonese
There
are
we go.
upon us. As Danny Tang, under the Hong Kong banner,
What did you take away from that exchange?
black 9s that I need to polish up on my Cantonese. Plain and simple. Vyacheslav Buldigin, pocket 6s, no meal made by the Russian.
Yeah, note the discipline. 6s hitting the mark rather swiftly.
It's like Tai-10 has paid a visit over to the gift shop.
You can't come to a Triton series, especially as a first-timer, and not have some merchandise swag to go home with.
To be fair, our merch is swaggy.
Oh, dude,
The
everywhere I
stuff's
go,
fire.
people are always saying, can you buy me some merchandise? I'm like, you know, we have a shop, right? You
Online.
can order some, yeah.
Head on over. Get your fix. Queen 8-8 here as Badziakuski. Understandable defense with the 10-9 suited. A delayed application of the sunglasses. Not sure I've ever seen him play his hand before getting the shades on. Checks the gut shot straight flush draw. As Danny follows through modestly. 30 into 85.
All the options available for Bads, a full-time champion, especially on this ball texture. It is an under-the-gun open. So Danny, of course, with all the overpairs, ace-queen, king-queen. But Makita's certainly going to have a ton of 8x from the big. There's the check raise.
Something you can get behind?
Oh, 100%. From the big blind, as mentioned.
Weird spot for the 9s.
Yeah, blocking hands like Jack 9, 9-7 of spades, 10-9. Feels a bit grim. Also blocking 9-8 suited, 9-8-0. It's going to make the call. 2-4-5 in the middle, 200k back.
turn is dry as Tang hangs tough. Benefit of position with 245 in the middle and unimproved. How will Bads proceed?
Still drawing very live, 34% equity with one to come. Feels like the only play is all in at this SPR.
200K effective. The good news is you're always drawing live.
Even against quad eights.
Right.
We've seen some of those one-outers come in already this series.
Decides to check, Henry,
Okay.
and you look surprised.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, not necessarily surprised, just felt like 10 high, unlikely to be able to get to see a free river once check to. Still some hands we can fold out. Some backdoor spades that don't develop into a turn flush draw. Danny seems to know exactly where he's at.
70,000.
70 of his final 200.
You surprised that he's not choosing to check back and play pot control off of this 200?
I think he feels like if Makita check raises flop then checks turn, that it's likely to be hands exactly like this, gut shots. Maybe some of those 9-7s that I mentioned with backdoor spades.
So we remove
Flush
Queen
draws.
X and 8X and we feel good about 2-9s.
Yeah, I want to try and deny some equity. Makita with the check jam, and now those 9s in the bin. Danny just getting punished for this turn bet. Danny deep in the tank now with his 2 black 9s. And again, blocking some of the hands like 10-9, Jack-9. Some of those bluffs.
Pain on the face of Danny Tang, understandably. This line is unexpected.
Especially against this turn size, when Danny can still have aces, kings, top pair, top kicker.
Excuse me. One double channel, please.
Just an awful feeling, but you can see it feels suspect. Danny's asking himself, how much Queen X, 8X goes about its business in this manner?
Check, raise, check as a trap, especially when Danny continues.
Which wasn't a given.
No, but double barreling would obviously fold out some ace highs, or would fold out ace highs, would fold out the backdoor spades. Power poker from Bads. Full-time champ. Bricked all of the Hold'em events in Vietnam. Did end up cashing the short deck main. Oh, wow, Danny's made the call with the 2 9s. And
Heroic,
What do you have, 9s?
Yeah.
but vulnerable. And even Badziakuski is taking note of this.
645K pot.
You have?
Yes.
Thank you.
You had what?
5 and
34% equity for Bads. Can the 9s hold? They can.
Wow.
Crucial double there. And Badziakuski with a bit of a smirk, as if to say, I Gave him all he could handle.
How about that for a call?
師傅晒，
Danny Tang.
師傅晒。
Off to a good start.
Yeah, that's a huge call.
Meanwhile, we find Michael Soiza on the button, opening with the ace-6. Boss with jack-4 defended the big, and here we'll check call the follow-through with the better of the two holdings, middle pair, and a welcome turn card for Boss's liking.
Top card pairing, less likely that Soiza has a 10. Boss unblocking every draw, both flushes, all of the straight draws. 1, 4, 5 in the middle. Paul, of course, played one of the biggest hands of the tournament late last night, the final hand, I believe, against Rashid Ben Sharif. He made a sick hero call for a sizable pot, allowed him to come in today 8th in chips, as it does go check, check. And the double paired board could potentially get Soiza in trouble, although ace-6, ace of diamonds, it sounds silly, but you'd rather hero call with like ace-8, ace-king, unblocking the flush draws. Having the 6 is bad.
You don't have invite, right?
Blocking 7, 6, 6, 5. Paul goes block. North of block. 16 to 145.
You see the grin on Soiza's face as he knows it's a bit of a delicate spot.
I think this is probably the combo of ace high that you'd want to let go. Although these two have a ton of history against each other.
Soiza wants to mull it over, and the reason it's the less desirable of the combos, we block busted diamonds and we block some of those straight draws.
Yes.
Have invite already, don't mention this topic.
He does make the call. He's going to get shown the jack-4.
Ayya,
Oh,
Jack 4.
squeezing out some value there on the river, and Soiza
Of course.
out to 220k.
I will consider calling.
Inside.
Inside.
Very spare. It's so hard to make pairs.
3 pair.
3 pairs.
He played the most gangsta hand you will ever see last night.
This
In-
no, this one.
In here, the last hand of the night, it was so
Yeah.
gangsta.
Crazy?
The board was like ace, 10, 8, 4, 8, no, 4. So 4 hearts on the river. He bet the river. The guy checked, he bet 80,000. The guy checked raised to 280,000, and he called with the 9 of hearts. In a 4 hearts board and pair board. And
I
the
don't
guy-
believe he had full house.
Who's that guy?
The guy had ace 10.
Chip
He turned
leader.
it into a bluff.
Yesterday, I don't know.
Who's the guy?
Leader.
Young boy.
Young boy, huh?
Ben
Always
from
up to no
France.
good.
I see chip leader, young boy like that. I don't call. VIP, I don't call.
You were front and center for that one, right, Henry?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
he would
indeed
raise
last hand of the night.
404.
I have to be careful, huh?
Check
Nacho,
out.
do it justice.
Gangster style.
Kind of. Ace 10,
Because he
4,
lead
2
the
hearts.
When the 4 pair up. I don't believe full house.
There you go, boss man Paul just saying.
He bet
And the
this
thing
time.
is,
Why did I bet
Paul's
this
read
time?
was so sick because straight away in the moment he was like,
And then it just
I feel like you just have a 4 and you're turning it into a bluff, and his read was pretty on point.
Who is that? I don't know. Very,
Was against
Young
Rashid
kid
Ben
is very-
Sharif.
it
Yeah,
plays-
okay,
I don't
see.
know, it plays very weird.
from France, huh?
No, it's not France. It's,
Nothing bluffy about the jam on
Yes.
the button from
Rashid,
Orpin's
Rashid
ace
Ben,
jack.
Super Pro, is it?
As
I think he's
picks
not
off
Dutch.
Pana comes is open.
good, no?
He's
Rashid.
Moroccan something.
His name is Rashid, right?
Yeah, ben, Rashid Ben.
Dutch. Is Dutch?
It's Dutch.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not.
He's
Moroccan
still around what? Rashid Ben
Rashid Sharif.
Sharif.
It's an online rate.
Yeah, I think he played pretty good.
Legend.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is a
Netherlands.
legend.
Boom.
Yeah.
You see David Yan.
Legend.
We're calling Rashid a
Probably
first
his
timer.
screen name will not
To be fair, he
mention
did play
right?
a single event in London in
Did you?
2019, but it was the
Maybe a
100K
little bit,
pound
Not really.
main event.
He raced me on the river, so
I don't think he
I had the
plays
same
poker,
thought. So I
right?
called him, but he had a set.
Pass.
But I
Rashid
had a
failed
big
to
hand
cash
flop,
there
so,
and
oh well.
has not cashed in his first two
No, you
attempts
don't raise flop, S10
30.
fold, S10 top.
and 40K events respectively
Nothing to call him.
here.
Yeah, I am button, he big blind. He's small blind. Eh?
He was big blind, boss.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see the hand, but yeah.
I button, raise, he call big blind. Before calling, he asked me how much you have.
So he has a
Like,
good.
think want to raise or not. Then flop. S10 4, 2 hearts.
Okay, yeah, now I know the hand.
He check call. Come a 4, he lead for 25% or 20, 25.
He called.
Comes 8 of hearts, now 4 hearts on board. Bet with I have 10 9. Small board. Second bet.
So just not a 9. It's a good 9.
A good 9.
Good.
I'm enjoying the post-mortem.
Much like Soiza's enjoying the 2 jacks up front. Didn't enjoy the jack 4 though, that he was.
Milked with.
Yeah.
30,000.
Queen 10 suited now for Orpin.
We are currently playing 6 max. Queen 10 is a strong holding, but discipline fold from Orpin. Michael with the raise and take. Went down to the whiskey lounge last night. Boss man Paul was straight in the mix. Playing some nosebleed cash games. Which they opened, by the way, to all the players. They want to kind of recreate this old school high stakes poker cash game where they have the people on the rail kind of coming over. And as soon as we got there was like a 3-way all in with like Santosh, Nagy, and Sia Jiang, and everyone just like rushes over and there's just like hundreds of thousands of dollars going into the middle. Really cool content being produced here in Cyprus.
Can't wait to see it. Was whiskey being served in said
It
lounge?
was indeed. I believe it was Andy saying that the barman makes his own whiskey. And Andy was a big fan, got to taste some of the whiskey that the barman had made.
They're serving hooch? Is there mason jars back there?
I mean,
We got bootleggers running
is
around
it
the
a,
island?
is it a barrel? Not
Okay.
a jar, but
Legit then.
legit.
Perhaps
David Yan.
slightly illegit. The perception of Kisachikolu of this David Yan 3-bet from the cutoff. He's 6 suited. Understandable. Well, let's see what Orpin's thoughts are.
5 seconds. Call.
Let's take a flop for an extra 50 as Yan settles in.
The rank will choose.
I'm drinking it every day. It's not working so far. Maybe the dosage is not enough, you know. Need to
Good
drink
flop
more.
for David here.
Double dose.
Double
Maybe he's
dose.
saving for the check. Bro, I saw the
Open-ended.
big one. Bro, I thought it was 200 for the team. It's 200 each.
Yeah.
The fuck? Phil, put me in.
You don't have a VIP yet?
I think I have one.
We met
I
you.
don't know.
You don't know?
Haven't met him yet.
65.
Oh, but not registered yet. Not
No.
no announced, nothing.
No.
What?
I can ask Phil who is it. He was gonna introduce it to me.
Oh. Oh, Phil
65K follow through.
put a VIP invite you.
It's a Chinese guy.
David
Take
takes
on the phone.
The building? The guy who won the event?
I don't know.
The mystery building?
Is VIP? Does he count?
Or
Bring me there.
Yeah,
Who did you pick? You pick anyone?
Yeah.
For pro? No, not yet.
You didn't pick it.
You didn't pick it?
Are you open to offers?
Of course,
I'm gonna do
discussing
like a last minute auction.
No, you know.
the highly anticipated $200,000 buy-in Luxon Pay Invitational.
I bet you pick Ben.
Be a businessman.
I can put my winning to your hand and
He's
mob.
super pro, but he's a boss. You're not the boss. You're a boss, but not like the boss.
I'm a boss as well.
Orpen, you can add after all my winnings from hand and mob to your hand and mob.
How much is that?
Just 5 minutes.
Yes.
Or 10. Or 10, I don't know.
Eric, no, the beach.
Probably 10.
The beach is not here. The beach. You looking for the beach or the pool?
For the beach, yeah, sure.
The pool? Or the poker table.
I heard which first.
How much is it?
I heard.
How much do you have?
200.
Yeah, seems like Nacho has
Got it.
yet to find a date to the ball.
No, he has one, just hasn't met.
Hasn't
The
met it.
date.
It's a blind date.
It's a blind date. There, we
There
go.
you go. So, do we just automatically nickname whoever he pairs up with Cheese?
My student all the time laughing.
I want to push
the way
this
I pronounce
Nacho Cheese.
things.
I really, every time I say his name, I
No,
just
I'm
want
asking
a
to
plate of nachos. I'm not even.
Cheat.
It's not lowbrow
At the
comedy. I
beginning
just
was
crave it.
saying, like, fix your shit.
Soiza with the trap in the small at this stack. They're big fan of this, by the way.
10-9 suited for Orpin as Soiza flops the world. Queen's full, but might feel
Now I know
somewhat
the
unlikely that Kisachoglu has
Bitch and
ace-x here, which would be the dream.
I have two problems. I don't know who my VIP is, and I don't have 200K. So what do we do? The money you.
just give me opportunity.
Yeah, just give it to me, and then you can buy a piece of me.
200K easy to solve.
Oh,
Help you.
Of course.
give opportunity to your favorite player.
Be happy, that one cannot help you.
Who you play with?
I don't have fair
You
yet.
don't have?
No.
I mean, if you keep dressing like that, I mean, nobody's gonna pick you. They're not gonna take you seriously.
Oh, that's why you offer.
Not sure how much of the exchange between Nacho and the bunch you guys were able to soak up, but
Are you sure it's here?
Barbero suggesting that the issue isn't finding a date, it's
Oh, okay. We found it.
being able to pony up for the ticket.
I thought he was going to.
Panikov saying, I don't have a date, but
I'm freezing.
I've got
and he's
ticket
like
money.
He's like, for him, it's like. Yeah, this is nothing. This is like so warm for him. I'm freezing.
then Nacho told him, well, if you keep dressing like that, you're not going to be able to get a date.
My wife actually checked macaron that
He doesn't
you
know
said.
who it is.
No, she said like it's so sweet. It's like just overdosing. I mean, that was overdosing. Like,
Depends which one she got.
Adrian Mata?
yeah, maybe.
One of them is.
Ooh.
One of them is really sugary. The other one's cherry.
Unfortunately for Soiza,
I thought he was already in.
going to be able to get out
There was pistachios one.
much value. So he has come with an overbet.
Third ace is obviously generally unwelcome, but with two checkbacks on flop and
Pay
turn.
me something a year and I just wear your clothes.
Yes, you can be a
Open,
good
really.
model.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Pulling this one over with 10 high.
They're representing good.
Going to look Soiza up here.
so hard.
That's the way you said it, Paul.
This isn't posturing
Can be a good model.
from Orpin.
Oh, you know, very.
Doesn't feel like King High, Jack High would play this
Also
way.
here,
Obviously only one ace left in the deck,
maybe
three
we can
queens,
sell-
three
I have
sixes.
some clients in mind.
Soiza
they
would
could
be
use,
expected
some clothes.
to bluff
I'm not
river
gonna say
with
names.
the lower parts of the small blind completing range.
Maybe a chop.
Maybe a chop. Not this time, Orpin.
I like the way you dress.
You don't need to explain that you joking.
I think he's going to flick in cool here, chat. He's really mulling this one over.
No, you know why I do it? I play. Nobody gets my jokes. It's crazy. It's insane. Half of the time, because they don't understand my accent in America, they don't get it. So I have to repeat it.
Just hire
Or they're
joking
bad.
coach.
Or they're bad. I don't know. It's my accent or they suck.
Just hire someone who can improve your jokes.
Yeah, maybe it's the jokes. Yeah. Must be the other
100,000
person's
in the
fault.
middle.
Yeah.
55k is the bet.
Educate people. Yeah.
He's thrown out a few time banks already with 10 high.
You're making fun of my accent now.
So the idea is that King High Jack High doesn't play this way.
Yeah.
So the range is hyperpolarized. It's tough to have quad aces. You limped pre-flop. If you had a queen, wouldn't I have heard from you earlier? And if I remove all of that kit,
I can think of a few ways to do it.
is 6x the only concern?
It's nuts or nothing, is what this sizing is saying. Ace or a queen.
Might be crazy, but
Yeah, he's going to make the call with 10 high, and he's going to get shown the two queens. Sizable pickup there for Soinza.
It's gonna look really bad on TV.
It's gonna look really bad on TV.
The jack high call.
Check the new river.
Oh, it doesn't look as bad as you think, Orpin.
No,
In
not
fact,
at all.
actually, I would say points to the idea that
10 or jack.
that's a man who's going to fight for every pot and mull over every spot. Actually,
Yeah.
garners a bit of respect
It
more
does
so than
indeed.
anything.
Good river.
Give Soiza
yeah, good viewer.
Clean board.
respect when it comes to the bluffs that he can have.
You give me 5 shine bunks.
Earlier, yeah.
Okay, Paul, let's talk business.
This is yours,
again,
right?
Really.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, first time I use so many times back.
100K a year.
Actually, I have more than 10 left.
100K a year. I mean,
Thank you.
Well, a quick dealer change. Azali talking because they are highly entertaining. Barbero, Needling Ponakov's got Bossman Paul in the mix. Everyone chatting about the highly anticipated 200K Luxon Pay Invitational coming up. David Yan started off the day as chip leader and remains that way with 36 players left. Be playing down to a champion today. So champion going to be walking away with $1,342,000. 15 places paid. The min cash of 88,400.
besides, Amiri is so expensive. I mean, I can't even afford it.
Welcome, Henrik Hecklin.
I need cheaper clothes. I think I'm going to start buying Triton. Really, Amiri is so...
The table gets even more
I can't
entertaining.
afford it, actually.
The onset of the day,
I'm
looking
gonna
at
start buying $150 hoodies.
all the tables available from which to choose our two features. This was the one that I circled as an absolute non-negotiable.
Joining the table with a very playable 63 big blinds.
For such terrible conditions.
Maybe somebody will.
Maybe I snap call and like, oh, free roll.
Barbero going to work with ace-9 and Soiza
Yeah.
You know it?
I mean, I know a little bit about
button
it.
ace-4,
Danish.
pausing and
Tim told
mucking.
me yesterday. I thought it was like finished, but yeah.
Thank you, Paul. How did you finish yesterday?
What's the,
You like it?
what's the
Lost
name of
100K.
It's like
100K a day? Keeps it
Yeah.
over away.
no, it's good, but it's like
Every day
every
I ask
kinda
him,
like
I lose 100.
local sports.
100K.
You Negi here, I'm here, and Santos is
Jersey.
sandwich.
They give
You
away
Negi open at 6
shit ton of
offsuit.
kits to
This guy 3 back.
like
But
sports
he has a lot of hands, Santos.
to like
Santos run like God yesterday.
You won 800K, Santos.
Yeah, yeah,
Pretty
oh,
old.
fuck.
You won
Yeah,
800K.
I only knew about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Santos has been
He's an
crushing it.
animal. He's an animal.
He's having a blast.
Yeah.
Next year he's playing as a pro. Next year he's playing as a pro.
Well, rumor has it,
Those 10
the
hand,
cash
he hit
games is
3
where
or 4
Santos
first
likes to
game
do
very
his
well.
bidding, much more so than the tournament circuit, although we've been quite impressed.
Saw him scoop a 3-way all-in for about 400K last night.
Not like I
No,
noticed it.
8-7.
How long did you hang out?
3-8 to
It
7.
was up till late.
3-8 to 7. And still bet
8-7,
200K
check
and he
call.
shoved.
Tough to turn away from
And I
that sort of
told him,
action.
It's so exciting, man. Like, just there as a lover of the game.
Crazy, crazy hand.
So what did Santos have? 8?
Yeah, he had an 8. He had quads.
What did
Phil had ace.
Okay, aces.
aces? Cooler, bro.
Cooler.
Cooler, yeah.
Oh, pot only like less than 50K
Orpin.
on the river.
Yeah, lah, but I mean, still a cooler, lah. I mean, the guy got quads, you got aces, so, you know. but
Launches
I mean, I
in.
think you have to call, but it's unfortunate.
His last
No,
140 with ace
check
queen
Yeah, yeah.
suited.
Oh, I told you.
Exactly. I mean, not
You over count the pot. The pot is less than 50K. You say 100K. Then you bet 200K.
2x pot and he got sharp on.
Yeah.
Before x pot.
Bins it.
50K or you bet 200.
The producer thought it was calling.
No one can bluff that spot ever.
No, we didn't, Henrik.
Hold my beer and all.
I didn't think
It's like, how could he fold that?
Have that spot.
I didn't know about the thing.
I think if you bet like 30, 40K, get away, man.
Yeah, they get it. 4x spots and
Maybe
show for
40K.
200.
Like 200 left, like less than
That was
200.
terrible. I
This
should've-
is 200 more. If you land that spot, you're a genius. You deserve to get it.
Bad for me.
I mean, never say never. Never say
That would
never.
be insane.
We give him amazing
Somebody
deals.
does.
For me, terrible.
It's on TV. We up in a few months, you can see that.
Yeah,
It's not even gonna.
it's just fucking wild.
Wow, man.
Or export and then get shoved on.
And not much tanking.
Oh, fast play.
Check.
Put on my channel.
Once you check, 200.
Closer.
Only
Snap, snap and snap.
Henrik at it again, this time with considerably better kit.
I was there watching and like playing car games and chilling with the Germans and started drinking whiskey and I got so drunk. The blue label, oh my god, how good is that whiskey? I drink one and then when I realized it was like already like
Blue Label, like from the freezer, no ice.
Oh wow, from the freezer. No, I
From the,
tried that.
directly from the freezer, like minus whatever degrees, and then no ice.
yeah.
The best thing.
You going to join tonight?
Oh wow, I didn't know.
Maybe I will.
Same with Gold Label. I drink those two like just directly from the freezer,
Not
no ice.
in the blue label.
Remember, it was year 7.
Gold. I mean, I think gold is better.
Apparently.
Than blue, to be honest.
Year 7.
Left Nacho tying one on.
Club. My
I know nothing about whiskey, but I know
That's why
one
he
thing.
don't show off.
Listen to this. I went over there.
After I saw
know
his
Vicky,
officer, I
love
wasn't like, oh
Japanese
fuck,
whiskey.
which suits is
And
it?
I
Bet on it being
I don't even know. I mean, sure, give it to me. I mean, how much gonna cost? And the guy comes like,
Instead of
are you
25,
sure
I'm
you want? I'm like, yeah,
black
sure,
one.
I want. And he comes like
black one.
he's like, he was very concerned about like, I wanted a shot of that.
just
And
be
he
like
comes
a
and write me the
hard,
price.
you know?
And I'm like, this is the price of the bottle? No, this is the price of one shot.
How
It
much
was $500 one shot.
That's Hibiki 17. It's blended. It's not even that. It's like it's not that expensive. It's like
Maybe it was
what, Japanese
37 or
yeah,
something.
but it's not like a single malt. It's not like a
17 cannot be that expensive.
It can't be.
He
Yeah.
wrote it $495 for
Turkish
one shot.
lira dollars.
Turkish lira?
It can't be. Turkish
How many shots
lira.
did you get?
I'm like, he told me Ibiki normal here is 100. I don't know, it's something weird with the price. Ibiki normal, like the
No year.
$120.
No, you can buy a bottle for 120. No.
Okay, where? Here? I bet here is.
Who knew we had so many liquor connoisseurs?
And then he goes, "But
Spirits.
Blue Label is free." And I'm like, yeah, okay, sure.
So he's
give
up.
me Blue Label.
2 9s, looking up at 2 over cards after
What
heckling.
are 500 for a shot of this whiskey or Blue Label for free? Give me Blue Label.
Defended the King 10.
I don't know why.
What's that you're drinking? Alcohol?
No, it's coffee, iced coffee. No, I woke up, I went to the gym. Come on, bro. You think
Couple
I
of
would
checks and a
I
couple of
only
flush
drink when I
draws
play high-stake cash
materialize.
games for a lot of money. Then I get really drunk. But I play so good drunk. I'm the best drunk player ever.
Then you should play tournament drunk also.
No. Like with these super pros, come on.
The check, flop.
We should do one day.
Also with the pot control with the 9s.
What
We
we
go
should
for
do?
the late C bet.
Drinking session?
One day, the last turbo, like a 20K, we all drink.
I was gonna say my dad's friend
What?
he used to keep a bottle of whiskey in the freezer, like you said, right? And then one day
it's
he realized it was starting to freeze.
I don't want to say that on TV.
His wife was drinking it, adding water to top it. Drinking his whiskey, adding water to top it.
Well, a new world of poker is coming, and your chance to get in on the action is right now. Triton Play is our new social poker game that's looking to revolutionize the way the world plays the game, and it's open for pre-registrations now. Scan the QR code and start your journey into our new world. Exciting things coming up, including a stealth demo, a Triton London giveaway, and plenty more. You don't want to miss out. So scan the QR code and get involved today. You had a chance to check out the Triton Play app, Henry?
Had the chance to be in some of the meetings like a year ago when they were brainstorming the marketing side of things and how they wanted to grow the game. And there was a bit of a beta test that you were involved in with, I want to say, Jeff Gross, if I'm not mistaken. I know some of the team as well played a sit and go. Multi-table sit and go. As Santosh accidentally raises out of turn.
Still want to raise,
Titan
huh?
shoot.
I can take it back.
I think. I mean, he's shifting.
Back over at the other featured table we are. Where
Is it too late?
Titan choose Jack 7 suited has been flatted
Oh, yeah,
by
now
the
it's too late,
ace
yeah.
deuce of Suvarna in the cutoff, and it looks like Nikita might have ideas. With King X. Time extension being used.
唔緊要，琴晚贏咗20萬夠啦。呢個嘅4倍嚟㗎。You see? You need to get 9th for last night. Yeah, no, 7.
7.
Yeah, 7. It's okay. You can chill. You can go back and sleep.
Roughly 11 big blinds, and they are going to stay right where they are. As Makita decides not this one.
Wow, Makita's been getting banged up over here. Started off the day with north of 800k. Lost that sizable pot against Tang, then lost the mystery hand against Santosh.
Leaves behind a four-way affair, which includes Jason Kuhn, who has flopped. Take that back. Kuhn did not play the Queen 5. Forgive me. It is 2 wheel gut shots and bottom pair. Ace kicker for both Danny Tang and Santosh Suvarna with 2 checks in front of him. Suvarna comes out swinging 55 into 115. Half pot neighborhood. Tang is retained.
Yeah, Danny with the big blind defense. A lot of good things can happen here. You know, Savannah can give up on turns. We can take it away on the river. It's going to be difficult to withstand more heat should Santosh continue barreling.
On the flip side, though, it's going to be difficult to continue barreling, perhaps, as a cutoff flat caller on a deuce 4-5-6 board where a 4-liner exists. Sure enough, the check back from Suvarna as the board pairs on the river.
2-2-5 in the middle. Does Danny want to turn this one into a bluff? Certainly going to have more 3x in range. One would assume, although if Savannah's flatting ace deuce off, gonna have some ace threes. Does check it on over. Now Savannah.
2.
Ace deuce.
Yeah.
Ace.
Chop it up, gentlemen.
Ace Jack versus Ace Deuce and Ace Deuce. Deuce still up.
Yesterday you guys play until 5?
Yeah.
A couple of early eliminations.
Ensign. Yeah,
Vincent Sang,
Okay.
Ensign.
Adrian
Ensign,
Mateos,
yeah,
yeah.
Sam Greenwood,
I think he
Barack
go.
Wisbrod,
I think he goes sleep now.
Makita, the shortest stack.
Oh, Anson's
Oh,
your brother?
Bigs.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
I'm
Come
older.
on, I didn't know that, bro.
Because not same. He more handsome.
Anson's my boy.
Ensign, yeah.
Yeah, that's dope. Know that.
I, too, was unaware that Anson Yu and Sun Yu were siblings.
That's right.
Go sleep. Prepare for tonight. I think someone will call.
There is some resemblance.
Yeah.
Same name.
I mean,
But you know how it is. It could be one of those really common surnames, and
Yeah,
it would be
because someone
presumptuous
will
to
want
think
to
that there
chase.
was a relation, right? Something
agree.
along the lines of
Yeah.
Wong or Smith.
Najad.
You not lesser.
You not play yesterday?
No. Oh, it's too late.
Oh yeah. You.
Is
you play
Kilbane a
first day,
popular
Yeah,
surname?
first day. And Anson stacked me.
Your neck of the woods?
Yeah,
Pretty is. Yeah, pretty popular.
I think so.
He got
Yeah,
flush,
Ireland.
and then two body got straight, and then he got
I 3-bet the aces and the dream flop coming like 8,
Badzikuski.
5, 3.
Yeah.
It's a dream flop. 2 caller.
Oh.
jamming the queen jack.
I don't know what I used to.
And then
He have pocket 4.
He'll be happy with that outcome.
He still call flop, and the turn is the 4.
Uh-huh.
It's still dream flop and dream turn.
No,
I have no
I mean,
backup.
once you start getting,
I think
I have
it's
no
not
backup at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, maybe.
Blinds up 10 and 20,000 now with a 20K ante as you get a look at
Yeah.
the hardware that awaits our eventual champion.
One bet off flop.
I don't blame
Note
him
that
for
the
starting
main
off
events
aces, you know what I mean?
come with a extra large dose of Triton hardware.
As well as
And it's
a
a three-way
Jacob and
pot.
Co. timepiece.
Cannot stop.
Can't sleep on that. There is the timepiece overlay, which we've alluded to on a couple of occasions for one Jason Kuhn, who did pick up a title earlier, already in this series, called his shot, said he's going to win 2 before this one's over. Currently sits with 6 titles, 29 cashes, 18.9 million roughly in career
20?
Triton earnings. He did win the 20K 7 max event.
No, I hope
If
you
he
didn't
does
bluff me.
pick up that next title,
I had a good
Henry,
hand. You bluffed me, huh? Damn it.
he gets to go to somebody's
see
watch
it on
store.
stream.
No, just tell me.
Does
Hopefully you
indeed.
had it.
I mean, he's 600
Like
behind
bluff. Did
Chidwick.
you have ace 10?
And that watch store is,
After this
Okay.
hand, yeah.
Still sounds
Boss
like
man's
I got-
closet.
Oh,
yeah,
I
it's
thought
the
if
watch
only-
store that
but-
most people
It's a
would like to
that
pay a
makes my
visit
hand
to.
so
I would rather
especially-
telling you I can't.
go to Boss's
'Cause if I have a
closet
trap, I
in
can
search of a
really-
timepiece
maybe-
than
maybe
most
you try-
boutiques, dare I
But
say.
isn't that the right thing to do? To
Understandable.
I don't
The
know.
free roll given
What's
by
the
Paul
right
Pua
weekend?
to Jason Kuhn.
20.
Is it if he wins 2 titles or wins
Okay.
player of the year?
Player of the year.
Ah, okay.
My hand was definitely not that weak.
It's got a bit of an uphill climb. 600 points behind Chidwick, though, if he wins
It's
one
very
more.
black though. That's the thing. Right.
I had the ace, but
You had ace.
bluff you, yeah.
You bluffed me, yeah.
Top
Nice
pair on
hand.
the flop here for Sun Yu.
Because
Takes
the
one
card
down.
is good for me, right? King, queens.
Very good, yeah.
Not sure what he's sporting, but I like that clear
I saw that. I've never seen it before. It's the first time.
flavor.
Yeah.
Talking of
Oh,
flavor.
you can do that.
Yeah.
Our
It's the flavor
Island
man.
also.
Miami nightclub operator, Alex Ponikovs,
Straight out of GTA,
But I
Vice
think I know
City.
he'll win.
100%.
It's like
Perhaps the inspiration for the entire game.
Who will win, you think?
That tracksuit there.
Erdogan? Yeah.
Neon Delight.
Another 5 years.
Is he
before
good?
the election, the survey, he was behind.
Funny. I was watching Donnie Brasco for the first time ever last night.
It's the best.
You saw Ponikovs' part?
Did indeed. Alongside Al
No, I
Pacino.
mean, he's been
Right.
ruling for.
You didn't
20
have to
years.
point it out, by the way.
He's been ruling for 20 years.
You made me look like it's so stupid. Thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you, thank you. It's okay. Appreciate it.
explained as a joke.
He's been ruling for 20 years, so we don't know anymore if anyone is worse or better. Look, it's been so long with them.
Forever, yeah. It's like Argentina. They always the same for like 70 years. One guy would like came and he was there for 4 years, and it was really bad. And so the other ones came back. They're the same.
These
same
politicians, most of
70
them, they
years.
don't want to relinquish power.
David Yan wants to be a customer with 8 deuce of
Yeah,
hearts
but
and promptly flops the
Former
flush draw
Malaysian
here
PM,
despite being
95 years
dominated
old, still want to stand for election. 95, my God.
by
But I mean, it's not his fault, right? It's the
Ponikovs'
people's
ace
fault.
8 suited.
People still vote.
It's the
Yeah,
system.
defending against the under the gun open.
Yeah.
Suited 8x. Feels a bit ropey, but
Joe Biden, 50 years old.
playing
Joe
a
Biden
massive stack.
will stand for election.
Crazy. That's very crazy.
Maybe this job don't need
Sizable flop there.
Just sit down and
On
talk.
Ponikovs, 19 to 110.
Seems like opposite supposed to think a lot, and you know, I don't know. it's
Yeah,
supposed to
you
be-
have to travel a lot too.
Yeah, travel.
You need a lot of energy, and it need to be like. And you see how they age in those 4 years? It's insane. I wouldn't want to be a president of any country.
I mean,
You
I
age
don't
like
agree.
12 years of your life.
I think there should be a
cap, right?
cap edge.
Yeah, yeah.
to be
Yeah, I'm
those
going to take
top
the
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It has to be
passive
maximum.
line.
Not 60, maybe 70 lah maximum.
Once
Yeah.
you are
I've seen
75
some of these flush
above,
draws
Crazy. That's
check raise at a higher frequency
you
than
know? A lot of
Should be
wisdom.
I
travel a
recall.
lot.
Yeah.
But then
maximum 50.
Yeah.
at that
Perhaps a
age, if
trend
you have a
emerging.
choice, you don't want to travel.
That's when you're on your prime.
Not here
70,
for Yan.
70 still
50.
can lah, a little bit energy.
I think they should pay really high salaries.
they should also.
Check
think
raising
they should pay
against
like
under the gun,
4
though.
million a year or so.
Singapore plays
Risky
Against
business.
the- well,
Singapore,
against the
instead of
sizing
going
as
to
well.
private companies, they will try to be like
Yes.
prime ministers, you know.
Singapore.
Against close to pot.
Yeah.
Don't get to
I think
check
they're
raise
right.
as much, especially on this
1
board.
million
Queen
and
7-4.
45.
If I'm not
And
mistaken.
all the smart minds, they will try to go into politics.
Ponakovs with the double barrel.
Yeah, very good point.
Yeah.
Half pot
Because
on
it's
the
not
turn.
even
Less
the
corruption.
country budget.
yeah.
It's not no money. It's like 1 or 2, 4 million. It's not no money.
Yan wants to
We
proceed.
don't-
And it's a big responsibility, hard
Yeah,
work.
it's not-
Yeah.
It's like literally.
But then you
High
get the
flush
best
draw could be cooked.
That would be so
Because
smart.
no one cares about politics.
Now there is somebody in Argentina that if he wins, he's pro Bitcoin.
Does let it go.
He's
Credit to
pro- I swear
Ponakovs
he's
for
pro
finding that
Bitcoin and
second
he
barrel
wants to
there.
Dollarize the economy in Argentina.
$2.2 million.
Air.
I can make money,
Yes, he will.
extra money from cashing.
All
this.
one in and
My big my
Chatter?
bubble is extra big.
not exclusive
Why so?
to that
Shouldn't
social
really
bunch
tell-
there.
Shouldn't really be telling people that, right?
Yeah, I mean, look at these two tables we have. Wouldn't
'Cause
expect anything
I
less.
have a bet with a friend at the before Vietnam that this year I would have to win 1 title and 3 cashes, not excluding the title. So total 4, right? Win 1 and cash 3. So I've won 1 and I've cashed 2 so far. If I cash this, the bet is over already.
Well, you have.
Before London.
I mean, before London. So
Oh, so you're a stone lock. You're
Well,
a stone lock to win.
I wouldn't say locked, because you
When?
just never know something.
when did you make the bet?
At the start of the year,
So like you had 2 series.
I had 3 stops.
Only 2 because
Well, 3.
you don't
Vietnam as
count-
well. Vietnam as well.
Yeah, but Vietnam here, and do you count
London.
London?
Yeah, London.
Ah, okay then.
And there could be, well, we said 1 calendar year, so there could be 1 4th stop. You
Is
know?
your friend to hate money or?
I was about to say,
Well, I mean,
that
I've never
seems
won
like
title
a
before that. It's not easy to win one. It's easy to be like you to win 6. You know, you know how to win them, but I didn't know how to win them before Vietnam, so can't even say them. It's it. 1.
Danny did pick up a title in Vietnam in the 25K short deck. 5.5 million plus in career Triton earnings across 14 caches for Tang. And he does have 2 caches already under his belt here. 6th in the 30K mystery bounty and 13th in the 40K 8 max.
I wish I had friends that hated money. Giving it away in the form of prop bets. You much of a prop better with friends, Ali?
I'm not.
Have you ever been laid something like just ridiculous that you just had to do? Had to go for?
No. I just find it, the only bet that I've ever had of any consequence with a friend, I don't want to bet money, was a World Series baseball bet. Big Dodgers fan was a friend of mine. I was a big San Francisco Giants fan. They're arch rivals. And we bet the first team to go to the World Series, the other guy would have to pay for travel, accommodations,
Okay.
tickets to every game, and go with the other person while wearing merch for the other team, which was quite painful for my friend,
There we
who
go.
ended up losing. As we turn our attention back to this affair, 9-6-5 with a couple of diamonds, yielding a lovely development for Bandziakuski's big blind defense. Nut straight draw, along with a flush draw. Kuhn, the pre-flop villain, as Titan Chu flatted the 2 7s, which also don't mind this board.
Yeah, 165 in the middle. Makita was just 110 behind. Snap fold from Jason, I believe. I saw his cards quickly hit the mark. Titan Chu going to put Bads in the middle. And note the equities, by the way. Bads with 48%.
A big one.
You blocked it.
Sevens busy.
Yeah, Tang zeroing in on that reality.
Or pair the bot.
3
I don't know about 9 of diamonds, man.
on the turn is safe.
Head of bot, you're usually safe.
Yeah.
Bandziakuski needs to hit,
Oh, and make it straight, right?
Yeah.
and he does, but in the poor form of a pair of 8s, which gives Titan Ju the 9 high straight.
That's like one of the only hands he didn't want to see there. It's like 7s that block
Yeah.
a few of his outs.
The 75, you have to change it, Paul.
Yet
We were
again, by
telling
the
him
way,
to change the 75
Bandziakuski
to a 50K
not
mistake.
going to find himself
One is fine. You didn't
in
like
the money.
No,
Came in today as a top 10 stack.
Okay, I think
Lost
we're
that big
gonna
pot against Danny.
not let the
Start of the
Super Pro
day.
decide. Sure.
0 for 5
Well,
thus
you asked
far
me if
on
I
the
liked
series.
it. I answered you.
How much is that?
Was a pretty dry Vietnam up
180, I
until
think.
Yeah, he
his
said you
2
don't like it.
cashes toward the
He was
end of the
asking me if I
series.
liked it.
As we flip back over to Orpin Kisachoglu, taking his chances with ace-king, running into 2 black 6s for Paul Pua, who is deliberating in the cutoff.
Yes, yes. So
Go.
what?
Go.
It's in my blood.
Going to flat.
170.
And now David Yan with pocket 9s.
The decision here, I think,
170.
about potentially ISOing. If he feels like Paul has traps in the cutoff, which he can certainly have.
Could there have been an argument for Paul himself
I owe
to
you
be the
one,
man
right?
to ISO with 2 6s, or it's too risky
I
with
pay now,
the
I
action
owe you.
behind?
Maybe we can
I
lay
think
bump.
sixes wants to flat and then fold to further action behind. It's a bit awkward, right? Because you can invite some flat calls in from later positions where sixes are vulnerable against overcards, suited broadways. Yeah, and of course, almost 40 big blinds effective against Paul. And has players behind as well, such as Hecklin, playing 45 bigs. Does find the jam, though. And that's going to allow Paul to get out of there, one would assume.
Nice to win this one.
Nice potential triple-up
yeah.
spot
Yeah, very much so.
for Orpin.
Bomb pot.
The fact not lost on him.
Bomb pot. Ah. Still a lot.
Are we playing a 50k or is this a home game? I mean,
A little of both, if I'm honest.
fantastic banter.
No. Betul kah? No. Kau kah?
So Paul forced to get out of the way.
What you had?
I don't know.
No ace.
And Orpin goes racing against the 9s of David Yan.
All of his outs live.
Cut off.
Fantastic development
All three.
in terms of Paul putting money in the middle.
Ayah!
Would have flopped to set.
6 of diamonds, and boss can't believe it. David
Bomb
Yan,
myself.
guilty as charged of costing Paul this one, it would seem. King high board, of course,
More
more
red
relevant
lights, more red.
development
Never
as
easy.
Kisachoglu in the lead, but on the
I'll take an
turn, a
ace.
gutter for David Yan, who adds out 6 in total. It'll be top 2 for Kisachoglu.
Go the bounty.
Top outcome.
I
He
mean,
hauls in
I wanted
560.
you to, but you were being all fucking like, you were talking it down so much. I mean, how can I recruit you when you're saying that?
I made a fair offer, right?
Yeah, I know. But like,
Boss would have flopped to set.
yeah.
Still
Four better.
knows that he made the right fold.
See, right?
The button is over there. It's very marginal.
Players
Because he
remain.
moved it without saying anything to you.
Rashid Ben Sharif has taken the chip lead on one of the outer tables. 15 places paid, average stack. Currently
Why didn't I go
693k.
naked or four?
I mean, that's true. You definitely can't fold with you all in. That would be bad.
I think it's four. I go in. Pocket 9, don't know. 800K.
Well, with 30 runners remaining, half of this field
What a life.
is going to have to be paired away
How much did I
before we burst the
510
bubble.
plus the
40 bigs now.
560. It's correct.
Yeah.
Just look at your cards instead of
I'm
doing
new rich. I need to make sure.
You gotta start counting before spending.
Huh?
You gotta start counting before spending.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys, when does the 25K registration close?
So that
About
would
25k turbo today for some of the
Wow,
players
what a-
that
I think
potentially
it's 20-minute levels, right?
bust out today. We, of course, will be busy with coverage of this event, but
3 hours. 3 hours
Pretty much
plus after
non-stop.
starting.
all the way through till the
180 minutes.
25th.
3 hours.
Have the 75k
Plus a
next,
break.
starting tomorrow. Going to be picking up day 1 coverage of that.
Start at 4, maybe around 7.
Then, of course, the 200k coin rivet invitational. Sorry, Luxon Pay invitational. I do apologize.
4, let me deal with him.
I will be on the beach by now.
On the 18th. heavy pair, blind v blind, Ali.
Advantage Soiza.
I think
With the king
Paul
four?
2 years ago would call. 2 years ago, maybe you would call.
It's like the Santosh 2.0, it's the Paul 3.0 as things stand.
Nobody can shop with me.
2 years ago would have made the call. It's a new man.
Barbero, not interested in calling, but rather in betting as he leads into Soiza.
He wants to fold out over
One of the
It's
few
always a
times we wish you
disaster
had
to go
left
check,
foot.
check, and then you
You
just
have
give
left
free
foot.
equity to
Yeah.
6 overs. 6
Yes.
outs, rather. And that's a dicey turn card. Ace of diamonds, more often than not, Nacho still going to have the best hand for this 2 pair. 100k in the middle.
Well, you described it as dicey, but Barbero perhaps not sharing those sentiments as he barrels once more, 35,000.
I meant dicey as in dicey for Barbero in the sense that he's going to want to continue betting here. Going to have the best hand more often than not, given that the ace is paired, obviously.
I see, but of course we know that he does not, given Soiza's king 4, which calls once more and turns into aces and kings, albeit with some potential concerns about backdoor diamonds. And the jack of diamonds in Barbero's hand might leave him thinking it's time to turn it into a bluff against 4x exactly, or we just check and hope to get to showdown?
I think we want to try and get this one to showdown. Having the jack of diamonds kind of works against us a little bit as well, because we're blocking some of the floats, meaning that, sorry, some of the flush draws, meaning that Soiz is more likely to have showdown himself. $170 in the middle. Soiza with a sizable bet on the river. 110 into 170. Seems to know exactly where he's at. Kind of sucks having a 4 here now. Blocking some of the calling range, but Barbero does manage to get away from it. Nice little pickup there for Soiza. Back up to 20 bigs.
Man who knows how to pick up pots. And a man who has actually sold action to some of our viewers on PokerStake, our official staking partner here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, the ultimate platform for staking pros worldwide, no fees on any purchases. It's the go-to place for anybody looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate their victories. Check out PokerStake.com now and stake your champion. You ever buy action on PokerStake or any staking platforms throughout the years? Henry, you prefer to do your bidding
Staking was
direct,
so
what with
bad.
your robust Rolodex?
I prefer directly, just more in
Or
terms
so
of
good, I don't know.
buying action from close friends.
Sure,
Maybe
our
it's
sponsor is
safe.
thrilled to hear it.
But
But not everybody knows all of these guys like you do, and so
for sure, I think PokerStake, we saw case in point in Vietnam, Zhang and Soiza both running deep in both main events.
could not have
And
been
they
a
were-
more glowing
It was
endorsement.
sick. There were a few viewers that
what's
were
the
sweating
situation?
it.
Okay.
Certainly makes it
Oh, actually, I
incredibly
think I'm gonna start running like a dog.
entertaining when you have that little financial
I feel it.
sweat on the line. Especially with the
You
live
remember I
stream, you
said
know.
that on the 300,
Get to watch every spot, you get to
actually
sweat the
happened.
all-ins, it makes it a little bit more, I don't know, adrenaline-filled.
Sure. Hecklin looking to get his blood pumping with a king-queen offsuit from the cutoff. Has picked up Orpin's suited connector.
Soizer, by the way, still has action available over on PokerStake, so if you haven't already snagged a piece.
Oh, wow. Ace Jack 10, 2 diamonds. Nuts for Hecklin. A gutter and a diamond draw for Kisachikolu, who checks over.
110 in the middle, 500 the effective stack. Third pot C-bet from Hecklin. Open won't be going anywhere just yet.
Indeed, the flat has another 70. Slides into the middle. Turn is a disappointment for Orpin. So he will check, unimproved.
Gets difficult against a sizable turn barrel. Hecklin unblocking all of the pairs. Sizable turn barrel, 140 into 180.
Thank you.
Nacho, cannot wait one. Always ask.
Yeah, it's CMTV. I mean, if they choose this table, I don't know. Small pot is okay.
It's okay, yeah. But it's big for me.
140 into 180 from Hecklin here, and suddenly the proposition is a bit less attractive for Orpin. Off of 465K. Henry, thoughts?
As I was just saying, I feel like it's tough because you could just be dead hit in terms of diamonds. It feels like you have so much equity, but the reality is 140, 320 in the middle, be left with 320 behind, and all of a sudden you're a 16 big blind stack. Can see the 9 is no good as well. Obviously, Orpin doesn't know that.
What he does know is that his hand is never good unimproved.
Yeah, certainly some future game stuff coming in. Can fold turn. Preserve this very playable 23 big blind stack. Oh my word. There's also that option.
One that perhaps we had overlooked entirely, and it is disastrous for Orpin as Hecklin's got the nuts.
How much is it?
Min raise to 280. Any merit to just flatting and seeking the 185 on the river for Henrik, or here we are with the nuts, let's just put the rest in?
Yeah, he's got 185 behind. He's min click check raise to 280.
Yeah, the jam from Hecklin. And has Orpin committed too much to go away?
Oh, 100%.
So there it is.
Yeah, never folding once we check raise for 70% of our stack on the turn.
1.1 million chip pot as Orpin needs a diamond.
Line outs once for number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Two good friends.
Good luck to you too.
Showing that there's no friends at the poker table.
Oh, I disagree. But in a hand, perhaps more battle as the 9 of clubs gives him the jack high straight. But of course, that's not an out.
That's true. Barbaro just saying.
GG, bro.
Even if you didn't check raise, you're getting stacked on that river.
Yeah.
So it found its way into the middle one way. On the other, Hecklin with a huge pickup, and I believe tournament chip leader now.
On the flip side, Orpin now falls to 1 for 5 thus far here in North Cyprus. His 10th place finish in event number 1 has not been followed up upon. Two-time Triton winner exits the arena. failing to add to his 5.3 million in career Triton earnings.
That's another two-time Triton winner.
Pretty good.
Takes the chip lead with 28 left.
I mean, I was worried we had the same hand for a moment. So.
Yeah. It
Big
looked
blind?
It looked like that a little bit.
Sorry? Can you break it? Oh, sorry. Can you break it?
Just the nuts.
What's
And beats
alive?
the nuts.
Henrik Hecklund.
I mean, I don't know.
Not really?
I don't know. I mean,
Because he covered him.
Yeah, I had the nuts, what can I do?
Yan opens under the gun, king jack offsuit.
Now has the chip leader on his left. We see ace jack hit the mark.
Don't know how these guys get above 500k. It just never happens.
Oh, what?
Above 500k, I never get more than
Never?
5. Yeah, not
Me in every tournament.
Must be nice.
I swear, this is the one that has the less.
Back to reality.
Sure, yeah. I'm just enjoying the banter between Soiser and Barbero, both complaining that they never get above 500k.
Just leaned over to Henry and said, did ace jack hit the mug?
Doesn't really play too well as a flat. Maybe
If I have,
randomized.
Just now your pocket nine, if I have
the
more
3-bet
chips,
or fold.
you may be flat, right?
He opened at 3-bet and he shoved. I
Shoved,
got off.
Yeah, if I have 16 bit.
Starting stuck 200k.
Oh, just now you were considering, right? Oh,
Stop. Soon.
Who's coming over?
yeah, because I have 40 people. No.
Who have we got?
Marius, you have one more table?
Oh, hold it.
Thank you.
Wow.
Looks like a sizable stack. Almost $1 million in chips by the looks of things. In fact, slightly more Patrick and Tony.
You know, the minute you said that, I looked over at the chip counts.
Always eating.
And tried to figure out, well,
I think
who's
it was
in that
this one, I
neighborhood.
think. Yeah, that's where Open was playing.
And sure enough, Patrick.
What a table.
I think both can use.
Oh, yeah?
This is actually pretty good for me. We're playing 800 now, 600 with my stack. It was so
Good timing also, yeah.
So brutal.
7. 1, 2, 3.
Star-studded lineup here,
You can't look
as
at it that way. You have more
expected.
spots to goal in, right?
What?
You have more spots to goal in than the 500.
Yeah, but it's kind of valid if I don't get a hand quick.
We are so spoiled.
Really are.
Collectively. The viewing public, us in the booth.
That's
As we're treated
Silver
to
line.
just
yeah, for sure.
Looking fresh.
incredible talent.
I've partied with Ton in Barcelona, and I tell you what, these Dutch guys, man.
You better have a
They,
resilient liver.
well, that, and preferably an Platinum Amex or a Chase
How many
Sapphire
bullets,
to keep up on terms of, in
Always
terms
on.
of splitting the tab.
Uh-oh. Did they go over budget?
No, to be honest with you, they were incredibly generous. I tried giving Ton and a couple of the Dutch crews some cash, and they were not interested.
Well, the flop has been incredibly generous to Toon here as he's got top two pairs, a new arrival to this featured table, barreling through for 25K after David Yen defended, and his flop bottom pair.
Jan with the check raise. To 70,000 music to the ears of Mulder.
And for Yan, this is just designed to take it here and now in the event that this was button out of line business from Mulder. Certainly not on the strength of the deuce.
Yeah,
as
again, one of
Mulder
those
makes tens full.
difficult to call down multiple streets, difficult
Can I get another one?
On turns and rivers.
Ice Americano, like this one, shaken. Thank you.
Order turning Yan dead. Second nuts.
Credit to Yan.
Had
Just
to
took a shot, it
run a
would
lot
seem,
today
and
to
has packed it in.
Sometimes you have to take your shot,
for
Ali.
so much. I drank so much.
Don't I know it?
Aim small, miss small.
I was
Last night.
like 5 whiskeys. I mean, obviously.
Check back from Mulder, looking to give some rope to Yan. Yeah, not biting.
Some of the obvious draws. Do brick. Order with the goods. Gonna look to extract some value from Yan, and
recently a
Yan
bit
with a
more,
potential
but start to
decision
black out
depending on
drinking
sizing.
champagne in the past year. Like I never used to black out before, but recently don't know why I always black out.
It's like half
Half
pot.
pot, yeah.
Oh, tomorrow is Champions League already. Wow.
Once every few months I go out and black out once.
Wow, you still have Queen 10. I Queen 10.
Wow. Sick. Sick. Check the suit, same suit or not? No, different suit, right?
You was check on the time?
Oh, the 410 comes out. Big Queen. Turn check, is it?
Wow. People is going crazy on Lebanon.
So turn getting paid on the river. Scooping a 500k pot. Dutchman now up to 750,000, middle of the pack. Playing bang on average.
What time is it? 25k? Because I'm not feeling very well in this tournament.
4.
I'm joking. This is to run good. That's what he did.
Barbera with 10 bigs. 6-5 suited. Looks like he wants to get involved, but he's from +1. Alright, he's just going to go for it. Open jams. 6-5 as Soiser gets out of the way.
American dollars.
Patrick Antonius in the big with Queen 5 of clubs. Not enough kit to make the call, one would assume.
Okay. 6-eye good.
I like it.
6-eye good.
Stay, please.
That one too.
Patrick agrees.
Like big Argentinian balls.
5-6, 6-5.
6-5 suited, but I'm like, I know it's a shot.
Not sure, by the way.
80,000 now.
Queen 5.
Letting the boys know it was 6-5 suited. Not sure that's in his best interests.
Once it gets through, it's kind of whatever.
But once we know that
I'm not
that's
showing light anymore in my life.
contained within your willingness.
You guys had a chance to bash me.
Saying he's never going to shove light again. Some adjustments. And jokes, of course.
Name somewhere on Earth Nacho Barbero would rather be than at this table in this event right now.
He loves it. Absolutely loves it.
I've been hearing this more often.
Well, Patrick,
Is you?
gonna love the look of an ace of hearts in the small blind. Action folded around to him.
Talking about him coming second in the mystery bounty, and I said, well, look, save it for the main event. He's like,
Must be nice
no,
to not
Henry,
be poor.
save it for the 50k.
Yeah, I saw this.
Bro, who needs $1 million in equity? Really?
Decides to limp. Hecklin
What happened?
says, okay.
You don't know?
On the big final table.
The 25K, was it? The PSPC, was it?
I misclicked.
Someone raised under the gun. He didn't see.
Oh, yeah. You were a big stack also, so, right?
Oh, no, I
Not
had
sure what
a cheap leader by, I was
Yeah, big
Patrick's
chip,
side
big
card
chip.
is.
like 2 times a second.
Yeah, so you're probably opening loose.
No, I tried to shove on the big line.
Ah,
And I
okay.
didn't see the open.
Somebody raised, you look at the big blind, you put half his
I
half
was
his
talking,
stack.
I was
Yeah.
talking to somebody on the
You had
crowd,
like what?
and I looked down and I did, because I'm pretty sure they didn't announce the race, or maybe I didn't hear it.
No, they are now.
They announced?
No?
I don't think they are now.
Yeah, but still, you're like playing.
It's your responsibility to look and see what is going on. Yeah.
You were talking to your rail, right?
Yeah.
What do you have? You have a very bad hand. I
I
forgot.
lost 5 million like on that hand.
A lot of chips.
What was your hand? I remember it was quite a bad hand.
And what do you shove the big blind with?
9-3 suited.
9-3 suited.
Well, it went check on the flop and turn. Now Hecklin has rivered a jack, which it would
But you put like
seem
a
was the best hand, Henry.
Yeah, unless Patrick's
Yeah, you just put more than his
trapped
stack in,
with ace
so-
king, aces, ace jack.
I put the 5 millions. So even, I just pushed a stack because I didn't see a raise.
And the guy went on in for like 10 million or what?
The guy went on in here like...
I go for a little third pot stab on the river.
Oh,
Fuck,
man.
disaster.
That's better than if you said all in.
No, maybe who would have won? Who the fuck knows?
The guy folds, for
What,
sure.
what did he have?
Jack. But then, I mean, I lost half of my chips, so I went down to like 12 millions. But then I was 1 hour after I had 2 times a second again. 5 seconds? And I got 3 out of it. 65% of it.
Oh, Hecklin gonna go for
So,
some
I mean, it
value
wasn't
here.
really like, it was like whatever. So I took it pretty good. 'Cause
Unanticipated?
I was cheap leader again and I
No, it's just sick. I mean, these guys are so good at their craft.
No, it's not how it works.
Yeah.
You do this thing, you already maybe.
A spot where maybe most of us
You know?
would just call kicker issues.
Opposite the one my friends are for, right?
9 million minus 4 equals 5. 9 plus 9 equals 18.
2.5 million more, bro.
2.5 million.
The rest of the table appears to be glossing over this exchange.
Small stake.
Not Patrick, though.
This guy's in a big head. Yeah. Making a lot of noise.
Do you weight him more toward just ace high at this point?
The stare down certainly gave me some ace high vibes. To make the call, it's shown the jack 6, and it certainly seems that was the case. Maybe an ace 9.
Tell you what, when you get raised by the jack 6 on the end there, and then realize
I got one
thin
more round to
value
chill.
was successfully pursued and you were the victim, it doesn't sit well.
No. No, well played, Hecklin. Chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker. Big blind 20k. Hecklin leading not only this feature table, but the entire tournament out in front with 1.56 million. 27 players left with 15 paid. Another 7-figure payday here in North Cyprus. The Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino. Plan today is to play all the way down to a champion. And obviously by that time, the 25k turbo will most likely be over and done with. But tomorrow, we'll switch it up with some day 1 coverage of the 75k. So we're playing that one through day 1 and 2. Then on the 18th.
It's nice, eh, the cold brew.
I like it.
Highly anticipated Luxon Pay Invitational.
Yeah.
Still some pairings to be announced.
I prefer the
200k buy-in.
Ice Americano.
Yeah?
It's amazing.
This one is a bit stronger, I think.
It's way better.
I like it.
I also like that one.
Oh, yo.
Antonius right back in the saddle from the button with the queen 7 suited. Barbero deliberates with 8-9 off. 27 remain. 15 paid. Brilliant flop here for Patrick as he's got the gutter and the diamond draw.
Yeah, it's just trouble for Nacho. 2 overs and a gut shot. Board texture that he could potentially start leading on. 110 in the middle with 190 behind. Also room to check jam. Check jamming's kind of nice. Get some random jack high, queen high, king highs to bet fold. Although at this SPR, I'm not sure if we want to be doing check jamming or leading more as we see him lead out for 25k. Shy of quarter pot. And Patrick's just going to put him in. Action back on Nacho. Has to fold.
So we were friends. Okay.
If not friend, he trap you. Call.
French play hard, huh?
Barbero suggesting that follow-through might have an impact on their friendship. Facetiously, of course, as we swing it back over to a developing situation at the other feature table between Vietnam's Tai Tin Chu, the opener under the gun with ace-queen offsuit, and India's Santosh Suvarna, one title under his belt already here in this festival, and a 3-bet inbound.
You sprint to the toilet?
I was about to, but I think it's just...
If it calls,
185.
I mean, you're doing 10 seconds to the toilet anyway.
Yeah.
So you're doing fine. Just don't slip on the way.
What am I?
545.
I can just hold it. Worst case.
545 total.
Chu asking for a count.
Yeah, understandable with this holding in particular, ace queen O. Flatting is a bit dicey. Playing the rest of the hand out of position. Does he give Savannah credit for 3-bet folds? It's a sizable 3-bet, by the way. And look at this. 3.6x. Sorry, 3.7x. Up to 185. I just want to play for it. Oh, he did say all in, and a snap call from Savannah, who is in fantastic shape.
Absolutely.
To double up to 1.1 million. If he can hold here, he move up to 5th in chips.
A little good news. I had the king.
You with a compassionate headline that he mucked a king, but it's going to take more than mucked kings to help this ace-queen. And wouldn't you know it, 4 in the deck, one of the others surface on a king 9-8 board, where Suvarna has the stranglehold and could leave Chu drawing dead on the turn, as he's done. Aces and kings on the turn, kings full on the end. And as you mentioned, Henry, Suvarna vaulting up into the top 5.
This guy just seems to be crushing at the moment. Tournaments, cash games, another deep run developing. So he's still early doors, not even in the money yet, but Savannah
Too strong.
loving life with a top 5 chip stack.
Can never be too careful, you know? Very careful.
Quite the field. Henrik Hecklin in first. Shid Ben Sharif in second. Punat Punsri in third. Justin Bonomo in fourth. Michael Watson in fifth. Savannah in sixth. Jason Kuhn in seventh. Antonius in eighth. Steve O'Dwyer in ninth. And Ben Heath in 10th. Rounding out the top 10. I mean, good luck putting up all their resumes and pulling them together.
Just chock full, a minefield. The path to victory here with 27 runners remaining. 10 and 25,000 are the blinds. Brought to you by Merit Poker. Suvarna now neck and neck with Jason Kuhn at the head office here at this feature. On the other side of that exchange, Tai-Tin Chu down to 14 bigs. Kuhn, hijack open. Some whispers that he was going to try to lace an unscheduled bathroom run in there between hands. I think he was.
I believe he just did.
Did he?
Yeah.
Successful. Well, we know he's a sprinter.
He did miss a hand, but it was a hand that he wouldn't have wanted to be involved in because Savannah rivered the second nut boat.
Good point. Ace 7-3 here as Chu defended the big and has outflopped Jason. Very dry texture.
Awkward spot for the short stack against the continue. It's like a mandatory check call, but across turns and rivers gets really difficult, especially against someone like Jason who, you know, is more than capable of applying pressure on future streets. Even with this C-bet alone, the SPR going to the turn would be close to 1. Got middle pair. Yeah, just going to let it go. Can get behind it.
It's curious, though, isn't it, that it's hard to flop a pair. The texture is dry. Kuhn doesn't have to have an ace. And if we flop as relatively strong as a pair of sevens with a jack kicker on that particular board, yet we don't wish to continue in the face of a natural follow-through, should we make an argument against defending the big at all then?
And I got like, I made like at the moment what
I mean, the most likely development is...
Thank you to him. Like I thought it was like kind of embarrassing, but now I'm really glad I did it. Like while we were on screen.
one pair if we're going to improve, right?
Yeah, but the ace-high board texture is a hijack open. I mean, you're asking such a broad question in the sense that you're basically saying that we should just never defend big blind then, if that's the case.
I would love to be defending the big blind with the jack 7. Don't think that's where I'm coming from. But if we just let go in the face of a barrel on the a7-3 board, despite flopping a 7 there, do we not? I mean, oftentimes we'll just see the check call and then decide on turn.
But I think the decision there is like, okay, we check call, but we just have to fold so many turns and rivers against the c-bet in that position. So just saving that 40k helps him preserve his stack a little bit. And against someone like Jason, as I mentioned, who is going to barrel on future streets and put us in a tough spot where we just don't really get to show down our 7 there that often.
Well, if you thought the future was bleak for jack 7, how about ace 10, which is where Suvarna finds himself here as a defender on an ace 5-4 board up against Danny Tang's ace king. 65k to follow through from DT.
Just shy of half pot. Savannah obviously not going to be going anywhere. Brick turns make things interesting for Tang. That's not one of them, unfortunately. Savannah potentially bailed out a little bit here by the deck. Still value to be had, but whether it's on the turn, then check river, or check turn, and then try and extract on the river.
You live in Malaysia? Sorry? You live in Malaysia? Yeah, yeah. Been there before?
Now 2 straights available.
Like all my buddies are Malaysian. Just somehow never been
The 7 comes off.
I will.
Yeah. Nice place.
Yeah, here's the best.
And very nice food.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's very clean and beautiful.
Savarna.
Nice turn, nice turn. No turn, no river. Ooh.
Bit blocky with the 60K. Maybe merging value in there as well.
Yeah, Danny just pointing out. Savannah got lucky with the turn and river run out.
Yeah.
Whereas the ace-10 gets showered for a lot more.
Ooh. Oh, Saturn. This is still considered running good. Really? Yeah. I will look at it that way. Yeah.
It is indeed.
Yeah, for sure.
One of the most important things.
Situational run good.
I'm just continue. I should just bet turn maybe. I don't know.
Could be that, Danny, but I think a lot of us.
Usually when Jason keeps quiet, that means it's right. So.
Hey, I never give you a hard time. Unless you ask for it, I never give you a hard time.
Still can't believe you called me with queen high flush on a 1-card flush board in short deck.
Oh yeah, I remember that hand. I thought you were going crazy on
me. You must give me some credit.
More ace-queen versus ace-king violence. Both suited on this occasion as Buldigan, the opener, gets piled on by Sun Yu. Brian Kim, newcomer.
Oh, 驚係咩？
唔係，我驚佢3-3啊又。I just worry he go pocket pair again.
Vyacheslav, bit of a grimace.
Yeah, we just talked about that.
Good news for him is he's got Sun Yu covered.
I have
An 880K pot.
How about this? Just don't lose. Top okay, top okay, don't lose.
Chop okay. Announced. Oh, difficult on that board.
Yeah, the 9-8 deuce 2 heart flop. Heavily in favor of ace-king.
No chop.
That remains the case on the turn. And the river is safe as well. So a nice double there for the Malaysian Sun Yu.
You bet my chip.
No, my chips you took from me.
You got a lot already.
The needles have been relentless today.
Sun still hunting his first ever cash as we flip it back over to our other feature table.
This is blind v blind. Patrick flopping the second nut flush.
I don't go there. No, you won't go there.
David Yan turning the nut flush after flopping a pair of nines.
I don't enjoy it that much. Main.
Yeah, 7 days grind.
The only good news for Patrick is he's got David Yan covered.
It takes 4 hours.
It's insane, bro. It's so slow.
No stop clock.
But this year
It was a limp from the small by Yan pre-flop.
After the main, there is another
Patrick said run it.
Okay.
No, it's a 10K,
25K went in from both players on the flop.
5 millions.
Yeah.
Patrick
It's going to be 3,000 players.
with a turn barrel.
And there is 100K too.
Yeah.
Alpha 8.
They have also a 100K bounty or something, right? Or was that last year? It was a 100K bounty tournament.
Yeah, Scott Ball won the 1 million bounty.
Nah, but that was on GG.
Or the
Phil had 20% or something like that.
Is it?
Yeah.
How come Phil had a piece? Phil Ivy?
Phil Nagy.
Oh, Phil Nagy.
Oh. The piece.
They are buddies. Sir.
This year is going to be insane, the World Series. It's going to be so many people.
Poker is
I think
alive.
It might be the record. This year might be the record ever.
Where is it? Where in
Bali.
Check raised to 180,000 by Yan. Henry, and if we're Patrick,
like
we hold
Are you a US tax
2
resident?
hearts, including the king.
No.
It's such a sick spot. You flop the second nut flush, blind v blind.
If you are, you have to pay tax for it.
And we know that there
Continue
is
going for value.
some ace-X contained within Yan's small blind limp range, but maybe we weight him more toward an open, a raise.
I miss Vegas.
Sure.
I miss
Yeah,
Vegas.
I mean,
like Vegas?
I love it.
not all.
Sure.
Now I wanna start-
Therein lies the
I
issue
wanna
for
start-
Patrick as he makes the
What?
call.
They don't love you.
They don't love me. I love that.
River is blank.
I love it
485
on
in
the winter. I
middle.
love it. On the summer,
Yeah. Stay 1 year there.
See how much Jan wants to go for here.
Yeah, well, I cannot leave. They took my passport. Until I win my case. Okay.
1 year you have to stay in America.
Once the
He
court
doesn't,
say,
he doesn't know about the case, I think.
I know.
Oh yeah, 1 year.
once I go to the airport from the court, straight to the state.
Ciao. Ciao.
It's going to go for almost all of it.
Yep.
Polarizing as much as possible.
What a sick
Never
feeling in the
again.
pit of Patrick's stomach here.
This really reminds me of the main event in Vietnam where Linus put Patrick in the blender with ace-3, 3 of hearts.
How does it feel like you have it? Really feels
After
like
Patrick
you
flopped a
have it.
flush.
I'm not good enough to fold here. Not good enough to fold.
Oh.
Well, you heard Patrick. First he said, why does it feel like you have it? And he said, I'm not good enough to fold. Well, we know that Patrick is among the best out there.
My visa expired actually.
Hero calls and hero folds aplenty on his resume, but not on this occasion, as he loses a massive one to David Yan.
Crazy. Maybe I go there and they say, no, you can't get in. No, I'm lying.
Is he a
Not
limp
often
hop?
you see Patrick
It's easy with the
bothered
DS,
by
you
the
get
outcome of a hand.
They have to reply first, I think.
What?
They have to be
Not immune to
reply first.
frustration, though.
No, I mean, giving Yang
Oh, that
credit,
doesn't take
obviously,
long. Takes like 1
being
day.
able to have bluffs
Oh,
there.
really? Oh, I should do it now. Oh, wow.
I'm not sure actually. Maybe it takes less than a day, but could be 1 day.
Wow, you actually make me think about that.
Yan up to third in chips overall with over 1.5 million as Patrick slips down to 18th with 26 remaining. Barbero, ace-9 offsuit. Opens to 50,000. Most recent eliminations. We saw Orpins bust out with that straight and flush draw that he chose to check raise against Henrik Eklund. Weiken Young out in 28th and Phil Nagy out in 27th. 2 9s for Henrik Eklund. In a good way here against the Argentine. In the big.
This is what, 15 big blinds? Big blind V under the gun. Let's see Henrik just pile here. He does
Every
put
time I
Barbero all in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
Will be a final 3 table redraw once we get down to 21. Still a ways to go before we can start thinking of redraws and money as Barbero does fold and now finds himself really in the danger zone. 13 bigs and he's now going to be in the big blind. Putting the big blind and the big blind ante.
Still a good handful of players sitting on less than Nacho.
You go back to Argentina?
Once a year. Maybe I start going more now because Phil wants me to go play some tournaments in Punta Cana. So I have to go. I will have. For now, I think I'm gonna go 2 times a year now. It's so far away, like, and I like Europe honestly. I feel good in Europe. Europe, America. I miss obviously my friends and everything, but it's just so far. 17 hours.
Tune Mulder opening the Jack 9 suited.
No. I mean on the pro, on the
Like 1 2 hours away.
What? Yeah, it's 3 hours away. 2 hours.
Argentina, a place that you visited, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, lived
quite
there
bit,
for a
lived
brief
there for
time in
while.
Buenos
Do you have
Aires.
some tournaments there?
Just before your poker commentator
Yeah,
career,
but
way
it's
back
so
when?
kinda
No.
small.
In between.
Oh, in between.
Yeah.
Well,
Why don't you stay there?
Wow, imagine where you'd be today had I.
We used to have like
Kind of an obstructionist move by me, huh?
Well played, well played.
we had a LGBT at the first one of the first one. It was like a 5K bind.
Oh.
Dominic Nietzsche won it for 400K.
Oh, sick.
I busted the first hand of the final table. I was so tilted.
Barbera's always got a story, man.
Ace King. The
Nacho
guy
is one of the most limitlessly
lines of
entertaining people that you can add to a lineup.
small line, he's just open to 15 lines.
Considerably chirpier
I shoved.
when ahead,
Yeah,
but
we'll have to
that's
call
not a characteristic
Oh, yeah.
unique to him. And
Yeah, it's
still
fine, I mean, but
chatty at present, despite
Though Paul,
being
by the way, paying attention to the conversation, asking a question as he reaches for 50K
8 or something.
Oh, 400K is a lot of money.
with the
There
aces.
it was a lot of money. It was
Come
like
on,
by
man.
far the
This is
biggest
boss
tournament
we're
I
talking about.
played in.
Sneaky. Oh boy.
wow, nines and jacks, both materializing in the blinds, and this is true trouble for Barbero.
Yeah, Bossman's partner in the Luxon Pay 200K Invitational. Soiser in the big with a couple of jacks.
All in.
He too will get it in there. Barbero has Soiza covered, so there will be a modest side pot.
This card is has to be changed. One of it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, next time this one.
Between
Change deck.
Nacho and Boss, while Soiza will play for the bulk of things
Oh,
in
this
just
is
the
long
main.
deck. Okay, long deck.
I already triple up this hand. I like it.
You want you want
I
side deck?
already triple up, yeah. I
2 to
know
1 like
things.
you.
I knew yesterday I was gonna lose kings to tens, but this one I know 100%.
You're quite good with decks for some reason.
The confidence with the worst of it.
Mysticism,
Nine on the win.
manifestation, but not to be for the 2-9s. For the time being on a Queen 10-6 board where no one holds a spade.
Good news is no one can be dead on the turn.
I'm gonna sit down because he's when I'm winning.
You. What's that?
Wow.
You want jack, you want 9.
Yeah.
No, nothing changed.
Nothing changes.
We just swap. We just
Soiza
swap
and
hands. 9.
Barbero.
Come on, 9.
Blocking one another, but look at Nacho.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Oh yes.
Jacker 7 would work for him. Is it there?
thank
No,
God,
it's the
7.
king as the aces
Imagine
hold
if
and
seven
Boss
come, Paul.
claims
Seven
2
pieces.
pelts at once.
Then I'm the second guy. Go for early break.
GG's
When
Barbero
you said it was
and
long
Soiser.
I just remembered the first
Shout
time
out to the
we played
Soiser
with JJ.
family, by the way,
We played
helping me
like 2 or 3 orbits.
on my mend.
And then we realized
Yeah.
we're playing with.
Go on, then.
Cash game, is it?
No, it was the one.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe the 1 million in Japan.
Did
And then it was short deck.
It was. We were
you have a collarbone donor somewhere in the Soiza clan? Perhaps some ribs?
Not something you can switch out, but they did open their family home doors to me.
Even for everyone, assuming no one knew. So
Yeah,
we
you
cannot
changed the deck and we
Go back to KL, home of obviously the team behind the scenes. Bossman, Andy.
Part of the team in front of the scenes. Secret Lab, our official chair partner here on the Triton Poker Series. Over 2 million users today have a Secret Lab chair in their own homes, but our latest Titan Evo 2023 chair is the preferred seating of choice for many leading brands around the world, including us here on the Triton Poker Tour. It's award-winning comfort, perfect for high-stakes action.
Really is. For us here in the booth.
They don't know.
Yeah, 2 hours.
Flush beat. Flush doesn't beat full house.
I mean, like that
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know who was there. Like, probably not. But
no,
Probably, but
like that's what we
JRB
we
found out.
were all like looking at each other like who's not surprised? Like
Should we just go for lunch,
it was
Ali?
like, it was like a Mexican standoff. Like we all just like
These guys with the stories.
That was
and the
funny.
table banter.
I think I even lost like half my stack in some kind of flip, and obviously like it wasn't a real flip.
I prefer just sitting back and listening, if I'm being honest, to trying to compete with the entertainment value.
Nah, even it's like one orbit is a lot already. The dealer should realize it's so little card.
Yeah. I guess it was just. I think it was because there's been short deck tournaments. They were in the beginning, or something.
I forgot.
Like,
I actually admit that
it was short deck. Yeah.
the guys have facilitated me actually having lunch
Just all like laughing at it. It was
At that time,
while here in the booth with large opportunities to throw down some calories.
So who?
no. I was +1. Yeah, correct now.
Got to dance in and out.
No.
I mean, you haven't really kind of gone down that road yet, Henry. I know the other night,
Oh, he's
a little bit of fruit you put away late in the evening, but
okay.
being able to house an entire meal.
Big blind only.
It's definitely easier with a chatty table and a commentator as well that just, you know, he sees you munching away, holds down the fort for a couple of minutes whilst you're tucking into some food.
That helps.
It's on.
Does
fine,
indeed.
right? Oh, sorry. It looked like looked like cards from here. I could only see
Ace
the
9
cards, right?
helping Paul open to 50K. Jack 10 suited now for Antonius, who continues to chew basically continuously.
I don't think I've ever bumped into Patrick when he's not eating. That's how you maintain that physique. A disciplined fold by the Jack 10.
Well,
it's the +1 open.
I do feel compelled to push back on the notion that continuous eating is how you obtain Patrick's physique, because I, here at Merit, find myself eating quite continuously, and yet I
You also
have
have
only
to work
managed a
out.
1-pack, not the fabled 8 to 12-pack that Patrick is working on.
You got the buns, hun.
King 8-4 here with a couple of hearts. Don't you worry about my buns.
No, I'm not worried about them at
Kilbane.
all.
All right.
Brian Kim back in the mix. Love to see it, by the way. Shout out to the Kim family as well. Brian sent me some screenshots from his family group chat. They've been watching the stream.
Oh, I thought they had opened their home to you as well.
No,
as
well, maybe
some of
when
the
I go back to Vegas, but
continued medical benevolence being shown. Are you actually injured? Or are you just looking for a place to stay?
might be the case. But no, often, you know, us commentators and staff just get treated so well by the players, whether it be sharing drinks or food, or just a conversation on break.
Listen, the family vibe here at
It really
Triton
is.
extends beyond any sort of partition associated with players.
It extends beyond Triton as well. I know some of these people here are friends of yours away from the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Sure. Neighbors even.
Paul thinking of maybe getting a cheeky one through from early position. Discipline fold, gonna let it go.
I think there's times where you kind of take the temperature of the table and you feel like, well, I'm more likely to get one through right about now than at some other points in time as the dynamics ebb and flow. Henry, maybe that part of it.
Also
You've been
just-
there, right? You kind of
yeah,
look up and you're like,
Jack
not
10.
now. These guys
Yeah.
are sticky.
Not enough kit. Oh boy, Kim gonna run into the ace queen of turn. Gonna just make the snap call, and
Yeah.
Kim looking to convert this 37% equity.
Well, from not enough kit to more than enough for Toon Mulder, who finds himself squaring off against Brian Kim. Blind versus blind, 825 in the middle, and that Kim family group chat is awash in calls for a king or a 10. Not to be. Deuce 8-9. The 10 of spades working hard. And
That's a
even
fun
harder.
turn.
Mulder does improve to queens, but just look at all of the paths to a double for Brian Kim. Are they available? Yes, the Jack of Diamonds slides on in, giving Kim the nut straight.
Up to a very workable 33 big blinds. Always happy to see a Kim run, but I will say I'm rooting for a second place finish for him here.
Reason being?
That I don't have to pick up the tab of shipping back the trophy for him to America, which his sister made a point of that Henry Kilbane guy is going to pick up the fee. So second place, Brian Kim, you can have that one.
Really trying to weasel your way out of shipping a trophy back to the States.
Have you seen the size of these trophies?
I'm more concerned about the size of your bankroll if you're worried about the size of the shipping bill. I tease, of course. Yes, they are very heavy. In fact, I remember at one point in time, one of our players, as we had a brief delay to get our post-winner photographs and whatnot, holding in one hand the trophy, and I begin to see the hand tremble. I mean, you know, you hold a dumbbell straight out.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
think it's going to be able to last a while, and all of a sudden 10, 15 seconds in, and it's a little tougher than you think it is.
15 seconds.
For me, 6 to 7, if I'm being honest.
All right, we need to get you in the gym, pal.
Please
okay?
don't.
No, come on.
Stop it.
It's 2023.
Yeah,
Being
why break
healthy-
the streak?
Being healthy is a thing. Treadmill session tomorrow? Come on.
I don't know if that's my solution. Maybe, should I do Pilates? Maybe yoga. Yoga feels like the right thing for me.
Sly Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Some
I
cute
know
ones in the
exactly
yoga
why you want
class.
to do Pilates and yoga, mate.
Relax. All right. I got all the angles. Kim putting the new chips to work promptly on the button with Jack 9 offsuit, as Paul with Queen 10 will be a customer and flop himself top pair on a arid Queen 4 deuce board.
Disconnected and dry as it gets. Brian Kim with 2 overs to the 4 deuce as well. Got to continue for 10%. See a lot of these small bets just designed to fold out hands that have 6 outs. Small check raise. Hang on a minute. It was a 50 KC bet, but I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen.
Gut
It's
shot obtained by Brian on the turn here.
Did you bring the family or not? Did you bring the family or not? At this time?
Yeah, so there's 270 in the middle. Kim picking up a gut shot on the turn.
Probably not the best place.
Certainly a turn card that he could continue barreling on. The King of Hearts overcard to the board, and a card that should favor him more so than Paul. Fires 2/3 on the turn. Really leaning into those gut shots, open-enders, 4x, deuce x.
I've never been, but Australia I was gonna go a few times.
I'd love to go. One of the places I really want to go.
Beautiful nature, right?
It's, I mean, you need like a gap in your calendar.
Kim really getting after this one.
It's not something.
Yeah, it's a
that we
great
go
spot,
for.
this turn card.
Like in my opinion, so far away. Like I was for a couple of weeks.
Picking up equity against hands that do call. Get to fold out. So many hands that have us beat.
Yeah, the deuce x, 4x coming to mind is unable to continue. As Paul does hang in there, and a 3 on the river. Moss's check call on turn now certainly leaves us aware that in all likelihood we're up against better than a pair of deuces or pair of 4s, Henry.
Yeah, 100% on a rainbow turn texture. Paul unshook. Calling 50 on the flop. 180 on the turn. Does Kim empty the clip? Doesn't have to be worried about straights. Hands like ace-5, 6-5. They're just not part of Paul's range anymore. This does look like what it is, which is a Queen X that's called flop, called turn. And it's going to have a tough decision on a river if Kim wants to go for all of it.
Look at the heart on this young man here as he
That's so sick.
holds back a chip, and we all waited with bated breath upon his decision. And look at the pressure that this Queen 10 is under, as random King X could certainly seek value in this manner.
Such a sick spot. Kim with the 1, 2, 3. Flop, turn, and river.
I'll tell you what, Boss doesn't like it, but he's a tough enough customer to rise up and make this call. For the time being, extensions are on his mind as he is going to think this one over.
If Paul can make this call here, it's going to be tournament chip leader by quite some margin. Kim going to be left with dust, of course. Just the 5K chip back, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me ask you a small technical question. If Paul's going to bother to make the call, should he do it in the form of a jam to 565, just in case he's right?
No.
Never.
No, never. Unless you have the nuts, the answer is never.
Okay. Because we don't expect there to be anything that Kim would be willing to call for the extra 40K that doesn't have Queen 10 beat.
Exactly. Really thinking this one through. I mean, this hand looks like a queen. And Brian just really leveraging that King of Hearts on the turn. Brian obviously has the ace-king, king-queen, overpair range advantage. Also has ace-5s. As he makes the fold and Kim gets one through the triple barrel, emptying the clip. On flop, turn, and river.
How about
the flop top pair to fold?
Paul might be thinking about that one a while. Get a glimpse into, in part, why it is that Brian Kim has been as successful as he has throughout the course of his poker career, which is in its Triton infancy. Did join us in Vietnam, cashed 3 events.
Next level is going to be heavy.
2 final tables, a 3rd and a 4th place finish. And here he is 2 for 4 already with a 19th in the 25K GG Super Millions and a 10th in the 30K Mystery Bounty.
Let's hope it's not myself.
North of 1 million on tour earned already.
Again.
Again, 3
I'll
times.
show you.
Yeah, no.
Last first time ace king. Last time 4-bet, right? This time I'll show you.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah.
Good.
1.5, 150, 150, 150,000.
Are you going to show him now,
it's
Danny?
So good that you don't want to go all in. Really?
Maybe I want to see the flop.
No, never.
Never?
Never.
So you want to fold me?
Really? You are
Spot on
going
read
to-
by
How
Danny.
much do you have to look at? What's the raise, please?
The 150.
I mean, it's so good.
200, 1.5.
It's so good you don't want to go all in, huh?
Sometime.
Yeah, fold.
Wow.
Nice ball.
What? Ace?
It's jack, it's jack.
Ace jack.
Yeah, yeah. It's jack, it's good.
It's so good, huh? You don't want to go all in,
Next
huh?
time I just 50, I raise 100. Ah, and then it's quick.
Fold, easy fold. That have to
Two
fold.
more time, I ain't folding
You
shit.
save my money.
I ain't
No,
folding.
min raise 75.
50, 75.
75, okay.
Then maybe good. First time I'll fold it. Next time, never. No more. Never.
Good guess.
Impressed, Henry?
I got a pocket pair.
Yeah, I mean,
Pocket pair maybe.
it's just a fold against what that range looks like, but still not easy.
We'll find out. It's on TV, bro.
Is it more straightforward than it feels like
I
to
think
make
so.
that fold?
Yeah.
Okay.
Against that stack depth. And Danny just picking up on that straight away.
Right.
Rightfully so. Getting 3-bet off of
Yeah, but that's okay.
a 13 big blind stack
Normal.
from those positions.
Back at it is Sun, this time with ace-4 suited. Pocket fours for Tai Tin Chu. He's ready to set sail.
I take it. Yeah, I take it.
And Sun is going to take a spin. What a beautiful spot for Chu, by the way, as he's only up against 1 overcard.
Yeah.
He could all in, man.
62% of the equity. 5 cards to come.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just saying. But he maybe doesn't get this situation. I think he called.
Off to the races we go with 470 in the middle. Ace on the flop. Disaster for Chu.
Yeah.
Gets it in. Great.
Not that. Just sit in 1 week.
Oh, there you
Gets 3 outed.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Rich.
Spades.
Rich cut.
Not mine.
Always a sweat.
Yeah.
Even in 50Ks.
A lot sweatier for Tai Tin Chu, who's at risk here and doesn't improve. So Sun Yu will
15? Yeah.
claim a pelt as Tai Tin unable to make the money as the players head for a scheduled break. Take a look now at the chip counts. Jason Kuhn, 45 big blinds, 1.355 million. Good for 4th in chips overall. Blinds will be 15 and 30,000 when the players return. Those chip counts brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Short stack will be Vyacheslav Buldigin in that 5-way affair. As we welcome you back to the desk, Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane. And Henry, thoughts on the first frame here on the day?
Well, honestly, one of the most entertaining first frames, maybe not from like big hand v big hand, although we did have plenty of those, but just from the overall willingness from the guys to just exchange banter, a lot of stories being shared, a lot of needling at the highest stakes. So yeah, for us in the booth, it was kind of a quiet one because we just got to sit back and enjoy some of the fascinating stories that were being shared during that.
Not quite as enjoyable a frame for some. Patrick Antonius coming to mind with that king-high flush as he ran into the ace-high flush of David Yan, who currently sits 3rd overall. Overall chip leader is Henrik Hecklin. 2nd, Rashid Ben Sharif. Haven't had a chance to spy him. I know that the chat out there longing for some coverage. We'll see what happens as we step aside for a moment. And as we do, we send you to yet another one of our GTO Wizard quizzes. Stay close.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. What does the bubble factor measure in a poker tournament? A. ICM pressure. B. How often your hand will win. Or C. The number of busts before the money bubble. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all of GTO passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Full-time champ. Bricked all of the Hold'em events in Vietnam. Did end up cashing the short deck main. Oh, wow. Danny's made the call with the 2 9s.
Heroic.
What do you have, 9s?
Yeah.
But vulnerable. And even Badziakuski is taking note of this.
645k pot.
You have?
Yes.
Thank you.
You had what?
5 and
34% equity for Bads. Can the 9s hold? They can.
Wow.
Crucial double there. And Badziakuski with a bit of a smirk, as if to say, I gave him all he could handle.
How about that for a call? Danny Tang.
Off to a good start.
Yeah, that's a huge call.
Meanwhile, we find Michael Soiza on the button, opening with the ace-6. Boss with jack-4 defended the big, and here will check call the follow through with the better of the two holdings, middle pair, and a welcome turn card for Boss's liking.
Top card pairing, less likely that Soiser has a 10. Boss unblocking every draw, both flushes, all of the straight draws. 1, 4, 5 in the middle. Paul, of course, played one of the biggest hands of the tournament late last night, the final hand, I believe, against Rashid Ben Sharif. We made a sick hero call for a sizable pot, allowed him to come in today 8th in chips, as it does go check, check. And the double paired board could potentially get Soiser in trouble, although ace-6, ace of diamonds, it sounds silly, but you'd rather hero call with like ace-8, ace-king, unblocking the flush draws. Having the 6 is bad.
You don't have invite, right?
Blocking 7, 6, 6, 5. All goes block. North of block. 16 to 145.
You see the grin on Soiser's face as he knows it's a bit of a delicate spot.
I think this is probably the combo of ace-high that you'd want to let go. Although these two have a ton of history against each other.
Soiser wants to mull it over, and the reason it's the less desirable of the combos, we block busted diamonds and we block some of those straight draws.
Yes.
Have invite already, don't mention this topic.
He does make the call. He's going to get shown the Jack 4. Oh.
Jack 4.
Squeezing out some value there on the river, and Soiser
Of course.
down to 220k.
I will consider calling.
Inside.
Seems like a...
It's not easy to win one. It's easy to be like you, to win 6, you know. You know how to win them, but I didn't know how to win them before Vietnam, so... Can't even say them. It's it. One.
Danny did pick up a title in Vietnam in the 25K short deck. 5.5 million plus in career Triton earnings across 14 caches for Tang. And he does have 2 caches already under his belt here. 6th in the 30K mystery bounty and 13th in the 40K 8 max.
I wish I had friends that hated money. Giving it away in the form of prop bets. You much of a prop better with friends, Ali?
I'm not.
Have you ever been laid something like just ridiculous that you just had to do? Had to go for?
No. I just find it the only bet that I've ever had of any consequence with a friend, I don't want to bet money, was a World Series baseball bet. Big Dodgers fan was a friend of mine. I was a big San Francisco Giants fan. They're arch rivals. And we bet the first team to go to the World Series. The other guy would have to pay for travel, accommodations, tickets to every game, and go with the other person while wearing merch for the other team, which was quite painful for my friend, who ended up losing. As we turn our attention back to this affair, 9-6-5 with a couple of diamonds, yielding a lovely development for Bandziakuski's big blind defense. Nut straight draw, along with a flush draw. Kuhn, the pre-flop villain, as Titan Chu flatted the 2 7s, which also don't mind this board.
Yeah, 165 in the middle. Makita was just 110 behind. Snap fold from Jason, I believe. I saw his cards quickly hit the mark. Titan Chu going to put bads in the middle. And note the equities, by the way. Bads with 48%.
You blocked it.
Sevens busy.
Yeah, Tang zeroing in on that reality.
Or pair the
3
I don't know about 9 of diamonds, man.
on the turn is safe.
Head of bot, you're usually safe.
Yeah.
Maciejewski needs to hit.
Ooh, and make it straight, right?
Yeah.
And he does, but in the poor form of a pair of eights, which gives Titan Ju the 9 high straight.
That's like one of the only hands he didn't want to see there. It's like sevens that block a few of his outs.
The 75, you have to change it, Paul.
Yet
We were
again, by
telling
the
him
way,
to change the 75
Maciejewski
to a 50K
not
mistake.
No more
going to
mystery.
find
Only
himself
one is fine.
You didn't
in the
like
money.
No,
Came
I
in
think
today as a top
one's
10
fine.
stack.
Okay, I think
Lost
we're
that big
gonna
pot against Danny.
not let the
Start of the
Super Pro
day.
decide.
Sure.
0 for
We're gonna let
5
the
thus
Well, you
far
asked me if
on
I
the
liked
series.
it. I answered you.
How much is that?
Was a pretty dry Vietnam up until his 2 cashes toward the end of the series. As we flip back over to Orpin Kisachikoglu, taking his chances with ace-king, running into 2 black 6s for Paul Pua, who is deliberating in the cutoff.
Yes, yes. So
Cool.
what?
Cool.
It's in my blood.
Going to flat.
What's that,
And now David Yan with pocket 9s.
The decision here, I think,
170.
about potentially ISOing. He feels like Paul has traps in the cutoff, which he can certainly have.
Could there have been an argument for Paul himself to
Oh,
be
you
the
wanna-
man to ISO with 2 6s, or it's too risky with the action behind?
I think sixes wants to flat and then fold to further action behind. It's a bit awkward, right? Because you can invite some flat calls in from later positions where sixes are vulnerable against overcards, suited broadways. Yeah, and of course, almost 40 big blinds effective against Paul, and has players behind as well, such as Hecklin, playing 45 bigs. Does find the jam, though. And that's going to allow Paul to get out of there, one would assume.
Nice to win this one.
Nice potential triple up spot.
Yeah, very much so.
For Orpin.
A fact not lost on him.
Oh, boy. Ah.
Are we playing a 50K or is this a home game? I mean,
A little of both, if I'm honest.
fantastic banter. Well, continuing coverage here in North Cyprus at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino of event number 6, the 50K 7 Max. As Ali Najad steps aside and Randy Liu jumps in. Randy, I kind of wished you were there for that stint because honestly, we didn't have to do too much talking. It was one of the most entertaining time slots, if you will, in terms of the players that we had at the table. We had Paul, Barbero, Hecklin, Orpin, just all sharing jokes and having a great time. Felt like a home game, even though there's 1.3 million going to the eventual champion. And it's something that you're familiar with the players. You know, yes, the stakes are high, but these guys just, they love the needling, the banter, and even though there's 1.3 million on the line, they're still willing to have a great time.
Yeah, with those Triton cash games that I do some commentary on, they're always playing the extremely high stakes, but there's like no moment of silence. Everyone is just talking and just making jokes. Needling is a big part of it, and I'm not surprised, especially with Nacho at the table, to do so.
Well, we are down to the final 23 players, 8 away from the money, so expecting the pace of play to slow down by a considerable amount now. Obviously, some heavy ICM implications coming into effect. Tournament chip leader is our 2-time champion, Henrik Hecklin, way out in front with 1.6 million. Aristak hovering around the 27-30 big blind mark, so still plenty of play to be had, but given that we are closing in on that money bubble, as mentioned, expect to see these middling stacks tighten up a little bit as we close in on the money. 2 new fresh tables, the red and the blue feature table featuring Punsri, Smith, Chidwick, Watson, Gravilovic, Sharif, as the players were, the viewers rather, were asking to see Rashid Ben Sharif. He's going to be on the red feature table. And then the blue feature table, O'Dwyer, Bonomo, Heath, Winter, Ponakovs, and Marta Ocean, as we throw it down to our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, for a minute's silence in regards to the passing of Doyle Brunson.
Players, if you'd all be upstanding, please let us take a moment of silence to remember the legacy of a true legend of our world of poker, Doyle Brunson. As we restart once again, may we carry on Doyle's passion for the game and honor his memory through your play. Best of luck.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Luca Vivaldi. In honor of Doyle Brunson, when you think of legends of the game, certainly one of the names that is always thrown into the arena, having achieved pretty much everything you can in this industry, with tournaments, nosebleeds, and obviously the players here honoring and respecting everything Doyle did for the game. And by being here, Randy, playing these stakes,
Alex, do you have
something
enough
that
blues?
Brunson was obviously all too familiar with, so I'd love to see everyone just paying their respects to a true legend, Randy.
Yeah, well said. Really is.
So without further ado,
I will say these
back
cards are harder
into the action. Blue feature table, table 1.
Less energy given out.
Between Ponakovs, Martirosyan, O'Dwyer, Bonomo, Heath, and Winter, all still in the hunt and contention
If anyone can, Sean's break.
at 1.3 million up top. 8 players away from the money bubble. Min cash of 88,400. It's pretty snug out there, you know, no overwhelming chip leader at the top. Have David Yan, Rashid Ben Sharif, and Henrik Hecklin all playing around 50 big blinds. Average stack in the tournament is 30, so expecting to see this one take some time. But there are a couple of short stacks out there. Stephen Chidwick, Patrick Antonius, both sat on 5 big blinds.
Yeah, noteworthy raise there. King and offsuit from the small blind.
We've played with the last 5 years. Who do you think would be the last to believe in these kind of abilities?
Isaac Haxton.
Not true.
No, he's super superstitious. He's probably the most in the tournament.
Superstition
He's up there.
is a little different than believing in psychic ability to read the order of the cards.
Okay, I'll make a bet with you that. Let's make a bet.
On what?
I'll give you 2 to 1. He doesn't say himself.
Oh no,
Bet 5K.
He's very humble. He wouldn't say himself or things like that.
He wouldn't put himself in the top 3. Bet 5K.
Well, I mean, there's a million American players to choose from. I'll think of some others for you.
I missed.
We talk about like
in your head though, and you know him very well. You might be right.
Psychic readings,
top 2% for that.
superstitions being thrown around.
Something about calling cards? I don't know. It's weird. Sounds like a nacho thing.
Is that something that you take in as part of your game plan?
Not
knowing the runouts of...
Knowing the runouts. Super using? Is that what you're saying?
No, Randy. The superpowers, not super using.
So actual
Superstitions
superhero
and
powers.
Something like that.
It's not quite my forte.
Do you know him?
So hard.
Bugstud.
Yeah, Bugstud.
I don't know him well enough, but I believe it.
No, I was thinking you would say like Jake.
I don't really know Jake that well.
Just like, I don't think he would believe in that stuff.
Well, in Doyle Brunson's honor, Patrick Antonius
Jake's very guarded. He never
just cracked 10 Mulder's pocket jacks with 10 deuce.
kind of.
by the way.
Closed book.
Over on the
Really?
outer table, you can sweat that along
It's not like I'm confused
on
about
the
it, it just doesn't
Triton
do
Poker Plus app, table 3.
They just hit some 2 pairs.
Yeah, yeah, he did. 10 on the river, just like Brunson, mate.
Careful when you're mucking.
How about it? We have. What is this, producer James?
So you're counting like superstition in with this?
A ginger shot. It's,
Ginger shot.
It's huge.
Not superstition. That's
Shall we go for it?
Well, bottoms up, my friend.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, who are the least superstitious Americans?
What I'm trying to say is.
I wish there was a camera on,
What the?
on Randy's face for that one.
Steve Zolotow.
Ugh.
Whoa, I'm getting the afterkick.
Do I need to turn off the mic?
I think so.
God.
I'm having a panic attack. Woo! I'll put hairs on your chest.
Does not believe in it.
Somewhat vile. Mm.
I already feel my health levels increasing tenfold just seconds after.
Your arm is healing. I can see it.
My bones are no longer broken, Randy.
Yeah.
Where is
What, and not believing it?
Yeah. What I haven't seen that name forever. That name and.
I think there's quite a few people that would be like.
I used to play money with Andy Block.
And. Who's that guy that did that? Ted Forrest? Weight loss bet? Never got paid or something?
What?
He had to get like pretty much anorexic, and then for $1 million, and he didn't. I don't know what the fucking story was.
Some stories being shared.
The problem is, every time you look at these cards, every hand looks pretty. I don't know what it is.
Well, blind v blind,
David
Randy.
Swansky is my number 1.
21, 22 big blinds for Ponogovs is covered by the big blind.
A lot of situations where this could get in, depending on how Ponkov approaches it, especially if he comes in with a limp. Limp jam is a pretty big play here of ace-7 suited with 21 blinds. Looks like on an open raise. I'd imagine Arthur would be pretty happy getting in 2 9s, blind versus blind against Alexei.
And then action back on Ponokovs. Are we putting money in?
That's the big question. It depends on how wide you think the big blind is going to be 3-bet jamming on you. I think.
Oh, he's made the call pretty quickly. If Artur can find the hold here, Randy, with the 2 9s, it's going to be up to around 1.5 million, which is good for a top 5 chip stack.
Actually, either way, top 5 chip stack.
Yeah, that's
who wins
true.
This one.
Yeah, it's so close. Just 3 big blinds between the 2.
Yeah,
Does it make sense?
No, but that's what I'm saying.
10, 8, 6. No diamonds. Ponokov's picking up a couple of outs, although 2 9s busy in Martiroshin's hand. The jack on the turn changes nothing. Ponokov's looking for an ace or a 9 to double up. No dice as the 5 of hearts completes the board, and with that, Artur up to 1.5 million. Moves up to 3rd in chips, tied with Rashid Ben Sharif. Just on the tail of Henrik Hecklin and David Yan. We're down to 22 players, which means just one more elimination, Randy. And we will have the final 3-table redraw.
Quick switch to the blue table. Rashid going to work here. Queen 9 offsuit in the hijack.
Makes sense to see him switching through the gears, right? It's 7 off the money with those middling stacks behind.
He's always struck me as a quite aggressive player. You know, when you give him the big stack, he's just going to continue to press. Dan Smith, though, no slouch, ace-deuce of clubs.
someone, if I'm not mistaken, that you've played with online.
Talking about Rashid?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say so. Known as Skywalker. Haven't seen him around in a while, obviously. Anyways, ace deuce of clubs.
Check.
Ben Sharif flopping best on the Jack 9.
I do see that backdoor clubs working with Dan Smith's hand. Could see some continues if there's a c-bet here on the flop.
$35.
Bet 35,000.
There is a c-bet.
Small one.
It is a small one. As I mentioned, those backdoor clubs, that ace high, that could still be good, of course.
The smaller you face the c-bet, the more likely Dan Smith, of course, comes along with this type of hand against a middle-ish position raise. Decent amount of stack to play for. There's probably some frequency of check raise with ace deuce of clubs, a lot of check calls.
Well, no club on the turn, undercard to the board. Going to be really difficult for Dan Smith to get this one to showdown. Even if you were up against hands like King 10, King Queen. Maybe some open-enders in the form of Queen 10, 10, 8.
Yeah, a lot of incentives to value bet this Queen 9. The kicker is quite good. You know, you are vulnerable to straight draws and diamonds as well. Can get looked up by worse twice. A little bit of checking as well, just to protect your checking back range.
5. 90. 90.
Bet 90,000 total.
Second barrel being fired into Smith.
I like the sizing he uses here. More likely to get peeled off by like even pairs worse than a 9 on the board. But as you alluded to earlier, it's quite hard for ace deuce to continue for more than one bet given the texture.
Dan Smith does get away from it on the turn. So Rashid chipping up nicely as we close in on the money bubble. Soft bubble, of course, still 7 away. Long old ways to go.
Thank you.
Biggest prize pool of the series so far. Chip counts brought to you by our title sponsor, GG Poker. Let's see, Stephen Chidwick on just 5 bigs, and well, after Jason Kuhn's victory, Chidwick has some work to do. Jason is still in this event with a very healthy 1.4 million. He's currently sat in 5th. Another deep run by Jason, and all of a sudden, that Ivan Leal Player of the Year leaderboard gets really snug up top.
Well, speaking of Jason, you know, he's currently in 5th place in this tournament, so he can definitely inch even closer. For now, Mike Watson.
Raise 65,000.
You were with me the other day, right? When Watson just snap called those 2 aces
Yeah.
against Petrangelo, and just the whole table was just kneeling Petrangelo the whole time. That was
been
great.
Fantastic. And the thing is, you know, it's Nicky P. For me personally, has one of the best senses of humor.
Yep.
Out of all of like the poker players, like away from the table, just hilarious guys. So it made sense that, you know, that was the guy that you can kind of have that kind of fun with, because he knows how to take it. It's all in good spirits, and even he himself was kind of like the
It was like
self-deprecating
4 or 5
jabs.
different guys just needling him, and he was just like.
But they were also needling Watson as well for the snap call.
Of course.
You know, with the aces. Like, it was great. Great
You told me
banter.
the hand, but if you would like to retell it, I would love to hear, or like the story. Or
It was like it was the tanky deuce. Day 2. I 3-bet some like bad jack in the big blind because his like late position open. 5 seconds. I pat, he draws. Check. He bets like big-ish. 2/3 pot or something. And I shove for like less than a min raise. He like tanks forever and folds. And I show him the bluff. He goes, "You got my number, kid." I was like, wow, I made it.
Doyle Brunson had history.
I'd assume so. Otherwise,
It's very
I'm not
legitimate.
sure why he's mentioning this.
There we go. More
Everyone-
legendary stories being shared.
I think we're getting a lot of stories.
And Chidwick just saying, that's how you know you've made it. When Doyle Brunson gives you the old, you've got my number, kid. Love to hear that. Genya. Couple of deep runs already this series.
Yeah, he's pretty fun to watch. He's quite splashy, actually.
65,000. Plus.
I was in Bobby's room when we were making a sports bet with this person, and we're like arguing about what the line is.
Mm-hmm.
And Doyle just like shakes it. He's like, "Hey Siri, what's the line in the Packers game?" He's just like, and then it's settled. He's just, and he's like, the 84-year-old man is like, he's explaining technology to us.
Mixed game?
It was. I wasn't playing. I
210,000.
played a lot of
Hello.
Midland in there.
Put out Punsry with a 3-bet
I
from
had
the
1
small
year.
blind, getting the ace-9 to fold.
I had a year
Is
where
he
I
at the
just,
top of the all-time money list for Thailand at all? I'm not sure of the stats. Is he up there?
Sorry?
Punat Punsri, is he up there on the all-time money for Thailand?
Yeah, he is indeed.
Fucking awesome. It's like have a whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
Watch the best players in the world play 4-8.
You been to Bobby's room before?
Nope.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
casino is it in?
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking it's the Bellagio, though. Am I right? Okay. So maybe I have.
So you have been to Bobby's room?
I don't know. I know where it is.
Because you know where the Bellagio is.
Las Vegas.
Down the strip, mate. The one with the big...
The big fountains.
There we go.
There we go. Well, have you?
I have.
Sounds like you have. Okay. You got any stories for us?
I don't actually, no. I tripped over the stairs on the way in. That's about it.
Great story.
Thanks.
Well, we got Queen 9 here. See what kind of story he wants. Fold.
Fours for Ben Sharif. In the small, expecting him to just pile in here. 12 big blinds effective against Genya.
As expected.
2 tables of 5.
Whenever somebody comes
2
over, and
tables
I
of
see a cowboy
6.
hat, I tell them that Doyle gave it to me. Everyone was their shit.
Yeah.
The Doyle Brunson
Of
gave
course.
you that hat.
That should be like in a trophy cabinet in your living room or something.
Above the stairs, it's hanging up, so it's visible.
Dan Smith.
Unless, of course,
with a
I have some big poker to play.
Of course.
cowboy hat gifted to him by none other than the godfather of poker himself.
Cowboy Dan.
That is quite the honor.
Couple paint cards here.
Raise 65,000.
I'm not thinking this one over. The cut-off Queen 9 of Hearts. Does eventually let it go. Always tempting. 7 off the money. Early-ish position open.
How have you run in the hat?
Unbelievably. Let's see.
Patrick Antonius is all in on the outer table against Jan.
Pair of Cowboys here for Punat Ponsri.
5 seconds. Rose, 75,000.
Potential 3-bet spot for Sawatz in the small blind.
Yeah, it's a reasonable candidate. I'd imagine he might want to play a little bit tighter given that we're approaching the money.
Believe we're going to be going on break at the end of this hand, as we did lose Antonius, as mentioned, against David Jan. Cards going to be turned on their backs as Chidwick moves all in with the King Jack.
It's a tough one to win.
Really tough one to win.
Possible.
8% equity.
Anything's possible.
Still possible. Drawing to running cards. Stephen Chidwick. There you go. 4 ounce. Going to the river.
In the business, Lady Gaga.
No Lady Gaga this time.
I tried.
165k pot going Ponsri's way. And with that, a couple of eliminations. As mentioned, Patrick Antonius bowing out in 22nd. Stephen Chidwick now departing in 21st. So we have ourselves a little final 3-table redraw. 20 players left with 15 paid. Min cash of 88,400. So the eventual champion will be going home with 1.3 million. It is Artur Martirosyan, chip leading the field. David Jan in second. Rashid Ben Sharif in third, chip leading this feature table. But what a star-studded final 20 it is here in North Cyprus for event number 6, the 50k 7 maxes. We welcome you back into the booth. Randy, not really much to talk about in that frame in terms of play. Seeing some of the shorter stacks eliminated, of course. Now, 35 big blinds average, 5 off the money. I think it's going to be the same on the flip side of break, right? Because we're looking at the biggest min cash of the series. There's a lot of heavy ICM implications coming into effect even before the money. And it's going to be difficult for these middling stacks to, you know, tangle too much without the goods.
Yeah, it should be pretty snug, right? Like, there's a lot to play for, of course. There's a lot of stack size. And you're just going to try to wait out those shorter stacks out there. There are some players with 10 in lower big blinds in the form of Gavrilovic and Sean Winter. So for now, snug play and aggressive players, of course, just going to go to work.
Yeah, well, let's just touch on Doyle Brunson. We saw, or heard rather, some lovely stories there being shared by Stephen Chidwick and Dan Smith. If I'm not mistaken, Dan Smith saying that he's been given a cowboy hat from the godfather of poker himself, Doyle Brunson, and whenever he gets asked where he got the hat from, he then says Doyle Brunson, and people, even people outside of poker are like, the Doyle Brunson. You know, that just goes to show past the poker world, you know, the impact and the effect that Doyle Brunson had.
Yeah, you know, it's always cool because, you know, he's got that signature cowboy hat, and Dan Smith's got one, you know, in his house hanging above his staircase, as he said. And you got the story from Stephen Chidwick, right? Like, they were playing, what, 7 deuce, no limit, I suppose? And then he made a bluff of Jack High, showed Doyle, and told him he made it. And that's when Stephen Chidwick became the player he is today.
I think Doyle said, "You've got my number, kid." I mean, that's how you know, man. That's how you know. I mean, do you think, you know, you look at the legacy of someone like Doyle who, from like the 70s at WSOP, way back when, you know, there was only, a couple of tables, if you will. 5 decades later, 6 decades later, still playing nosebleed stakes, still playing some of the highest buy-in tournaments in the world. Do you think there's a lot of players that come to these Triton Super High Roller Series when they think of what their career is going to look like, you know, in 20, 30 years' time, that's what they're striving for?
Of course, there's so many players out there who respect what Doyle has done, his legacy. And there are players here that come to the Triton Series trying to just make a name for himself. You know, look at Jason Kuhn, right? Like, he doesn't just settle at 4 trophies, 5 trophies. He's going for 7. He wants to be known as the greatest, like, Triton player of all time. And he's definitely on pace to do so in these tournaments. And a lot of these guys, they don't need to come out here for the money, but they come out here for the fame, playing the best in the world in one place.
Well, talking of Jason Kuhn, still in the hunt here as we take a look at the leaderboard. Final 20, as mentioned, led by Artur Martirosyan. But a star-studded field, David Yan in second, Henrik Hecklund, obviously our main event champion from the back end of last year, Punat Punsri, Jason Kuhn, 6-time champion. Ben Heath, someone that we haven't seen too much of so far at this series. Boss Paul, Danny Tang, Brian Kim, Justin Bonomo, Michael Watson, Dan Smith, Steve O'Dwyer. I mean, look at these names, man. Tun Mulder, Jenya, and Sean Winter. On the shorter side, going to look to get busy sooner rather than later. But some potential massive final tables in terms of like players that actually reach and battle it out for the 1.3 million up top.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Archer on pace for another deep run. Hasn't been able to convert to one of those top 2 or 3 spots. We know David Yan almost shipped the tournament, ended up bowing out in 3rd place. For me, I see Jason Kuhn. I see Paul there. We know Jason already got that 1 title. Would be lovely to see him at a final table. But Bossman hasn't made a deep run in, here or Vietnam yet. But I think there's a good chance he might reach it.
Well, he's certainly in great shape with more than average. David Yan, let's touch on him quickly, because from a mystery bounty perspective, obviously didn't run too well 3-handed, ended up making the hero call with the top pair against Nacho Barbero's runner straight, and then went on to pull out 3 of his, I want to say 5 bounties.
He had 5 bounties.
1, 2, 3, gold, 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 145, 145, and 85K. Perhaps making up a little bit for the run bad 3-handed.
Well, it was the remaining 2 145s at the time, right?
Yeah.
It's not like he took the 385, left a couple for someone else. The room was dead after that. They were like, wow, okay, well, 30 or 50K for me, I guess. But it is good for him, of course, to get that run. He's been playing great at the top again. Hopefully he doesn't run into another similar confrontation where he's on the cusp and ends up making the wrong decision. But for now, he's looking good.
I can't wait to be that rich where I'm rolling my eyes at the prospects of pulling out a 50K mystery bounty, Randy. I don't know about you. I don't know if you're there yet. But you're right. Everyone was incredibly deflated, the players that still had bounties to be pulled. I'm like, guys, it's a 30K min bounty. And there were people just like, oh, okay, all right, whatever. But then on the flip side, we had the 85K bounty pulled out. And the guy, was celebrating like he had won the entire tournament. He loved it. He was obviously FaceTiming his friends and family, posting on social media. We love that kind of emotion, obviously, especially from the mystery bounty. And the bounty element really does add to that kind of nice surprise. 2 new feature tables. If we quickly jump into the blue feature table featuring Pourpois, Kuhn, O'Dwyer, Savannah, Punsri, and Winter, all going to be tangling over on table 1 as we look to throw it back down to the main stage once more here in event number 6. The 50K 7 max is about to commence. We are just 5 off the money with 1.36 million. Up top, you can see Punat Punsri, chip leader at the blue table, Artur Martirosyan, chip leader at the red table, and David Yan, chip leader. Some very big stacks out there, in fact. Looks like second, third, and fourth in chips, all on the outer table. And as always, you can watch along over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
You don't have to worry about it.
Get all 3 tables up.
Get in front.
Sell me 50% of yourself at ICM. I won't.
I will not.
I think that's unethical anyways. Do 0.5%.
Steve-O.
Santosh, how much you got, brother?
685 more.
You have how much?
685 more.
All in.
Jason just going to mash.
That is a powerful play there. 10-9 of clubs.
Up to 1.5 million. I mean, with the departure of Chidwick, of course,
9 years ago, maybe?
Kuhn really gunning for a final table for some big points as Mulder has moved all in from the big blind with ace deuce. Artur calling with the sixes. Mulder has run terribly in this tournament. Lost a massive pot, ace queen against Brian Kim's king 10, and lost a massive pot with jacks against Patrick Antonius's 10 deuce suited. Can he find an ace to stay alive? Well, he can. Ace king 4. Top pair for turn.
Free side.
2 outs
Free
once.
side? You want? You want the free side? Wow, you're asking for the free side. Wow.
Of course he is. He's a sicko. The 3 sides doesn't come. It's the
I don't
3 of
think I know
diamonds.
that's the free side.
And
So
turn
just give you a
doubles
3
up
instead.
to 735,000. Good for 25 bigs. Then a bit of breathing room for the Dutchman.
What?
Dutchman with 1 title.
Which event is that?
Was the 100K 8 max in Cyprus last year.
The 100K, that's a big one.
1.94 million. It is his only Triton cash, but hey, look,
Yeah, I
when you
mean, it's
make
going
it
to
a
be the
title,
biggest one of the biggest ones out there. Why not?
why not?
I haven't
For
looked.
4
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
far
to look at.
in Cyprus.
Just a handsome
Same
dude.
story in Madrid.
That's all it is.
Sixes again? Maybe better this time for Artur?
See whether they're like a gambling.
Yeah, 100%.
Shove a short stack into a big blind.
Yeah.
You need to know whether you're going to get any folds.
True. Clearly, he decided it's not a good candidate to rip a little lighter.
Probably a mixed strategy here. Queen Jack of clubs.
All in.
All in.
All in's the play. You do see these Queen Jack suited kind of just go for it.
365.
Lots of equity.
775.
775.
This would be a huge call if he could make it 2 sixes.
Fuck,
A lot of
same
blinds. Same hand, it is. Dust. He knows the result, right? We were talking about some card reading
Sam
abilities.
just decided to not to defend his title. Just hit and run on us.
He'll be back.
Yeah, of course.
Talking, of course, about Sam Grafton.
Oh, I was like, who are we talking about? Defending the main event title.
The Coin River Invitational
Oh, Coin River, sorry.
that he won last year. This one, obviously, the Lux on Pay Invitational, this 200K.
You're saying that's why he didn't show up.
I mean, it's technically a different event, right? I think Sam making the most of the online festivals that
Doing
are
some online
currently
things.
up and running.
I just think he doesn't want to unsuccessfully defend his title.
Yeah, but the downside isn't that bad because, you know, people aren't really expecting you. But the upside of going back to back now, that
would be
that's
an amazing
something.
feat. Pretty pretty diamonds here. Ace Jack.
Yeah, Tun Mulder picking up a bit of heat. Spiking that ace, then getting the jam through the very next hand. Now waking up with Ace Jack of diamonds on the button. Brian Kim going to defend.
5K more.
It feels like I always see Brian Kim at the end of these tournaments.
Does seem to be pretty consistent ever since joining us back in Vietnam.
Sweet flop.
Let's cash 2 of 4 events here, albeit min cashes. In a good spot here, as Randy mentioned, middle pair, flush draw, 5 off the money. Got that massive bluff through against boss man Paul Poit earlier on with just jack high.
5 seconds. Check.
Let's check through. As the 8 of clubs now gives Tun a gut shot to the jack high straight. You can see his pair outs aren't looking great. Jack would obviously give Brian a straight. Only 2 live aces. The ace of spades would give Brian a flush. 175 in the middle. Kim reaching for probing chips.
55,000.
Yeah, and with this type of hand, really, he could bet and, you know, hopefully hit it. But even if he gets raid, he's still able to put in chips. Lots of outs. Expecting to check through a lot probably when his opponent checks this type of flop. Very Broadway heavy. Those hands likely unlikely to bet the turn for him.
5 seconds.
He's gonna go and try to pick off some 10x type hands.
Well, trying unsuccessfully to pick off some hands as Brian has improved the flush on the river. Unfortunately for Kim, order with just ace high, 285 in the middle.
The important part of this hand is to check flop through, especially with the flush draw out there, front door coming. Brian's probably thinking that Tun Mulder's unlikely to have that flush. Does check, trying to feign weakness.
Kim doing his best to give Tun some rope. Mulder happy to show down the ace jack. Kim on the climb. 5 cashes. Triton track record. Over $1 million in earnings. Biggest cash coming in the 30K 8 max in Vietnam for 441,000. Also cashed the main event there for 216K, as well as a 3rd place finish in the 15K for 271,000. So a couple of final tables under his belt. Came 10th here in the mystery bounty. The buy-ins are slowly but surely creeping up here in North Cyprus. There is currently a 25K turbo. Forgot to mention event number 7. That is a 1-day event.
Do you see that card protector?
I do.
It's pretty cool. It's a little dragon's got some fire coming out.
Looks like the dragon from The Legend of Zelda.
Is there a dragon in Legend of Zelda?
All right, firstly, have you played The Legend of Zelda? Because if you had, then you would know that, yes.
I played the Nintendo one. Does that count?
I mean,
maybe Super Nintendo. I can't really remember which console it was.
Ask the viewers. I can't pass judgment on whether it counts or not.
What, have you?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a dragon. Okay.
Hence me saying it looks like the dragon.
I just thought you made an assumption just because some new Legend of Zelda game came out or something.
That makes sense. Then Heath in the big. Suited jack.
Yeah, Arthur going to work here. Ace-3 also in early position, just trying to pounce on his opponents.
Yeah, pretty out of line.
I would say so.
5 seconds.
Wouldn't expect anything less from Arthur.
Do get the suited jack out.
Seconds. Check.
Arthur waving the white flag on the Queen 9 deuce. Action on Bonomo. Fresh off that third place finish yesterday in the 40K. Does check through. Does now give Arthur 4 more outs for picking up a wheel draw on this turn.
Yeah, it seemed like Arthur was looking to just check fold this flop, but with this card, he might actually start firing away with a check through on the flop. I'm sure Justin Bonnell is got a lot of these pocket pairs lower than 9, as he does now.
5 seconds.
280.
380, wow, 280, sorry. An overbet.
Whoa. Not the type of ammunition I was expecting him to come with. 280 into 195, and the 7s hit the mark. Power poker from one of the tournament chip leaders. 5 off the money. Was anyone expecting that, be honest?
No, that was really nicely played from Arthur. I think you decided that Bonomo's range must be very weak for him to check back that flop in position. Queen X usually would be betting there, or even some straight draws.
Well, great timing from Arthur. And talking of timing, Jacob & Co., the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series, make these incredible timepieces. They're not just about the diamonds, the sapphires, and the rubies. If you're into poker and gambling-themed gear, they're just the one perfect watch brand to check out. Betting a playful spirit into the watch functions. As we dive back to the outer table, where Dwyer is happy to tango with Sean Winter, the short stack as it comes. Jack 7-4. Couple of diamonds and some backdoors.
We're just having this conversation in the elevator.
As the 6 of diamonds.
Well, I had to give you a sweat. Holy
the biggest sweat.
Sweaty turn. I didn't even realize how sweaty that. That is sweaty.
Backdoor dollar. Oh, that's painful.
I mean, that is the real deal right there.
Ooh.
Does brick out.
We were just having this conversation in the elevator about how every tournament he will have 3 big blinds the whole tournament, and then at the end he just
Not the
spins
whole
it up to the
tournament.
chip leader. Oh
like
yeah.
On day 2.
Day 2, you got 3 bigs, and then your chip leader somehow like 3-handed every time. It's crazy. He's like Kerry Katz of 2016. Remember Kerry just always get aces? That's Sean.
How did the dealer find that turn? I mean, the sweatiest turn card in the deck.
Did you see the moment when Sean
Kerry
went
had
to
like a
realize
3-year
his face just
run where
changed?
He would just get aces every time he was short. It was crazy. Huh? Yeah, it was sick.
Steve, I wasn't slow rolling you.
Yeah, I think he
the
knew you
moment
weren't
go,
folding.
I was pretty sure you
No, I was
had
like,
a really good hand.
if we chop, like, I want them to play their hand, you know, I could have.
Who to play what?
I'm
Like
far
all
more
of-
upset about how excited everybody was about that turn card. 'cause
Yeah.
I knew I was fucked.
No,
I much preferred everybody to
Just be quiet.
stay
Not
quiet.
said a word, yeah.
Not say a word. And
They did the too many outs thing, huh?
I was thinking maybe everyone else is all in. What happens if there's a five people are all in, they all bust? Everyone splits?
The biggest stack.
A biggest stack?
No?
These are the questions we need the answers to.
Oh, Triton is split. Yeah.
Well,
If it's like
as they
even,
try to figure that out, these two will clash
I
for
don't know,
sure.
not quite sure.
BBB,
But last
20
time
blinds.
I think I heard something about.
That's why, you know, this. Not saying
It's
like
going to be a
that.
massive flip for both players.
This key is mine or yours?
Of course, if
it's not
Jason
mine.
can
Then it's
convert, chip leader of the tournament, Santosh
Floor.
can double.
What is this?
Floor. Mine.
What is it?
Yin me 係咪？
Well, he's very hot
jacks?
this week. He just made quads.
Two good hands. Two
Pretty sick blind versus blind.
Two very good hands. Flo, Sean was asking if there's a five-way all in. No, five people bus at the same time. No. So you don't see who has the most chips.
That's a queen, followed by a king and a deuce. Jason Kuhn way out in front now.
There is the answer. On the same
Split.
table,
Good
you
news
have
for
to see who got the
Santosh's.
more chips. On
Can't be
different
dead on the
table,
turn.
it's split.
Still drawing to 2 outs with 1 card to come.
Okay.
Jason Kuhn needs to hold to become the tournament chip leader. As he does, the
Good
deuce
hand,
pairing
Santosh.
on the river. Sick cooler, blind v blind, ace queen v jacks. 1.3 million chip pot going Jason Kuhn's way, which means he's now up to 2.3 million and has overtaken Rashid Ben Sharif, the chip lead with 19 players left.
Well, Henry, I was pretty invested in that conversation. We got the answer to Sean Winter's question. So if the bust outs hop in on different tables, they chop the bubble prize or
min
whatever
cash,
it
yeah.
is. And if it's on the same table, then it matters who's got more chips.
Okay. So 5-way all in.
It's a
would be-
relevant question because more likely it'll be like 2 different tables, you know, not 5-way all in.
Yeah, so they'll all get like 17,000 each.
That's what you want to see. Well, now
No, it's not what I would like. This is all started by Sean Winter asking the important questions. How many times do you think Sean has seen a 5-way all in with 19 left?
How about just a 5-way all in?
In a 50K, exactly. Appreciate the question, Sean.
But he wants to be ready for it. Because maybe he's the final person to call and he doesn't know what to do with 2 aces.
Jason was just saying that Sean always seems to be the guy with 3, 4, 5 big blinds on day 2, and then when it gets down to the final table, 4-handed, 3-handed, he just has all the chips. See if that's the case here. Did hold with the aces, of course, against the Dwyer's 5s. Now playing a 16 big blind stack as Artur comes for a 3x from the small.
Yeah, he's been firing away pre-flop.
Jason Kuhn, tournament chip leader with 19 left. No Stephen Chidwick in the field. Looking to narrow the gap. That Ivan Liao, Player of the Year, leaderboard. Would be sick. I mean, he came in a massive dog. Said he needs to win 2 titles and then have like another final table, and he just to get close to Chidwick.
You know how many different stories we're going to have in that one sequence alone? It's just, what, 2 titles in 1 trip, win Player of the Year award, new watch, just like everything combined into one.
We'll have to speak to Jason about giving me a free roll for his watch collection. So he gets the upgrade from Paul's watch collection.
And you get the upgrade.
Then I get the upgrade to JK's watch collection. Obviously, I have to earn it, so he has to give me something to do.
Then who gets the upgrade to your watch collection?
I don't have a watch collection, Randy, so anyone can get access to my Whoop band.
It's a storm out there.
Someone breathing into their mic. Lines going up. Getting more expensive for the middling stacks as the average stack has now dropped down to 27 bigs. Blinds brought to you by one of our sponsors, Shambhala Jewels. Look at Shambhala Jewels. Shambhala Jewels bracelet will be going to the champion in this event. Genya, 8 big blinds in the hijack. King 10 suited.
Looks like it's going to slide all but one. See a Justin Bonomo, ace queen.
JB, 19 bigs. Came third yesterday. 500 plus K.
All in.
A pretty unfortunate three-handed. In great shape here though, with the ace queen, as the jack deuce and ace nine are going to get out of the way behind. And Genya is going to be the all-in player at risk, fighting for his tournament life. Oh, Danny peeked the ace first.
He sure did.
How grim.
Good luck, gentlemen. Ace, queen, king, 10 suited, big pot.
To get us down to 18 players. To get Bonomo up north of $1 million in chips. Number one on the all-time live earnings list. Comes Queen 7-3 on spade, top for Bonomo, overcard and backdoors for Genya. As the 7 of hearts rolls off on the turn, and all of a sudden Genya drawing to 3 outs once for his tournament life. As the 4 of spades completes the board, and Genya with the soft bubble in this 50K, out in 19th. For the Justin Bonomo fans out there, Bonomo now up to 8th in chips with 18 left. 15 paid, $88,400 is the min cash. 1.34 million going to the eventual champion.
A little bit of waiting here. Is this a rebalance situation? Oh, no.
We're 6-handed here, 18 left, 3 tables of 6.
Okay. Just looks like dealer was just shuffling a bit. I just saw everyone go straight to their phone.
Maybe they all got the same push notification on the Triton Poker Plus app.
That we just lost. Genya? Little pocket threes here. Straight in the muck from the cutoff. Noteworthy.
Interested to see that fold there, Randy,
Yeah,
from the threes?
It's pretty interesting, actually. Especially as the stacks behind were had about the same stack, too. It's good to note these little adjustments that are being made.
especially by the world's best. Tang limping in from the small blind. Brian Kim with rags in the big.
It is one of those hands where some people raise at some frequency, especially, yeah. Just attack that small blind. They just have to fold so much. Just give them the eyeball.
Yeah, that was a bit vicious.
It was a little stern. Didn't feel friendly at all.
You don't normally see that from Danny. That was yeah, a bit out of character.
Like this guy. Really? Those are pretty hards there, actually. Man, if the chip's got ace-9, well, if he's raising ace-3 early position, I'd imagine he's going to shoot it up with ace-9.
Yeah, this table's certainly one of the shorter tables. But Sharif getting busy on the outer table over on table 3, up to 2.4 million now, has reclaimed the chip lead from Jason Kuhn. Those two find themselves as overwhelming chip leaders.
2 6s. Interesting spot. 22.5 big blinds under going to open, but it is the most active player at this featured table.
Well, the blinds are going to get out of the way.
I believe he calls in position too. Well, of course, it has fold equity, but it seems a little bit excessive given he's got, like, what, 23 roughly?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I don't think re-jamming against the under the gun open
Not
is...
with the current situation of how close we are to the money.
Right.
But then felt too weak to fold this hand outright.
Well, Artur flopping best on the 10-9-4, and potentially trouble for Tang on that board.
Yeah, I would say 6s can definitely be the best hand quite a lot. Artur actually probably won't see bet this flop with middling pair. You tend to see a lot of checks from the pre-flop raiser out of position post-flop on these types of boards.
Close, but no cigar. Artur still with the best of it.
Yeah, it doesn't change too much.
Brings in some will draws and obviously the backdoor clubs. $160 into $260 was 2/3 pot from Artur. This is a difficult fold, Randy.
You know, he likely believes he's got the best hand. His hand is quite dicey though. It's just what, third pair to the board. He doesn't know if his opponent's going to multi-barrel the river. It looks like he is going to make a call here and actually is looking for 2 outs, but he thinks he's up against a draw.
Yeah, it feels like a really difficult turn spot to get away from with 6s. No ace-king or paint on board, and, well, the board pairing river, if Artur goes for more value, which he certainly could.
Yeah, it's a great value bet here if he can find it. Clearly tricky though, right? Because then it is still second pair and Danny Tang could still have top pair.
Is it also maybe a hand where he wants to check and give Danny the option to bluff on this river?
It is reasonable for Danny to have miss straight draws, miss flush draws. Plenty of them, actually.
Some ace-3 suited type holdings. Maybe some king-queen, king-jack.
I suppose it depends on, do you think that Danny Tang is kind of pocket pair heavy like this? 6s, 7s, and 8s, I guess specifically. Arthur's usually pretty good at realizing where he's at. It's a sizable value bet incoming. Just second pair.
Arthur showcasing why he's one of the best. Fantastic value bet.
375.
With the ace-9.
Yeah,
check, check, flop. 2/3 turn and 375 on the river. Really putting Danny to the test. Because, Randy, you know, there's more than just this 375, right? Danny calls and he's wrong. All of a sudden, he's down to less than 300K, and he's next one out the door, potentially.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and I think that's the main one, is that he would be down to sub 10 big blinds. Time cards coming in. You need to think about the future game. Of course, if he calls, he'd be in great position to press on his opponents. Archer would be down to 800K. He's made some big calls, right, throughout his tournament career.
Well,
this tournament alone, right? I believe I saw one against Makita.
Yeah. The 9s against Makita.
6s. I mean, you do block a little bit of those straight draws you're trying to pick off. 6-7. I could see Arthur playing that kind of a hand in this manner. Don't block clubs. But you don't block those queen jack, king jack type hands.
There's ace-3, ace-deuce, wheel draws. Pick up some equity on the turn.
After this, do I have 30 seconds more?
Danny Tang using all of his time banks. Understandably so, pained by this decision.
It's unclear. Very murky.
Does make the call. Arthur gets paid and scoops a 1.33 million chip pot. Now finds himself up to 2.1 million, third in chips behind Jason Kuhn and Rashid Ben Sharif. And Danny Tang is now the shortest stack in the tournament. 3 off the money.
I think it's like anytime one table play less than 3 hands, they will stop.
Yeah.
You think they're tracking how?
Yeah, they're tracking everything.
I know, but
you don't think it's
everyone's
legit?
always slow.
Like than usual.
All right, it's legit.
Queens.
No, I don't think people are slow.
What's up?
I don't think people are slow.
Why?
General.
The other day I couldn't have taken longer, and other tables were making up hands.
Okay.
So from the one experience I had, I disagree.
It's not my general experience, but it's not to say it doesn't happen.
Well, Henrik Jack 8 is covering. Very playable hand.
Wow, how about that for a flop? Hecklin flopping top and bottom. Paul with the overpair and gut shot. 230 in the middle, 880 is the effective stack.
Yeah, that's a tough one, especially having that inside straight draw to back it up.
What a sick cooler. 3 off the money. This man Paul's had a couple of rough series. 0 for 4 so far in Cyprus. Cashed the short deck main. Came sick for 318, but out there had a rough stint as well.
Looks like Henrik is coming with check call. 38% equity for Paul going into the turn. Bricks out.
Oh boy. Deuce of clubs. All the backdoor flush draws bricking on this rainbow turn, and Paul gonna feel pretty confident with his overpair.
Yeah, and of course he's also blocking queen 10, right? He's got extra ammo, looking for a 10. Lots of jack X's, 10-9s, these types of hands he wants to extract value from. So we've got 555 back, about 14 big blinds.
250 into 380. Around 2/3 on the turn.
We might see Henrik just kind of push the chips in now.
Right.
We've seen the safe card roll off. Equities, he should be a big equity advantage here. Jack 8, of course, lots of card killing river cards.
Wants to, of course, stack the overpairs just in case a scare card rolls off on river.
No.
Paul letting out a big oh no. He knows what that means.
Yeah, you see him eyeballing the clock too, right? He knows how close they are to the money. And queens.
You have to pay straight.
He's wondering why Henrik didn't check raise the flop, but why all of a sudden he just happens to be jamming the turn after just showing weakness on the flop.
I really like this jam from Hecklin. Paul seems to be so dialed in when it comes to some of these spots, man. See if he can trust his gut and find the fold. Immediately just reading Hecklin for, you know, 2 pairs straight type holdings.
Yeah, so would Henrik do this with like ace jack, king jack, jack 10, like 10-9 type hands for bluffs?
I see Paul even saying, would you shove a hand like jack 10?
O2.
Paul out of time extensions.
I don't think I'm good enough to fold this.
Well, the classic.
Oh, we heard that before from someone.
Patrick Antonius earlier on today.
Okay.
Chips go in the middle. Paul looking for a queen, 10, 9, or a deuce. Does have 27% equity still with 1 card to come.
12?
12-ounce once for the boss as it comes the 4 of clubs, and GG's announced. Just shy of a 2 million chip pot going Hecklin's way, our main event champion from Madrid. Up to second in chips. Now ahead of Jason Kuhn. Just behind Ben Sharif. And with Boss's departure, Randy, we're now 2 off the money.
Yeah, you know what that means? That means that play should
That's a big
tighten
time
up
hold right there, buddy.
even more.
That's a big time hold.
World class.
Did we get another player?
Hello.
Jason and Sean Winter appreciating the big time hold of Hecklin there with the 2 pair. Hecklin out in front. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. 63 big blinds for the Great Dane. Just behind Rashid Ben Sharif, who finds himself first in chips overall on the outer table, table 3. Again, you can sweat along every hand from that outer table, which includes Dan Smith, Sir Watts, Paulajin, Yan, and Soon over on the Triton Poker Plus app. 2 of these final 17, Randy, going home empty-handed. Min cash of 88,400. Jason Kuhn for title 7. Henrik Hecklin looking for his 3rd title. Punat Punsri for his 2nd title. Just to name a few of the big names left in the field. Danny Tang doubles up on the outer table against Justin Bonomo. Going King Jack suited against Bonomo's 9s. Steve O'Dwyer in the cutoff with an ace.
Yeah, our 2 shortest stacks is at this featured table right now, O'Dwyer and Sean Winter. Ace 5, thinking about making a stance.
400.
He's going to go with it. Effectively jamming. And Hecklin with a legit spot here.
Yeah, it performs very well against the cutoff 12 big blind jam. He knows O'Dwyer is willing to kind of still press it despite how close they are to the money.
It's going to take the spot. Punsri makes the fold, and O'Dwyer forced to call off with the ace-5, but does have the most equity.
Oh no, not the bell. How can I win now?
Is it lucky bell?
Yeah.
It's the prevent disaster.
Prevent
His hand as well as you can.
I can't win now. Good luck, Steve.
Prevent disaster.
We need a player, don't we?
Ooh.
To be
If
fair.
he hits a king or queen.
Disaster prevented. 90.
How about that?
98.5%.
I can't win against it.
No, probably more. 99.5 probably.
Oh, Hecklin drawing dead.
Yeah, I was trying my best.
Wow.
Reverse it for the sweat at least, you know?
How much you got?
So sick.
The bell.
Saved by the bell.
He could sell a lot of those now. Just the whole room just ringing the bell at the same time.
It's crazy because he did it the other day against Arthur with the ace-king against sixes. And Arthur somehow found the 2 outer on the river.
I remember that.
Online screen name again.
Skywalker.
Skywalker, yeah. It's been so long since I've seen that kid.
Yeah.
So Dwyer with the double.
You can't use the bell every time. Like you get once. That's all I'll give you.
There we go.
It's my bell. I can use it whenever I want.
It's not fair.
I mean, when you're up against king, queen suited and you have ace-5-0, you have to use the bell.
Yeah, what are you, like 20% or something? 21?
Like, this is the ultimate prevent disaster situation.
What's that?
Like
20,
17 left,
21%
15
with
paid,
ace-5 off against king, queen suited?
and I'm barely ahead.
Feels like I've never won that one in my life.
Yeah, but I'm on the other
Same,
side of it.
Jason.
I don't want to be on the other side of the bell.
Like, this is so high morale for me to win that hand.
Fair enough. I guess when you put it that way.
Like, I get slow rolled by Sean. Like, maximum
I announced
morale.
right away I wasn't slow roll. I guess the words wouldn't come out of, like, there's,
You didn't announce
they still can't come out of my mouth because there's so many factors going on at once that
I don't know.
I couldn't even
There are
announce.
other
I was
than-
still trying to figure it out while I'm
Aces
telling
and
you.
Someone's all in and the action's back on you.
Well, let me.
I'm not offended, Sean. I
Steve,
know
I'm-
that
I'm
this is a
trying to say
possibility
is-
when I'm playing both against you.
I was still thinking about other factors at the same time as that I could cost myself by telling you I'm calling you anyways, I'm slow rolling you or whatever. Like I couldn't.
I understand. There's more going on up here.
Yeah, I was
than
still
can
doing
comprehend.
other scenarios.
Uh-oh.
Some
Punsri
might say you're on another planet.
with a very welcome sight. Currently sat 5th in chips.
Because I'm
Chip leader
using my brain.
at the table.
Most people don't.
Jason Kuhn has opened from the cutoff. Jason currently 2nd in chips. Looking for his 7th title, 2nd of the series.
I've got an unknown card here for Jason. Just about 40 big blinds effective at the start of his hand.
Four, 2, 5. 4, 2, 4, 2, 5.
It's a big 3-bet.
It really is. The 5x from Punsri. This feels intentional.
Yeah, it definitely seems calculated.
Just to really make Jason play for it all. Sean stacking with 7 high.
I mean, he's got a tough decision here, right? It's
Do I open 3-bet?
Do I use 19 or 20 seconds?
your
There we
bet?
go.
1.1.
1.1
It
behind.
feels like Jason's got some kind of hand, doesn't it? For him.
It does
Queen
feel
jack
like
suited and
Punsri's
ace queen.
making him play for all of it with this 3-bet.
No, he's out.
I don't know how to play it.
Left me.
Jack, jack.
Second bar.
Huh?
Second bar.
Second best.
King, king.
Ace-5-0.
King, king. I don't know if to flat.
If, I
Oh,
tell
you
you,
heard
if
of
you
him.
did, I was gonna jam.
Yeah, sure.
Biggest fold I made in 2 weeks.
Ace 3-0. Ace 3 suited. I'm not even really guessing. Like,
And you heard Punats kind of say, like, I didn't really want you to flat, and you never want to play out
you
of
playing poker 2
position
weeks ago?
this deep. 2 from the money.
Yeah, with ICM, it just seemed like an honest response from Punat.
It's like, if you got it, sure, but let's
What
not
is
make it
one
so
online
small. You
session?
just
Otherwise
call
than
some
your
suited connectors and get
I
me.
have played on. Have you ever played online on the airplane?
I think one
It's a little
time, and
bit-
it was the most tilting experience of my life.
I played 50, 100 deep bandy, like 8 tables.
Why?
He's trolling, right?
Dude, I won 60. It was the one time I played online.
Talk about
First time
covering your
winning it, when I say,
airfare.
okay, I gotta quit.
Oh my word.
More than airfare.
Sean Winter.
It's like you hit and ran.
See, they
Paid
all think
down.
he's just going to
It
try
was
and tank.
Action.
Ace King of Diamonds. Punsri's flatted on the button with Ace Queen. I think JK is going to get out of the way, and Punsri's going to go spinning the wheel. Out pipped.
Well,
Up 2 off the
see.
money.
Are we sure that Jason's getting out of the way? Because Winter is... How much is he jamming here?
290 plus the 40. Sorry, plus the 20 rather. So 310 total, I believe.
Okay, 310 total.
And also Jason is 40 plus big blinds effective against Punsri.
Yeah, I think that's a big one too. He is going to push all but one.
Jason did say earlier on that Sean Winter is the master of nursing short stacks on day 2s into victories.
There's the laydown, and Punat, no way he can get away from Ace Queen.
He will call, but he will wait.
I mean,
Punsri.
Just in case we chop. What's the, oh,
they're waiting.
okay. Okay.
There we go. Saves wasting time. Ace King against Ace Queen. 7-8-5 in the middle for Punsri. Sorry, rather for Winter to get right back in things here. Playing a very healthy 20 big blind stack if he can hold.
Some card reading ability from Sean coming.
He's gone from 3 outs to 4 outs. As the Thai superstar, #1 on Thailand's all-time money list. Looking for a 10 and a 10 only to do the dirty on Sean Winter. No dice. 6 of clubs completes the run out, and Sean Winter from shortest stack by quite some margin is now back up to 20 big blinds. Still a lot of work to do, but
for you it was, yes.
Back in the fight, up to 14th in chips.
Nut flush.
Shortest stack now belongs to
Wait,
Tim
you have
Mulder.
No.
On 13 bigs. Dan
Ace
Smith,
of spades,
second
twin
shortest.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't have made the nut flush. But I did have the ace of clubs.
Second biggest fold in
2 weeks? No, that one wasn't as big. That was.
You never played high stakes on the like in the actual air, you know, not just like on the plane.
No, the craziest thing I ever did was I played enormous stakes driving down the Highway 1 in California. And my internet was fading in and out against Paul, and we were playing $1 million pots left and right while I was driving down there.
I'll never see that day.
I remember, and I also booked a small winner that day.
You couldn't have pulled over?
I did several times. Well, my wife was driving, but she would pull over whenever we were.
Oh, you made it seem like you were driving.
He did.
It's starting, man.
Come on.
Easy.
So
that was a crazy
Big pot. He's
story,
like, he's like, pull over, please.
Make sure the internet's stable.
Yeah.
You ever played $1 million pot?
No, I haven't, but definitely would be worried if I had only had like 2 bars of reception.
What if you're 38,000 feet in the air? Sounds like Sean Winter likes to gamble. High stakes, high in the sky.
You know.
Could be trolling, of course. He said he was 6 tabling 50, 100.
I mean,
I
it's
believe
possible. I mean, I've played in the internet before, like in there. I believe it.
I believe him. Don't know if I believe you, Randy.
I have.
We need more details. Jason Kuhn flopping top and bottom. Eklund with the underpair.
The 4 clubs actually makes you tend to bet these little pairs a bit more often. Sizable bet here, actually, 155. Clearly a great flop for Jason. But just with top and bottom, you will see him just check call a lot, especially with the stack sizes they're playing with.
Does precisely that. 540 in the middle, as Jason has a lock on the ace of spades turn.
Yeah, and if Henrik was considering some multi-barrel, it's definitely not the ace, and definitely not when he sides so large on the flop. You know, with the bigger bet on the flop, he's folding out 7x outright on, you know, so it's pretty ace heavy, I'd imagine.
Still a decent amount of draws though, no?
Yeah, I would say so, but you know, some of the maybe weaker gut.
Yeah, the
Wow.
gut shots. But the open-enders and the flush draws, gut shots with flush draws, does continue barreling.
It's a big statement here of 2 4s. Clearly, I would expect 10x to fold a lot, given the sizing on flop and turn. Never an ace, of course.
Wonder if Jason wants to try and play for it all.
I don't think so. It's because he could easily be up against some kind of club draw, and by raising, you just get those hands out, which are drawing dead.
Jason guaranteed to be the tournament chip leader at the end of the hand, regardless of what happens on the river. 1.26 million in the middle was close to the worst card for Henrik Hecklund. Had he spiked a 4 and boated up. Front door flush does get there, of course.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Henrik will ever consider tripling this off. For him to bet the flop and turn quite large, clubs come in. You know, ace-x would have a lot of trouble, of course, if it wasn't boated. It's crossing his mind, of course.
It'd be so sick. He's currently 3rd in chips.
Yeah, it would
does
be
knuckle back.
pretty risky, but, you know, he thought about it. But I think his game plan was, well, if I put in 2 bets, it should be enough.
Jason Kuhn up to 2.7 million now.
I mean, you said he becomes a what? Tournament chip leader?
He does indeed, with 17 left. Called his shot before the series. It's 2 titles to overtake Chidwick on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. Most decorated player in Triton history, undoubtedly.
And this is just event number 6. And we don't have event number 4. Quite impressive.
Who's making it? Okay. Well, I guess nothing's happening.
Is Sean a Triton first timer?
I think so. It doesn't feel like he would be, right, given his resume. Yeah, it is his first Triton.
Okay.
Got 2 cashes under his belt, 1/8, 1/15 so far.
Seems unaware of the world-famous Luca Vivaldi soft bubble. Don't you worry, pal. It is as fair as it can be.
100.
We track every single hand from every table. So if there is a table that is playing faster, say playing 3 hands more than the other tables, they'll pause that table, let everyone else catch up. Comes with the 2.5x from early position.
Jack 6 of hearts, chip advantage. The nice thing is when you have more chips than your opponent is that you get a few more check throughs on the flop, get to realize more equity, can attack.
Sharif is just mashing on the outer table, by the way. Has everyone over there down to less than $1 million now.
I'm sure he's raising at a very high frequency. Sean here, Queen 10. Does have range advantage. I was aware of that, so I'm going to continue 50k bet.
Tournament average is 31 big blinds. Shortest stack, Tin Mulder and Yue Soon. Yue Soon was 16 bigs, so
16's a lot to work with.
It really is.
It could take some time still, of course.
Although they are 6-handed over there. So there is some potential. For blinds to find their way in. Ace King for Hecklin after unsuccessfully double-barreling the 4s against Jason Kuhn's turnt boat.
Yeah, he slid down from his 2 million chip stack down to 1.3. Definitely 2 hands that can clash. Limp Ace King. Giving Punat some rope, hopefully to make a stance.
I think Jack 10 plays pretty well as a check in position as Punat.
Yeah, I agree. It's the type of hand you don't want to kind of raise fold.
Right, flops best on the Queen Jack 6 in the form of middle pair. Hecklin with the 2 overs and gut shot.
Yeah, note that the 10 would be a disastrous card for Punat pawn 3. Hecklin looking for the check call.
Put up with the check back, 6 of spades, pairs the board. 120 to fight for.
Yeah, Ace King here often still the best hand. Not in this case. Won't be folding to a turn bet, I'd imagine. Let's see if Punat wants to get some value from Jack X. May defer to the river instead. Got there.
Had a few ways to do it.
Yeah.
Ace of diamonds is one of them.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Oh, Jason. Jason knows he's doing it.
He's just announcing that I've got this tournament. But in the meantime, Henrik. It's the type of card that you just don't expect the big blind to take a chance at. Your kicker also plays. Get that value, but don't let that Jack X get a check through. Extra big blind for him. Stop that downward momentum.
Things have really gone quiet at these 2 tables now, understandably so.
I have that shirt. One of my luckiest shirts.
2 off the money.
Maybe it's the
I've
Few
never
people
lost swearing at golfing. I've
feeling
never
the
lost.
pinch.
I won
Who's
a,
got the lucky shirt?
50K voting match.
Sure.
Sean?
I want to bet on him.
I beat Phil Hellmuth wearing this shirt, and that's impossible.
Well, he got dealt queen 6.
Yeah, cool with him.
The good old
40?
queen 6.
Okay. You just knew he had kings, and you just didn't want a bad flop to come.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't blame you. Maybe you thought he had aces, and you can bluff him off another board.
Bang, bang. Phil Hellmuth.
Winter can't even keep a straight face as he says this.
$240.
Wow, spice from Winter. 3x from the big blind against the cutoff open from the chip leader. With the ace rag.
And Winter's been playing a pretty perceived snug game lately. Should get a lot of credit. Jason, though, knows his opponent. The big blind 3-bet is very polarizing. We do see people take these ace offsuit X hands, come in with a 3-bet. They don't play well post-flop. Blockers. Unblocking the hands that will raise fold in this position.
Call.
Jason Kuhn makes the call here of 2 deuces.
Sorry, got a little color blind on you here.
Jason just looking for some kind of low flop. No ace, no king. Trying to pick off Sean Winter. He's onto something. But it's 2 pair for Sean.
Well, that's one way to do it. Either taking it down pre or flopping best.
Sean Winter with the check here, ace-7. And you know what I think is that with this stack size and him getting called by 3-bet, it's unlikely to be ace-X. So he's just giving his opponent rope. And Jason Kuhn immediately attacking with pocket deuces. I think he feels that Sean Winter's either got some junky hand that's just going to check fold, or maybe it's like a big pair lower than an ace that's looking to fold to a 2-barrel.
No, exactly what I was thinking. Some really funky play from Sean Winter. Love to see him mixing it up. It's one of the shortest stacks by a considerable margin. And spun it up.
Yeah, very well calculated with that flop check. I think a lot of people feel like, oh, well, if I 3-bet, I'm supposed to bet those ace-X with my whole range, just given I've got the range advantage. But understanding that showing weakness is a good thing against the chip leader, 2 from the money. Pretty good awareness.
Check jam potential?
I feel more like check call. There's not much to lose. Not too much to worry about. Of course, there's check all in, some frequency.
Big fan of the shades, Mr. Winter. Does come with check call. Sean Winter venturing out.
I'm curious to see if Jason Kuhn follows through with a turn bet on, non-paint cards. with a game plan targeting these jacks, queens, kings. Maybe not jacks, more like queens and kings. I think jacks would just reshove pre-flop. That's not the card that Jason went to see. In case he is up against 2 kings. And you can see here Sean Winter's actually contemplating open jamming now. The 3rd spade is not what you want to see. A check through would be disastrous for him. You know, he's sitting on 530, 810 in the middle. He really wants his pot.
Everything but 30.
That's one way to say it. 500K. 500,000 and a snap fold from Jason. Sean Winter up to 1.3 million now. More than average. In fact, he's moved up.
Do that with Jack 8 with a spade?
Maybe.
No, yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I was too busy enjoying that. I don't know if you want the answer, Sean Winter. Tell you what you can do, pal, is you can head over to GTO Wizard and analyze your played hands and see if you are indeed allowed to do that with Jack 8 with a spade in hand. Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. You can start crushing today at gtowizard.com/Triton. And Wizards, or should I say upcoming Wizards, can join our giveaway for 5 premium GTO Wizard 1-month subscriptions at gtowizard.com/Triton.
Jack 8.
Did you really? I hate it.
You hate my play?
No, it breaks my heart. I hate it.
I didn't have Jack 8, man.
I'd believe you if you did. Seen you make crazier plays.
Jeez. He was pretty committed to the answer.
I hope you just had red kings.
Do I owe a time bank? Okay.
I want someone to run that spot for me with Jack 8 on GTO Wizard.
I don't think we'll get to the flop. This is not in the pre-flop 3-betting range, I imagine.
Do you think a big red flag comes up saying this is a bad play?
It says, I recommend you unregister from the tournament immediately.
There we go.
But you might have missed it, but Jason Kuhn says, I think you had 2 red kings. So for him to make that flop bet was intention of attacking these kings and queens.
Yep. So blinds have gone up to 25K, 50K.
How nasty is it that I get that turn?
Trying to sell the story. So he had kings. Doesn't want them to know that he had A7-0.
Kings is actually probably the most likely guess that I think these players would have for Winter, given the line. He's tricked them all. He's fooled them.
He's trying his best.
Meanwhile, Steve O'Dwyer in the big blind defends 7-6 of clubs. Pick up a couple of clubs. Knows Jason's been going at it. Comfortable call here for 7-6. You know, we got the queen outs, of course. Check raise probably at a very low frequency, I imagine.
Yeah, with ICM being 2 away from the money, of course. As he just turns the flush on demand. It's tightened out a little bit at the top. Looked like Jason was running away with it. Couple of single raise pots not going his way. Back down. Tied with Artur Martirosyan. Checks through. Board does pair on the river. 395 in the middle. Unfortunately for Steve-O, no value in Jason's hand.
Yeah, not much he can extract from A7. Normally would be a pretty good card for him, as King X will likely just check back this kind of turn card.
$130. $130.
You got it.
No nonsense on the river. Steve-O, a nice little
Check you all
pickup.
in? You know, you just do some weird stuff? No. What are you, half pot?
Might have value bet.
Oh my God, you're gross. I don't know if you could fold that quickly with what you're claiming just now. Yeah, I mean, that's not real life. You can't claim that there and fold that quickly.
I mean,
Jason.
I just hope you had right.
So, chip counts brought to you by Bookmaker. Blinds 25,000, 50,000. Jason Kuhn leading the field, but only just a big blind more than Artur Martirosyan, who finds himself second in chips. We're on the red feature table. Then on the outer table, Sharif is getting busy. But with the blinds going up, average stack in the tournament is now 24 bigs.
I still like the way I
Shortest stack belongs to Uwe Soon. 13 bigs, tied with Vyacheslav Bolozhin. So a couple of sub 15 big blind stacks. In trouble potentially.
Yeah, but
I know.
still, it's a decent amount of time they can
I know
chill,
you're ready to
trying
get
to
your
outweigh
money
each
in,
other.
I understand, but I'm not. Waiting for cards, buddy. Kids aren't cheap, man.
Fair enough. I wouldn't know.
That's how much
Nice
total?
snowman here for Jason.
1,145.
I'll be coming with like a 3.5x ISO. Try to induce from the limp jams of the ace-x suiteds, the little pocket pairs.
225.
Even bigger.
How many hands will be in the house? 235.
So as expected, pace of play slowing down a decent amount due to the immense pressure these final 17 players find themselves under. Back to the other table, Danny Tang has managed to spin up a little bit after the incorrect hero call against Artur. And talking of Artur, a couple of kings from under the gun. Upstairs we go. All of these Baccarat players.
He's
Was it the way they were appealing?
You never used to look at cards like this.
Professional Baccarat player. Is there such a thing?
It is. Kind of.
Ben Heath.
Do you play?
Baccarat? Actually, I've never played 100% Baccarat. I've only watched it.
Too professional, man.
No.
Not good.
I've played 100%
bigs.
roulette and blackjack.
You see,
In the big
in a few
blinds, the
years, like,
chip
you might
leader
see
opening.
Me at the businessman side. And then,
Good for you, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just be Baccarat player, VIP, bring, bro.
Yeah, I needed.
Sweating the cards is the best with the
Yeah.
You really
700,000.
Oh, he's going to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Ben Heath
Well,
in rough shape as we saw.
Honestly, I just
An ace folded.
never got around to it.
It's going to take a bit of time before making the call. Heath with 29% equity against the two kings of Artur, who just seems to be running deep in everything he touches here in Cyprus. If he can hold, it's going to be the overwhelming chip leader ahead of Jason Kuhn. 4-3-3. Backdoor will Potential draw for Heath with the 10 of clubs on the turn. Now looking for a 2-outer, as we saw one of the aces dead already. Doesn't find it as the 9 of spades rolls off on the river, and just a case of hand v hand, Randy, as we are now on the stone bubble
Hand for hand now, yeah?
Yeah,
of event number 6.
Tough one to swallow there, right? You know, you're just so close. You had a spot where the big stack is raising. You got ace, queen. Just got to move on. What do we have out here? Outer table action.
Looks like we have very soon all in against, hang on, David Yan. David Yan has aces against queen.
9?
Is that queen 8, queen 9? You're right, queen 9 flopped a pair after defending from the big. Just jammed into Yan. Yan obviously snap calling with the aces, and just like that, we're in the money. No need for hand for hand.
That is a welcome sight for the short stacks.
It is indeed.
And that may be another deep run for David Yan.
Everyone guaranteed $88,400 now for their efforts.
I hope you have 9s or something. Oh shit. Nice sack.
Yeah, so we made it.
We made it.
We're in.
Hold up, we're in the money?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
We didn't fold
That's
it.
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
The only thing that made sense, based.
So 3 tables of 5. One more elimination, Randy, and then we'll be down to the final 2 tables.
Yep,
Almost
7 max tournament.
Leading the final 15 in the money.
We're that. So there's 5-5-5. No, we don't get a player.
5-5-5.
Yeah.
So more points for Jason.
Oh yeah! Wow, that's very
true.
impressive.
Making it in the money. Chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker. That's how things stand. Look at this for a stacked feature table. Jason Kuhn, most decorated Triton player of all time. Punat Punsri, our reigning main event champion from Cyprus. Henrik Hecklin, another Triton main champion back in Madrid of last year. Sean Winter, first timer but no stranger to high stakes. And of course, Steve O'Dwyer needs no introduction in terms of what he's accomplished, the legendary status he's earned in tournament poker over the last, 15 years?
Danny, what's the odds?
1-to-1.
1-to-1?
It's good odds or bad odds?
Depends if you're
Good, not for you.
Yeah, not for me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you're watching,
Yeah, sure.
right? Yeah. If you're watching, listen to this.
But
You give me bad odds, but
You're also playing all the short deck.
yeah, short deck.
I ran
it's-
above EV, so unlucky.
Short deck has small fields.
Yeah, but still, there's 3 events here. It's not easy, and they're like all good players, you know.
How many titles you have? 2?
1, just the 1.
1?
Yeah.
And you played like since 2015?
No.
2016? No?
2019.
Yeah, you missed first events.
I was not playing at the beginning. 2019. Montenegro was my first.
How many Tritons you played?
The needles.
No. Let me think. I played Montenegro, then I skipped Jeju. Then I went to London, so 2. And then since London, I've been playing all of them. Since Triton Million, I've played all of them.
So
But
like-
after Triton Million, we stopped for the COVID, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's like 8, I think.
Oh, less.
No?
I think less.
Less?
6 or so.
6, 7.
43, 44, 45, 50,
I couldn't tell
52
you if I was overall up or down.
before taking down his first Triton title.
52 events.
Should be minimum
52
7.
events.
7? Triton?
7
Has
Tritons,
played
yeah.
Really?
Because it's my
56
fifth,
total
but
prior
I
to this
didn't
series.
Play on Montenegro and
Bang on 60 now,
Sochi
actually.
Also was Triton.
Sochi was
60
Triton
events.
Also. Sochi was like half a Triton.
Ah.
And then here was last time was half a Triton as well, you know? So it's like, if you count those, I don't know.
At least 6. 6.
60 events according to the app. Something you can do with all players, of course.
2019, yes.
Check out their Triton track records.
Let me see.
The reason they're talking, of course, is because Danny
This
was
is 7.
laid a bet.
Yeah, what was the bet? Tell us.
The bet was by
I
a friend of
think you
his to win a Triton trophy and cash 3 events this year. It was laid at the start of the year.
Yeah.
Sounds like he was given 1-to-1
I
odds.
went to Russia.
Oh, and I'm wondering if it was a good bet or not.
Yeah.
I see.
See, they don't
People at
count
the table saying that he should have been given better odds. I agree. I mean,
They don't count the ones.
as Danny
they
mentioned, you know,
joined
you're
with.
playing against the world's best. There's only
Yeah,
a handful of tournaments each series.
Mm-hmm.
What was this one also? Cyprus. That's where I won.
Well, let's get back to the poker. Pre-flop raiser is Justin Bonomo.
Yeah, okay.
Queen Jack.
There you go. Yeah, so 7. 7.
Backdoor hearts
15
working.
cashes. Is that okay or no? Or not okay? I don't know. I wouldn't know.
$15 cashes is good, Danny.
And we are ITM now, so
Yeah.
things do change a bit in terms of pre-flop and post-flop.
So with the check call. 450 in the middle as the king of clubs rolls off on the turn, now giving Artur a double gut shot. Bonomo a gut shot of his own. And the best hand. Under the gun V big blind. Does this open the door for a Justin Bonomo double barrel after picking up equity?
Yeah,
on
of
the turn?
course. Picking up that equity. You know, he also, that king overcards the 9 and 7, which is good. You know, middling pairs would have a lot of trouble calling down twice.
Looks like half pot. And interestingly, with Artur picking up additional equity on the turn, now getting laid 3-1 on a call. Need 25% equity. We can see he actually only has 16% equity.
Yeah, a tricky one. It's obviously annoying when you improve your hand with extra clean outs that you're out of position. Looks like he's going to come in with call. Just feels that Justin has a good chance of just having a hand he's bet calling it off with. Queen
Six of
high is
spades.
good.
900k in the middle, Randy, and yeah, you're right. With 18 bigs out there, Queen high is good. Is this one going to go to showdown? Artur checking it on over to Justin, who literally beats Jack 10 and Jack 10 only.
Yeah,
Make more like some Queen high flush draw, you know.
But he's up against Ace X so often here. It'll be a fun one to roll over. But you know, he's contemplating a bluff. Like, does he think Ace X? It looks like he's going to go
So
for it.
sick.
Jeez. He feels like he made a sick play just
sick.
now. He's
I
like,
mean,
I got
it was
him.
a sick play, regardless, you know.
Cash 4 and bounties yesterday.
Including swaps.
Yeah.
210.
Off 3.
Yeah.
Sick. Well done.
I mean, well, my EV is 180, right?
Yeah. So you made 30. That's a good, sick result. I had 3 as well, and I got 110. So tilt. I was looking great too. Not great, but there's so many 30s gone.
Yeah, but he auto the ping. Yeah,
the 345 hertz, but
yeah,
I think
like
my AV was still the
he's
same.
the second guy who pulled just went bang 330.
Ding Biao.
Yeah, the bounties from the mystery bounty, of course. The EV of 3 was around 180. Seems like Danny ran a little bit above EV.
You know, poker players ran their EV on that. Recalculate each pull came out. All right, let's see. Winter. First up. Immediately with the time card. Triton is a very calculated player. I think he's actually waiting a little bit because if someone busts right now, there'll be a redraw of 2 tables, and he doesn't have to eat the big blind. Like something that's also crossing mind. But also with this size, maybe it depends on the hand he's holding. We don't know what the other card is with the 10. But you saw him kind of eyeballing the other table a bit.
Well, Hecklen shorter stacked than Winter. A couple of 7s and 22 bigs, 5-handed. Let's see what the Madrid main event champion wants to do here. All you can eat on request. What did Winter say?
Have complete cheese. Now he's just waiting in case someone busts, so he doesn't have to eat the big blind.
Okay, that's the reason you think?
I think so, because he keeps looking over at the other table.
Peculiar one.
No, I think he's already kind of admitted he's folding. No one wants to eat the big blind because it'll be a 2-table redraw.
Right. No, I understand that.
Who's that?
It's Karim, Rabbi. No need to talk any more about that.
One of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Or how to go, how to go down.
Like, when someone opened, he called. I called the small blind.
So Hecklen getting it through. 3 tables of 5, 1 more elimination. We'll have the final 2-table redraw.
9-5-2.
Okay.
With a flush draw.
Do have Bolajin all in on the outer table against Sir Watts by the looks of things. Bolajin, the all-in player at risk. 535k. Looks like Ace King, the Ace Queen, I want to say. Or is it Ace King? Or is it Ace King v Ace King? No, Ace King v Ace Queen.
That's clear.
8-6-5. Going to be tough for Watson to win this one. Needs a queen to eliminate the Russian for the main cash. Jack of spades, it was close, but no cigar.
Did you notice Watson like slowly prepaying? He's just, as the card is being dealt, he's still moving the chips very slowly, just hoping he can just reverse the poker gods' will.
Everyone guaranteed 88,400 so far for their efforts as we pan back round to the main stage.
Oh my god.
All in.
Winter all in rejam. Ace-8 suited into O'Dwyer. We're in the money now. Could easily see O'Dwyer commit here of 2 7s if he feels that Winter is making a play with lower pocket pairs. Of course, he's coin flipping with paint. Let's see if he can find a call here.
Yeah, 5-handed. Feels like it has to go in as O'Dwyer does make the call. And Sean Winter from short stack on the bubble. Uh-oh. Now all in, covering O'Dwyer in the money. If he can convert this 46%, we'll be down to the final 2 tables of 7. And Sean Winter will be playing a chip lead stack, or close enough. So comes Jack, King. A couple additional outs now for Sean. The form of a king would counterfeit O'Dwyer's Pair of sevens, 1.9 in the middle. And he's done the dirty on the turn. The double paired board counterfeiting O'Dwyer's 2 black sevens with 1 card to come. So the Queen of Spades completes the board, and with that, Kings and Jacks,
redraw, right?
ace high for Sean Winter. And would you believe, is Jason Kuhn just a fortune teller? Randy? He said to Sean, before we're in the money, he's like, you're always nursing 4, 5 big blind stacks in day 2, and then out of nowhere, you're playing the chip lead. He's now second in chips.
Yeah, well, he knows his man, he knows his opponent. That's Jason Kuhn, but Jason Kuhn also doing pretty good in 3rd place, right? 48 big blinds, but at the top is Artur Martirosyan.
Wow, chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. We're going to have a final 2-table redraw, the business end of this 50K, as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy, 88,400 guaranteed. We are on a pay jump of around 8,000. As you mentioned, Artur Martirosyan is chip leader with 14 left as we wait for the tables to be redrawn. I guess without further ado, we throw it to break. We let the players take this quick break as there is a final 2-table redraw. And when we come back, we'll be playing down to the final table of this 50K 7 max. Randy and I will see you very shortly.
GG Poker. It's the best poker the biggest poker site. This isn't crazy.
No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Back at the desk here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Resort and Casino, continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, and it is the 50K 7 Max where a seat redraw is in progress. 14 players remain. We are in the money. Blinds at 25 and 50,000, and at the top we find the Russian Artur Martirosyan. That's a name that we often see up at the top of our leaderboards. Down toward the bottom, Mike Watson, a name we haven't really called much of so far here at this series. Obviously looking to notch not only this cash here, but perhaps a very tidy one, as we've got 7-figure scores on our hands. Randy, taking a look here at the Triton Poker Plus app, $1.342 million will go to the champ, and right now 14th place will be worth $88,400 as Steve O'Dwyer was eliminated in 15th. When I first came back to the desk chatting with you, what did I miss? What happened? And the first name that you brought up was Sean Winter.
Yeah, Sean Winter has been doing Sean Wintery things. It's the first time I've seen him play, but it's been a delight at this Cyprus stop, and he pretty much just has something trolly to say at every single moment. You know, he made a play with Ace-7 against Jason Kuhn and told him he had Jack-8 and just ran with that story for at least a couple more hands. And it was like, really, you had Jack-8? And eventually he cracked and was like, no, I didn't.
And I love that he's willing to do those things, and it doesn't come at the expense of his focus when he's out here battling against the likes of the players that we have on our hands, all of whom have now drawn their seats. As we take another look inside the app, you see the blue table and the red table. The Sean Winter Show will be in seat 1 at that blue table, sitting on $2.4 million, currently 4th in chips. Just ahead of him by a nose is Jason Kuhn. Tight cluster there, Randy, in that top 4, just 50 bigs to 47 bigs.
Yeah, and those 4 players clearly know what they're doing. They've shipped a lot of tournaments in their historic career. So there's no runaway chip leader here. Now, they will be pouncing still just because, you know, they got the big stack, but it's anyone's game and just really a star-studded cast remaining here.
Interestingly, all of the other events, we've always had this moment where we talk about, oh, the Triton newcomers, the newcomer run good or whatever. 14 players left. How many newcomers do we have left, Randy? By my count, it's just
Sean Winter.
1. Oh, Sean Winter's playing his first one. Sean Winter is
He doesn't
such a
count
fixture.
because he's such a veteran
I
of the
know,
game.
you're right. But the one that I was zeroing in on was Rashid Ben Sharif, who currently sits in 5th, playing under the Dutch flag. Obviously, we know his peers are among the best in the business.
Rashid has been to a Triton before.
That was the London stop in 2019 where he played 100K.
It counts, does it not?
I mean, I don't know. We're going to have to discuss this. The 100K is what he played, though, so obviously he showed up and made a mark. Did not cash, though. 37 big blinds for him. He will be 3rd in chips at the red table. Martirosyan, of course, overall chip leader, will be in front at the blue table, followed by Sean Winter. Those chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake, as we will get things back underway here. How about Punat Punsri? Randy, another one of these names that we're kind of used to seeing make deep runs. So far here in Vietnam. So far here in North Cyprus, he's 1 for 3, finished 10th in the 20K 7 Max.
Cyprus is his place, right? He's got that title from the main event.
Yeah.
No surprise to see him at the top.
I regret not pulling your draws, man. If I win the WSOP main event this year, I will pay you what your EV was.
Mike Watson. Generous offer there by Sean Winter.
It's a good one.
Of course, wildly unlikely. Not an insult. Did Henrik say it's a $2 free roll?
Draw, so I lost 60,000. Oh, so 60. What are his odds of winning the main?
1,000,000 to 1.
You think I'm 1,000,000 to 1 to win the main? Jesus. We might have to do some talking.
Mike Watson will pick up Dan Smith. 10-8 offsuit for Dan, which turns into a gutter and second pair. Unfortunately for Dan, he is out-kicked as he checks it over to Sir Watts.
There is one over to their pair. Let's see if Watson continuation bets here of middle pair ace kicker. Kind of a tricky situation. His opponent is sitting on 10 blinds. If he bets his flop, should be willing to commit. And it looks like he is going to reach for some chips. Comes in with a sizable bet here, actually. 140K. So most certainly would be committing against the check jam. It feels like Dan Smith has picked up too much equity to do anything else but put in the chips.
505,000 back, facing the 140. Be almost 30% of his remaining stack if he were to try to just flat this, but as you pointed out, good chunk of equity here, 30%. But it is so valuable to preserve your stack.
It is. The good news is he's already slid into the money, the main important part, to using that preserved stack. Probably looking for opportunities to try and chip up. It's the bigger bet sizing that makes you commit more on the flop. One more peek.
All in.
There's the jam.
Brian,
obviously it's not ideal for Mike Watson until, of course, he sees 10-8 and realizes that he's in very good shape, but vulnerable in a 1.3 million chip pot.
Yeah, one of the best developments.
I was honored.
Note that Watson only has Smith covered by 40K by our count, which means
when I visit Australia, I'm going to be asking you where to go.
He would be knocking on the door of elimination if this ace-8 weren't to hold.
Telling you 6 minutes left on break when there is 30 seconds.
I was buttoned too.
Turn
I can't
card
remember
is
what
safe.
I did.
And now Dan Smith needs a 10 or a 9 to stay alive here. Can't find it. Board pairs on the river. And that massage looks like it's still in progress. But
he's just going to sit here and observe.
That would be amazing, by the way, because you guys don't mind, right? I'm just kind of comfortable. I don't want to really hit the pause button on this. Stacks were close enough that Smith's hanging around, obviously, to make sure the accounting is correct. Yeah.
Is it time to go? No, not quite. Shot clock's at 0.
Note that he didn't actually say anything to the massage therapist. He just kind of looked over. Was like, you understand that when I have no more gaming tokens,
it's game over.
We're done here.
Yeah. Bye. We're not continuing. It's over.
Yeah. Leave.
Take the chair out yourself.
Yeah. You think he's got a tab open, or just going to settle? TBD.
TBD.
These are the important questions. As we look at the chip counts brought to you by bookmaker.eu, there is Mike Watson sitting now with 27 big blinds. And we talked about tight clusters shortly before resuming the coverage. And look at that one between 3rd and 6th. Snug. 6 big blinds separating the field between Kim and Bonomo in this 3 American lineup. A7 for Brian. He was facing elimination and in bad shape.
We got a dead blind, don't we?
Not long ago.
Dead small.
How does the dead small situation impact people's decision-making pre-flop?
I mean, technically speaking, there's a little bit less value in the middle, so, you know, you would be getting worse odds. It's kind of a small nuance.
I'll tell you what, small nuances are sort of the stuff that differentiates these guys from
I think the most interesting part is when it folds to the button, where it's kind of like a heads-up hand. I got my whole range. I don't have to worry about two opponents, just the big blind.
Sure.
Better to be lucky than good.
Right on cue, Sean Winter.
Neither, though. It's not a good recipe.
Henrik getting a
I'm lucky in the right areas.
little chuckle. Maybe a big one. Watson in one ear, out the other as he's
business.
Definitely all business. Just north of the min with the king-queen offsuit.
Fold.
Nothing happens normally.
Yeah, I know.
With
Just
Sean,
like-
right? Even that muck. There's just something different about the way he does it.
And he does this on purpose or just by
I
accident?
think it's natural. I really do think
All
it's
these things just
who he
happen to
is.
him.
Yeah, he's not. You know, it wouldn't be as endearing if he was trying to get under people's skin and it was some sort of whole ruse. But like, I really think that we're getting the
Just
real
a normal life
Sean
of
winner.
Sean Winter.
Exactly. Martirosyan certainly has enough chips to defend as he flops bottom pair here. More than we can say for Watson.
He is first up here. Of course, representing a stronger range. Jack 7-5 rainbow. It is the type of board that does hit the big blind a little bit, but you got some good multi-barrels of king queen. Looking for an ace or a 10 if you don't hit your king or queen.
150 or 175? 150.
$150K, the follow-through figure from Watson with the 2 overs.
Yeah, that's about half pop C-bet. A little bit bigger than normal.
Martirosyan gonna hang in there, see what's what on this turn, which binks Watson for top pair. Lovely development for his purposes.
Yeah, for Watson now. Clear-cut value bet. You're going to be multi-barreling this card with straight draws, broadways. Might as well bet when you got it.
See if Watson agrees. Certainly feels like he might, Randy.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised if he was to check this one. Just trying to calculate what's the right sizing, what to do on certain river cards. Potentially set up like a river jam, crossing his mind.
And a lot of what determines what the right sizing is actually has a bit to do, I should say, rather than a lot, with things beyond the borders of this hand. What are the rest of the stacks at the table? Where are we in terms of the overall chip counts in the field?
Yes.
Where are the pay jumps? All that sort of stuff.
And those kind of things there's just so many other factors when you're at the end of a tournament. But this hand is over.
Yeah, the 5s can't take that kind of heat. 360K bet will earn Watson the pot as he pays off his time extension marker.
Yeah, sliding up to 1.7 million. That's good for a 5th place stack.
How many
Jason
caches do you have
Kuhn
this trip?
in the chip lead now.
Third?
Martirosyan has
Seems like,
slipped
it
to
seems
4th.
like you've cashed everything. Nice and 20s for you.
why he's so funny to me, but he just is.
It's just like such an unnecessary comment, but he just has to tell you.
Who is he even telling that to?
Yeah.
Was there someone that was looking at him in some sense of like,
don't
how
think
much do
so.
you have? I don't remember anyone asking for a count, Sean.
No, no one asked. Everyone does it in 20s, right? Like, you tell someone if it's not in 20s, not when it is in its natural state.
Mike Watson. Jack deuce suited. Somewhat reluctantly, perhaps taking the spot.
Yeah, it is suited, though. And Watson not shy of post flop.
Winter's ace-10 turns into top pair on a monotone ace-high board where Jack deuce of diamonds is a pure napkin.
Monotone board, you tend to see like the 25% pot c-bets, especially with no club. Should be a high frequency bet. Just trying to kick out. I mean, if he's defending Jack deuce suited, you know he's got hands with random clubs often. Charge him.
85.
Just north of quarter pot.
Mm-hmm. Easy fold for Watson. Now back in the U.S.
Yep.
Highway patrol, as evidenced perhaps by the film
thank you,
Chips, tend to wear exactly those kinds of sunglasses.
You talking to me?
Yeah, I did it for you.
What'd you do for me?
So
Put it in 20s.
Was it 25 high?
The bottom is 200K.
Thank you, Sean. That was very kind of you.
No worries.
You do so much for me.
Sean suggesting that he had put them in 20s for Bonomo, who obviously likes to have things go by the letter of the law. You know, let's follow the rules here. Quickly, I believe Justin pointed out that those are in 25s. Oh, I don't know why he's so funny. But the sunglasses, for a while, I nicknamed him Officer Winter.
Officer Winter.
Because it looked like he was ready to walk up to your passenger side window and ask for license and registration.
But
at
can
any
you just
given
imagine the things that come out of his mouth as he's asking for it? It's just random other questions or comments.
He would be the funniest person to be pulled over by in all of poker. This your vehicle? I like it. Is it in a rush to get somewhere or just you? Honestly, there's nobody I would rather be issued a citation by than Sean Winter.
You'd be laughing as you get your citation.
It would be the funniest speeding ticket I ever got. Boy, the last time I was in the booth, things were considerably chattier. The atmosphere was much lighter. More often I expect this on the bubble, this sort of climate, but now in the money. Maybe
Yeah,
it's
no
that seven-figure payout up top.
I think so. And there was a different cast of characters I was with Winter, engaging with them.
Does feel like he doesn't have the right.
He needs the Jason Kuhn
setup
at his
man.
table.
Yeah, he needs a foil. Martirosian's ace-4 puts an ace-deuce into the bin as it min raises. Brian Kim, Jack-7 off. Will defend. Queen-9 Trey, not in his neighborhood. Same story, though, for Martirosian, who has the benefit of position and the action check to him. Little 75K tickle. third pot.
Yeah, just try and deny some equity, I suppose.
And Jack 7 into the muck. This is like one of those campfires that's on its last legs. But if you just reach for a big bottle of lighter fluid, you can resurrect it. Who's going to be the lighter fluid, though? I vote Sean Winter.
Yeah.
If anyone's going to be the lighter fluid that this campfire needs, it's him. After the lighter fluid burns off, though, it just goes back to where it was.
I see.
You know, you got to actually add real combustibles.
Where are you going with this?
You act like I know, Randy. I don't have a destination in mind when I enter the vehicle. I just start the car and go.
Wasn't one of your best. All right, some more poker. Arthur, ace jack.
It's been raise and defend for the better part of this orbit. On this occasion, it is Bonomo, the defender. Second pair for him. No spade, though, on this monotone flop. He is in front of ace jack, though.
He's going to fire away once again. Small bet. But this time, 8-7 does have a piece. Not comfortable without the spade, but when you're getting this kind of price, you really just can't go anywhere.
Turn suddenly is of much use to Martirosian. Double gutter, courtesy of that 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, it feels like Arthur was most likely just going to give up a lot of turn cards, but this is the interesting one with the double gutter. Could apply pressure here. No spade in hand, though. Gonna put some chips to work here, and Bonomo would be in a very tough spot to continue. No spade, I just don't really see it.
300 into 425, and Bonomo has 935 back, but it is Martirosian's big stack that can put so much pressure on us.
Your out is not clean. Imagine hitting the 9, right? Jack would just take you out.
Yeah. Totally understandable. The fact that the best hand ended up in the muck on that occasion. Yes. The situation wasn't great for Bonomo, who finds himself with 16 blinds, shortest of all stacks at his table, currently running in 9th overall of 13 runners. As we welcome you back to the desk here inside the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Resort, and Casino. Ali and Randy. And Randy, I have feelings, and you hurt them with my campfire joke.
Oh, you have.
Didn't like.
I thought you had a feeling. You have.
I had a feeling that we were friends, and then you ruined it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm actually not that hurt by it. Listen, not the most exciting moment of the tournament. It's okay. We can be honest about it. Obviously, we know that plenty of excitement can be in store as we work our way towards the final table. Jason Kuhn up in the chip lead, a 7-figure payout still remaining. Let's take a break along with the players. It is scheduled just a few minutes time. We will come back, and as we do send you to that break, it's time for another one of our GTO Wizard quizzes.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. What does the bubble factor measure in a poker tournament? A, ICM pressure, B, how often your hand will win, or C, the number of busts before the money bubble. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy. Ebb and flow, Henry, maybe that part of it.
Also
You've been
just-
there, right? You kind of
yeah,
look up and you're like,
Jack
not
10.
now. These guys
Yeah.
are sticky.
Not enough kit. Oh boy, Kim gonna run into the ace queen of turn. Gonna just make the snap call, and
Yeah.
Kim looking to convert this 37% equity.
Well, from not enough kit to more than enough for Toon Mulder, who finds himself squaring off against Brian Kim, blind versus blind, 825 in the middle, and that Kim family group chat is awash in calls for a king or a 10. Not to be. Deuce 8-9. The 10 of spades working hard. And
That's a
even
fun
harder.
turn.
Mulder does improve to queens, but just look at all of the paths to a double for Brian Kim. Are they available? Yes, the Jack of Diamonds slides on in, giving Kim the nut straight.
Up to a very workable 33 big blinds. Always happy to see a Kim run, but I will say,
Good guess.
Impressed, Henry?
I got a pocket pair.
yeah, I mean,
Pocket pair maybe.
it's just a fold against what that range looks like, but still not easy.
We'll find out. It's on TV, bro.
Is it more straightforward than it feels like
I
to
think
make
so.
that fold?
Yeah.
Okay.
Against that stack depth. And Danny just picking up on that straight away.
Right.
Rightfully so. Getting 3-bet off of
Yeah, but that's okay.
a 13 big blind stack from those positions.
Back at it is Sun, this time with ace-4 suited. Pocket fours for Triton Chu. He's ready to set sail. And Sun is going to take a spin. What a beautiful spot for Chu, by the way, as he's only up against 1 overcard.
62% of the equity. And 5 cards to come.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just saying. But maybe he doesn't get this situation. I think he called.
Off to the races we go with 470 in the middle. Ace on the flop. Disaster for Chu.
Yeah.
Gets it in. Great.
Not bad. Just sit on me.
Gets 3 outed.
Wait a minute.
Red,
Spades.
red cut. Not mine.
Always a sweat.
Yeah.
Even in 50Ks.
A lot sweatier for Triton Chu, who's at risk here and doesn't improve. So Sun Yu will claim a pelt as Triton unable to make the money as the players.
And who's that guy that did that Ted Forrest or something? Weight loss bet? Never got paid or something?
What?
He had to get like pretty much anorexic and then for $1 million and he didn't. I don't know what the fucking story was.
Some stories being shared.
The problem is, every time you look at these cards, every hand looks pretty. I don't know what it is.
Well, blind feet blinds,
David
Randy.
Swansky's my number 1.
21, 22 big blinds for Ponogovs is covered by the big blind.
A lot of situations where this could get in, depending on how Ponokovs approaches it, especially if he comes in with a limp. Limp jam is a pretty big play here of ace-7 suited with 21 blinds. Looks like on an open raise. I'd imagine Arthur would be pretty happy getting in 2 9s, blind versus blind against Alexei.
And then action back on Ponokovs. Are we putting money in?
That's the big question. It depends on how wide you think the big blind is going to be.
Just 3 big blinds between the two.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Does it make sense? No, but that's what I'm saying.
10, 8, 6. No diamonds. Ponokovs picking up a couple of outs, although 2 9s busy in Martiroshin's hand. The jack on the turn changes nothing. Ponokov's looking for an ace or a 9 to double up. No dice as the 5 of hearts completes the board, and with that, Artur up to 1.5 million. Moves up to 3rd in chips, tied with Rashid Ben Sharif. Just on the tail of Henrik Hecklin and David Yan. We're down to 22 players, which means just 1 more elimination, Randy. And we will have the final 3. Patrick Antonius is all in on the outer table against Yan.
Pair of Cowboys here for Punat Ponsri.
5 seconds. Rose 75,000.
Got 2.5x open.
Potential 3-bet spot for Sawatz in the small blind.
Yeah, it's a reasonable candidate. I'd imagine he might want to play a little bit tighter given that we're approaching the money.
Believe we're going to be going on break at the end of this hand, as we did lose Antonius, as mentioned, against David Yan. Cards
All in on the call.
going to be turned on their backs as Chidwick moves all in with the king.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 50K 7 Max. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. And Randy, the breaks are when you and I, along with the players, tend to seek out sustenance, nourishment. Did you manage to get anything down during the break?
I got some water, but I'm just wondering why there's a spoon right there.
Oh, do you mean this thing right here in my hand, along with this lovely cup of soup that I managed to procure? That's because, Randy, as you know, you have to put gas in your car to keep it going. And, you know, that's what I'm doing here. I don't know what you're up to.
So
delicious. I love it. Traditional Turkish soup, by the way.
Traditional.
Okay, there was a typo, if I'm being honest. Stop making me talk. I can't eat and talk. Say something, Randy. I'm going. Wait, hang on. I don't want to.
Final 13 players?
Yeah, keep going with that.
Okay. Jason Kuhn up top. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he already won one title.
Oh, no. I've made a mess of things, Randy. This bit wasn't even worth it.
Do you want a bib as well?
I might need a bib. All right, look, let's get down to business. Jason Kuhn in the chip lead right now. We're having fun here at the desk. Artur Martirosyan has slipped to second. He was in first at the top of the last frame. Sean Winter in third. Average stack is currently 1.6 million, good for 27 bigs. And at present, it is Danny Tang with 13 bigs. The shortest of all stacks. There he is at the bottom. Toon Mulder joining him. Bonomo down toward the bottom. But the theme for me, again, is kind of just like snug as a bug clusters throughout the chip counts, which create some interesting dynamics. A lot of times we prefer maybe to see those 2-3 big blind stacks out there. We know that they're going to be getting it in. Someone's going to be a customer, give them a spin. Now all of a sudden we get down to that FT quickly. But producer James speculating we could be here a while.
We could be, but you never know. Might get a runaway chip leader. Who knows?
Well, we got a chip leader, and that is Jason Kuhn, of course, but the tight clusters are on display as you look at the 30, 60K blind level distributions at the blue and the red table, brought to you by our official staking partner here.
Do you want me to take over so you can finish the soup?
No, look, I'm a consummate professional. You know how much food I eat while I'm doing commentary, unbeknownst to anyone? Maybe not unbeknownst to anyone.
Okay,
you
then
guys
continue the chip counts for us.
No, you do it, Randy. I would like
I offered. Okay, well, Artur up top on the blue table. We got Sean Winter, Brian Kim. Tight cluster. You mentioned it
No,
earlier.
I already said that.
Okay, what else can I say?
Don't
then?
use my line.
Okay, they're gone. I'm done.
Wow, you got lucky. Now everyone knows that if I'm not talking, it's because I'm eating soup. That's no good. Maybe I shouldn't have peeled the curtain back. Have I made a massive mistake?
I don't think anyone cares about your soup.
I care about my soup.
No, you're like the only person.
Yeah,
I don't know why I'm engaging with it.
Because you love me.
Not really. I really don't.
You'll miss me when I'm gone, Randy.
Okay. King 5 of clubs.
Nobody's going to miss any of these guys when they're gone, though. They're so good that when they leave, you're just happy. One less top-class professional to have to contend with. As Sean Winter. Blind versus blind has Bonomo limping.
It is the candidate of sometimes people making a stance. We'll check.
Yeah, Sean decides not going to put bottom of range to work. And he will flop bottom pair, which is more than we can say for King 5 on a 10-high rainbow board.
Bono comes in with a check.
Check back from Sean. Turn doesn't change anything.
King High's got some reasonable showdown value. Probably expect them to continue to try and get there. I think a lot of checks there with bottom pair. There we go.
No improvements for Bonomo all the way down.
Yeah, if you got this far of king high, you might as well try and show it down. Still can beat those queen jack highs. And pair deuces. Beats those hands.
Had the king.
No post-flop action.
You ever see a check like that? The multi-single flick at the...
Leave it to Winter, Randy, to give us the not normal
King five
version
clubs.
of
Okay,
everything.
I saw King 4 clubs. I just didn't want to take it if...
Yeah, no, that's the one I had.
I don't know.
There's no one like him. Nobody.
I can't name a single
The
player like him.
closest,
Give me.
Carl
If I go on
Chapegatien.
with the preview call.
Yeah?
In terms
A
of like
race
tableside
preview.
manner,
Okay.
right? All the facial expressions, mid-pot,
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
conversation.
Yeah.
KCG.
You do something.
Still MIA.
Oh, I would do something.
Yeah, we'll love to see him back at it. Cyprus is where he really made a statement. Dusty.
See what I mean? He could have just mucked the small.
But did you see the way he showed him to? It was like
Yeah,
full
he put
circle.
one card under the other, made it seem like he was going to flick it into the muck, but instead then flipped it.
All you guys missed an open.
You too.
You don't mess with this guy.
So we didn't miss an open then.
You missed a very high EV double down.
Okay.
If you were in the big blind, we all would have opened.
I know. Hey, it all started with the 4-3 fold. You know I was check shoving that flop.
Brian Kim. Is
Go,
this exactly what I was going to ask?
Go. It's real. You won't be able to unhear it when you see some of the Malaysian players play.
Go Jacks go.
No, you can't do that. It's go or don't say it at all.
I should have showed my hand on that one where you called me, the 80, just to see what you had. But I mean, it's kind of like obvious what you have. Not like obvious, like.
I had an interesting one.
Oh wow, now I wish I showed.
No customers for Brian. I would have thought Henrik would be engaging
I didn't do
Winter a
some
little
like
bit more,
He
given
was earlier.
what has changed, other than we're in the money.
He didn't realize that Winter doesn't stop talking, I guess. It was like I ran out of fuel.
Well, he does the heavy lifting.
That's why I didn't want to
That's
show.
for sure. Shout out to all of you who are streaming our coverage live right now, whether it be through the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or of course our YouTube channel, which is over 160,000 subscribers strong. Thanks to all of you for helping us get there. Go ahead and give us a like and Chat, quick to point out, by the way, when we said there's no one like him, in reference to Sean Winter, that Jungle Man might qualify.
That is better than what you suggested.
KCG?
Yeah, I think so.
Haven't seen Jungle here either.
No, I haven't.
Not sure where he's at. As Mike Watson, we know where he's at. 2-7s, small blind, jam, and take it as the dusty button open.
3-5.
Must concede. Understandably quiet affair from this point forward, with that 7-figure payout looming. I think we got a little bit spoiled by the likes of Nacho and Boss and company early on in today's coverage.
Yeah, we did lose them. Still lots of high-level poker incoming. 7-5 of hearts, dealer button, Mike Watson.
Now I know it's just one data point, Randy, but dare we infer that based on the fact that everybody who was chatty has busted, that maybe it's better not to be chatty? I don't want to put that out there.
So what, you just giving away your hand or something? That doesn't even make any sense.
And maybe, you know.
Oh, stop talking, you might bust.
There is Rashid Ben Sharif. Man's on the chip lead now as he has dethroned Jason Koon, just a couple of blinds ahead of him. Quietly, by the way, Randy, Sean Winter is knocking on the door of the chip lead, 4 blinds shy of.
Before you came on, Sean Winter was sitting on a very micro stack, and Jason Koon actually said, like, you somehow always have a short stack, get aces at the right time, and then you just all of a sudden a chip leader at the end of the tournament.
Somebody was telling me a story about earlier this series, I believe, if not in another event, Sean had 4 chips exactly. And every time the action got to him, he had both of his hands with shuffling one chip into one chip and then one chip into one chip in the other hand and looking around with the glasses on, taking everything seriously. And then putting the chips together and then slamming them down and folding and just like all these little winterisms, for lack of a better way to put it.
Bit of action here. Ace
so
queen.
Entertaining. And indeed, Buldigan picking the ace queen from the small blind to jam over the top of this Jason Koon 120K open. Now, Koon deep enough to be a customer.
Never nice here with this kind of a kicker. Obviously, if you're up against an ace, you're in trouble. Just depends on how much paint is reshoving on you. I mean, even against like the pocket pairs, obviously not doing so good against those hands. Might be able to find the mark. It's tricky. What if he's gonna? He's grabbing the calling chips. There we go.
Yeah. Goes through the data bank and comes up with call. Does Jason Koon, one of the most well-studied players in all of poker. Deeming ace-3 suited adequate, but obviously a disappointing development when you look up at the ace-queen of Vyacheslav Buldigan, who needs it to hold to stay alive in this 1.4 million chip pot. So far, so good. Now a little wheel draw, not lost on Buldigan. As Jason picks up 4 outs for 7 total. but does not connect. And that will leave him removed from the top of the leaderboard and send Buldigan moving in the right direction.
Yeah, gets him out of the danger zone, slides him up to 8th place, 24 big blinds. Jason down to 5th now, 32 big blinds.
Buldigan had a good start to this series as he cashed both the GG Super Millions and the 20K 7 Max, 20th and 9th respectively. Did not cash the Mystery Bounty or the 40K 8 Max. And here he is. This will be his 5th career. Triton cash and put him up and over $1 million in earnings on tour.
Yeah, they big flip, yeah.
There is your chip leader, Mr. Sharif, who, as Randy corrected me, is not a first-timer technically, as he did play that one event back in London in 2019. 0 for 2 thus far here in North Cyprus, having played the 30K Mystery Bounty and the 40K 8 Max, failing to cash.
He's also Skywalker. Did you know that? Not Luke. Not Luke.
Online, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. That was like, we all know that Mark Hamill is Luke Skywalker. Unless there's a Dutch version of Star Wars I don't know about. Bunat Punsri is jammed in a little north of $1 million here with Queen Jack suited. He's got this Jack 10 suited in a bad way. Danny mucks it.
Yeah, didn't even have a decision there with suited Jack 10.
Just too much on request from Punat. Haven't seen the rest of the Thai crew thus far. Pachada Wangwachit, Kanapong Tanaratnakul, neither of them anywhere to be found?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to make their way out here. Don't really know, to be honest.
Behind, I can jam. I was so ready.
All in. GG.
Maybe they're out at some moonlight parties in Phuket. On the beach, raging.
Raging. That they're not here?
No. At the party, raging, Randy. We're raging that they're not here because they're such welcome additions to the series, but I mean, it's just my imagination gone wild. We know that's not what they're doing.
There's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance. Pocket nines for Danny.
Interesting, actually. I do think that limping is a reasonable strategy here. Yeah, he's going to come in with it. Try to trap that chip leader or big stack. 2 9s perform so well, and you're playing such a small stack. You can easily get it in post flop in limp pots.
Yep. He was ready for whatever Ben Sharif might want to throw at him there with the 2 9s. As Danny plays it safe with a limp, and the flop is clean for him. 1 over card on board.
Trying to induce a bet from his opponent. Also maintaining a little bit of pot control.
Check back from Ben Sharif, who picks up the spade draw as Danny improves to a set.
Well, Danny most likely doesn't think he's up against King X, but with no spade in hand, might feel compelled to value bet. against a lone spade. Looks like this one's over. Oh, take a quick peek. It'd be dicey to continue.
Well, you're just drawing to the third nut
continue.
flush, but maybe there are other thoughts on Ben Sharif's mind, Randy, that include an opportunity perhaps to take it away when the spade doesn't show up.
I think you're right, actually. And then it's kind of a bit of, depends on how the river action goes. I may
River
take an
couldn't be
opportunity.
better for Danny, by the way. Nines full of deuces just in case in some weird world. He was up against the flush.
I mean, having seen the hands, of course, he would want to check. I don't think he knows that. He could be up against a deuce X, maybe just go for all of it. King X occasionally. Yeah, just gonna hope for the best.
And once Danny gets to betting almost all of his stack, and Sharif surely will get to folding as he does. Let's take a look at the series Danny has had thus far.
Better.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Being honest. Didn't cash in the Super Millions or the 7 Max, and then picked up a 6th place in the Mystery Bounty, as well as 13th place finish in the 40K 8 Max.
He ran above a EV in his bounty polls. I heard him speaking at the table. Slightly.
This will be his 15th career Triton cash, as he seeks to add a 2nd title to his resume, 5.5 million plus in career Triton earnings for him.
You still eating?
No. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, this is a new David Yan. I haven't seen him in this getup, have you?
He's undercover.
Officer Yan.
This is not David Yan. This is some other player.
This is just another player.
You should really play back at me. Pocket fives, bumping it up to 120K. And
note the stacks here.
Deep in both slots. As the 4X to 480 is announced by Ben Sharif. That's a lot of weight to put on 2 5s, isn't it, Randy? Even in position?
It is. It's actually more of a candidate of 4-bet or fold, like, because you're getting less implied odds. Playing 30 big blind stack. Doesn't play well post-flop in a 3-bet pot. You'd have to think your opponent is getting way out of line to be jamming this, though, and I will say that Rashid is a candidate to do so. These chips are very important, so he's got to have a pretty concrete read to go with this one.
I mean, the meta is that David knows how much pressure.
He's going to go for it. All in. We're going to run a huge pot here, Ali.
Unbelievable. No sooner do I start talking about how Yan recognizes that Ben Sharif could be situationally applying this pressure, given all the ICM, then Yan goes with his gut and jams. Now, to be fair, he's got the best hand right now.
Yes. He had a lot of fold equity, so that's why he went with it. Important flop here.
And one that sees him holding on. Broadway gut shot obtained by Ben Sharif. No ace, no king, no 10. That's the mantra in David Yan's mind as he began this pot 4th in chips, going up against the chip leader and coming out ahead. Exhale, young man. You are in the chip lead all by yourself with 13 left in event number 6. How about it, Randy?
I mean, he went with his read, this unknown guy with a hat and shades.
I mean, he's got a reputation for being gutsy, and it's not going to require guts for Sean Winter to find chips working their way into the middle here. But regrettably for him, he's run into queens and sevens for Justin Bonomo. Disaster brewing.
I mean, what an amazing flop here for pocket aces, too. Backdoor spades, quite dry. Hard to expect 2 pairs. Justin thinking about check calling or check raising. Does have top 2 against undergun open.
They're playing 545 effective as Winter has Bonomo well covered.
Comes in with a check raise. Feels that Winter's got a good piece. Indeed, he does. And, well, given there's only 320 back, I can't really imagine any scenario where these chips don't get in.
But do you imagine any scenario in where Bonomo would be raising to this amount without being willing to put the other 320 in behind it?
And I don't think so. But I guess he's calling here just in case his opponent's just on some kind of check raise and will just jam the turn of low equity.
What would he fold to? Nothing, right? Not a card in the deck.
Yeah, I would say so. Regardless, we know what's going to happen here on the turn.
Yeah, the rest of this 320 will be working its way forward, and Sean Winter will surely be calling. Or the other way around, maybe.
Bonomo has to jam here. I mean, straight draws. And we'll go. Winter words incoming, I imagine.
Hope you have queen something of spade.
He's got queen something all right.
Date
Queen's
with an
up.
8-ball.
Sean's going to hunt a 5, an 8, or an ace to do away with poker's winningest player of all time. And instead, it's a 4, and Justin Bonomo. A lick of the lips. Yes. Now.
3 what?
He's got a bit more breathing room.
Yeah, another deep run incoming.
Ooh. Magic.
Magic.
Laid the trap. Right on there on the flop. Make sure you shove all your bluffs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Obviously.
Hello.
Sean didn't love that one there as he slips down into 4th in chips overall, 2nd behind Martirosian still, who is 2nd overall. David Yan, of course, the chip leader, courtesy of the pocket 5s holding on the other table just moments ago as we move forward here in event 6. New chips. Gonna get put to work here. Bonomo. Limping the small.
$10-3 also obviously a candidate for bottom range raise.
Let's see if Winter's got vindictive thoughts.
Revenge? No.
Just don't have queen 7, please.
No pair anywhere here on the ace-king 7 board with 180 out there.
You will see the small blind stab in these limp pots on these ace-king boards quite a bit. Perceived to have the range advantage.
Justin leads right out and takes it down. Randy.
Yep. The soup is done? What do you want to tell me?
Can I be honest?
Yes, my friend.
I'm a little bored. Have we been spoiled?
You're telling me you're bored. We have world-class players, potentially Jason going for number 2. Final 13 into 50K, our biggest buy-in so far.
I'm not macro bored. I'm micro bored. Just these pots are not quite as tantalizing as I want them to be. I'm not suggesting the guys need to do anything differently. Ow!
Does that feel better? You better now? You bored still? Can we get your head in the game?
Randy just punched me.
It's like pillows, right?
No. I'd like to file a report. That won't be boring. Producer James quickly stepping in to advise he will not testify. As Bonomo steps in to min-raise with the queen jack suited on the button. And now, maybe just what I was asking for. Little excitement courtesy of an ace-8 suited, which is jamming.
He heard you.
Surely 1.4 on the back of queen jack suited is too much, right, Randy?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Especially with north of 20.
We're trending in the right direction, though.
Yep, on pace.
I want more of that.
I woke you up.
Do you know where the nearest microwave is?
Microwave?
Yeah.
Why don't you just get a new bulb suit?
That's wasteful.
Yeah, in the kitchen. Do you want me to hold it down for you for now?
While I go microwave my soup? No. I would never do that to you, Randy. Unless I was really hungry.
I'll take it for you then. I'm kind of bored. Micro bored.
It's different than macro board.
Suited 3-4. Oh.
This isn't going to be boring.
Keeps action going up.
King, queen suited.
Big clash, actually.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at these hands, the positions, the stack sizes. Like, there is a raise coming in from someone, whether it's in the form of a trap. And with the 3.5x raise, surely going to see ace-10 want to attack this. And I just don't really see king-queen letting it go either, right? He's going to be dominating a lot of hands that would reshove. Pocket pairs, doing clean against.
But as we look at the overall chip counts,
We're just not at the final table bubble yet. It's... I know what you're going to say.
from Watson. Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at it like there's a number of shorter
Standard.
stacks than his.
Standard.
8th through 13th. But I understand. Ace-10.
We got to fight sometimes.
Decides it's ready to spin. I feel responsible for this one. I asked for excitement, and now our cup runneth over. 2.8 million chip pot. As the king-queen suited makes the call for Martirosian. He's got Watson covered. And Watson has the lead on a paired board where he is anti-sweating big paint. Now he hits the 10, doesn't change anything. As the king and the queen need to be faded for the Canadian to double up. And he's done just that on the double paired board.
big stacks are falling.
Little shakeout.
So it's 1.3 million and 80,000.
Counting being done. And when the dust settles, Watson is going to be up into second place, while Martirosyan slips down to 8th. 1.4 million left for him. 24 bigs, plenty to work with. Shake it off, obviously.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is the part of the tournament where you really can't let the wheels fly off. Stay composed.
You want some cold soup?
Do we really have to use the same spoon?
Ooh, that's weird. We don't.
Okay.
But I don't know how else you're going to enjoy it. Well, you're not going to enjoy it because it's cold.
Are you going to finish that by the time we get to break? I guess that's the main question.
You don't worry about what's going on over here, Randy.
And also would really like you to not bring a soup next frame, if possible.
Okay. I'll consider it. What about a salad?
120.
Sean Winter tossing 120. Into the middle.
Well, Watson here, ace-9. Think I'm making a play at Sean Winter.
Ace-10 worked out so well for him moments ago.
Making a stance.
330,000.
3-bet to 330, and whatever Winter's side card was, it certainly wasn't good enough to take that heat. Nice 1-2 punch there for Watson, as he now targets David Yan's chip lead. Nice not to have Yan at his table, obviously.
Yeah, sitting on 3 million chips just north.
Kuhn not at this table either, so Sean Winter with 1.8.
Did you have it or bluff?
Second behind him.
Find out in 30 minutes, you know.
Offsuit paint.
Raise 120,000.
Actually, an interesting spot here at pocket threes and the big blind closing the action. Decent amount of stack. It is normally a good reshove candidate. Might still do so. Definitely the type of player you would want to attack, but calling, of course, just fine. He is going to shove.
Yep, the hard 6. Jamming and taking it down. Watson.
I like that.
Doesn't make much of it. This is clinical right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the chances of me...
But like if you have...
Let's say you have king 10 off.
You send it
Or
off.
king jack off.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you could
Good play by him.
Yeah.
You might not.
On both threes, I
might
think.
Not mind me folding king.
I'm not sure about turn.
Yes, a king did, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm happy to see more cards. Like, I don't know what you guys.
I get what you're saying.
Hold on. Yeah.
Two, you have 7?
I mean,
No,
you're right.
I started with 820.
What happens when you have like king 9 suited?
760.
Call.
Kuhn over at our other feature table. Up front raising with the pocket tens. Now paused on David Yan's hijack.
Okay.
Chip leader wants to play.
Feels like a pocket sixes to me. Pocket fives.
Ben Sharif, who has slipped down to the overall short stack in the tournament. Just 6 bigs, gonna jam him in there.
Wow, Ace Jack has got a decision here. Sitting on 11 blinds, he's out. Jason.
Asking for the count.
Going nowhere with 2 tens. It's just a matter of, should I re-raise all in? Should I re-raise small? Just call? Try to interpret what David Yan's flatting range is against his undergun open. The reshove is the play.
And that will dispense with David Yan's holding, whatever it was. As Ben Sharif shows the 2 5s. Dreamy spot here for Jason in a 1 million chip pot. Ben Sharif needs help. Doesn't find it for the time being. Turn card.
5s are hot.
A big, nasty 5 of clubs if you're holding 2 10s as the river fails to give Kuhn a 2-outer of his own, and we'll keep things 13 as Ben Sharif. Not going to be proud of it, but that's how it goes sometimes. On the right end of it on this occasion was Rashid.
Great idea.
Jason taking a blow to his stack now. Down under 30 bigs with 1.7 million as Rashid sits with that 1 million, 17 bigs. Again, just not a lot of separation between the likes of Buldigan on down, let's call it. Is this typically what you would expect in terms of stack depth at this point in an event? 2 tables left? Would you call it less chips than average? More chips than average?
It seems fine to me. 27 blinds. Yeah, no, it seems okay. Rashid, ace king.
Nice follow-up. Especially given that David Yan has opened in front of him with a king 10 suited. He is prepared to go up against that hand.
Chip sliding and incoming.
Another jam. And another pocket pair for Jason Kuhn. 7s.
Snap muck.
Yeah.
Noteworthy.
You probably had 2 outs again. Sorry? Said you probably had 2 outs against me again. Best hand I pulled. No?
Well, it wasn't 2 outs, it was 6.
He thought about a free peek. I was like, nah.
Kuhn definitely did have the best hand, though, as the blinds go up to 40 and 80,000.
Okay, now if you ask me that question, I would say that we are kind of on the low end with the stacks. 20 big blind average. chip leader just 40 blinds.
40-minute levels, and they come around quick.
Yeah, they do.
I wouldn't say the pace of play has been entirely brisk either, so in those 40-minute levels, you're not necessarily seeing that many hands.
Yeah, most certainly. You just got to play your cards with whatever time frame is dealt, you know, you're given. Sometimes you'll run up a stack. Sometimes it's just dry. It happens. Ace-King seems to be getting passed around the table.
Lands on Jason small blind on this occasion, and it is in great shape against Buldigan should he decide to be a caller.
I might just open raise this one, actually. Yeah, when you're up against a short stack like this, they tend to not blast at you when you limp. You kind of want to trap the guys with bigger stacks.
Hey.
A little show.
Yeah.
Pat on the shoulder. Like the one I gave you.
That was not a pat. That was a full-blown punch in the deltoid.
Get it.
It took all my energy. Like,
No,
I'm depleted. I just have my voice left. Barely can stand. I got game-winning comfort behind me. I better use it.
Ooh, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Playing for the home team.
Get me on the ads next time.
Earlier today, Henry said I need to work out. He said he wanted to get me on the treadmill. Said being healthy is a thing now.
It's a thing now.
I then patted him on his head.
It's so funny.
And I said, I'm sure it is. Now go get me some soup.
As if he had one. Yeah. Like he doesn't have one. Like he doesn't have one. Oh.
They're put in the wrong spot. I mean, whatever. No, I know. Okay.
It's closed? I think the 25K is closed, right? Yeah.
The 82 runners.
Closed.
Such a DJ. You're playing the biggest stakes possible, and you're just sweating that 25K.
Well, no, it's I also have like 10 big blinds.
Tune Mulder jams the King Jack as Kuhn admonishes Danny Tang for inquiring as to whether or not the 25K registration for Event 7, the 8 Max Turbo, is still open. Danny pushing back, saying, hey, listen, I got 10 bigs, unlike you. So
it is closed, though.
I mean, it's good chance I could bust anytime soon, and that's just closed.
Yeah, but you can now.
Don't you think we should have the opportunity to like?
You can relax. It's worth too much, you know?
Yeah.
It's just way too sick to get to come in later than everyone else.
Sure. Fine. Yep. Guess I'm just gonna have to stay in this then.
Yeah.
Play heads up with Bruna.
That would be nice.
looks like Danny knows who he wants to be heads up against in the event that he makes it to the final table and down to the last two.
Yeah. Just give your reads out.
Good news continues.
Good news.
It's like the party's over, buddy.
Not quite. Not quite.
Yep.
Question or a statement?
Yeah, just wasn't sure about those zeros. We got there. So can I take a step back real quick? Rewind. You do exercise, actually. You go swimming out in the ocean. It's great, right?
Oh, that's true. I guess that counts.
Yeah, and it's obviously
in the
a lot of
pool as
energy.
well.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard in the ocean because of the
current
or whatever. Yeah, actually, the tide was going out last time when I took that swim with Adamo in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And on the way back in, I could feel that, like, unless you had the wave coming in, which kind of carried you a little ways, the rest of the time I was swimming, I was not really going anywhere.
Right.
What if I got carried out to sea? How happy would the chat be?
Happy would the chat be? I would be torn.
between being happy
No,
and being sad.
I'd just be sad that I have to put in so many more hours.
Right. It's unfortunate.
Your well-being quite
comes second.
Yeah, comes second for sure.
To your hours.
Here we go. Jack 8. He's sitting on 9 big blinds here. Should be enough of a hand to push it in.
All in.
Yeah. He knows it. Trying to leverage all of the fold equity that he can out of those 9 bigs. And getting through the 7-8.
You just got it through. You're so sick.
Not king 4 offsuit. So king 4 offsuit was supposed to go all in?
I don't know. I wasn't even looking at my chips yet, but probably.
It is kind of remarkable, Randy, but as I look out at the remainder of this field, this is just going to be mistake-free poker. There's not going to be anybody who ends up in some spot where they're doing the wrong thing that can be exploited.
Yeah, and I'm looking out at the who's remaining, and I certainly agree with that. It's going to be very technical. Who wants to kind of step out of the line occasionally, try to pick advantage?
I might come to play the main event.
You got like annoying tax stuff, right?
Yeah, it's not possible for me to play.
What's like an average? Okay. Okay, I don't even want to go so specific. But what would you give me? What's my ROI on the main event? No, I have no tax.
Probably like 80% or something. I think people will grossly overestimate that.
What's yours?
80% is like really good, you know?
He's gonna say 400.
No, I would never say such a thing. I mean, 300.
At least. And he meant that. He legit meant it.
Honestly, maybe 200.
I'm not even half the player he is.
No, I'm not saying that. I mean,
That's exactly what Oh no! Oh my god!
80% sick, bro.
Yeah, you're not half as good as me.
It's good, bro.
Yeah, it's fine.
What are you talking about? No, I didn't mean
Not
that.
even a quarter.
I don't think it scales like that.
Fold.
I don't know. Like 200. But like I'm never gonna play it, so it doesn't matter, right? So you can
done?
so maybe you're 85%.
You done with it? No, not gonna play anymore.
I'm skipping it this year.
For your
No, I'll definitely play it again, but not this year. I can't.
for your baby, right?
Huh?
You skip it because of
Yeah,
the
skip
baby.
it because of the baby. Yeah.
What's the deepest you run?
Late day 5.
Yeah. Day 7,
she
mate.
jams.
So we talk about 300%.
Oh yeah, you made a day 7?
Yeah.
Sick.
I did, but I'm like 1 year.
No, I have like pretty bad results in the main. I'm not.
Conversation centering around the World Series of Poker main event, which is not long from now.
Big
And
advantage I
the
would have
jam
over you, though, is
from
a
Punsri
lot of the
over the
American
top of
player
Ace
pool.
6.
No, just like a lot of the American player pool. Like I just
Didn't
think
take long either.
1.1.
Yeah. They're like a very different kind of fish, you know. It's like, it would be like me coming to Hong Kong. You would have a way higher ROI than me in a lot of tournaments.
I don't know about that.
I think you would. I mean,
I don't think I would.
in some tournaments you would.
It'll
for
take
sure.
you half an hour to figure out who, like, you just talk to all of them.
No, I mean, like today I made a fold.
Everybody
that I
just
would
looks
have
the
never
same
made
in
if
Hong
I
Kong.
would have known how the guy was going to play.
Set of 10s for Punsri as he covers Sharif, who is in awful shape here on the turn. He draws dead. So he did get a spin.
Foresight.
Pocket 5s,
Foresight.
perhaps the moment he would have expected to have busted out, and instead
They're making 400% in the main. I don't believe it. I mean, like
the
there is
Ace 6
this, like,
ins up being his
think the way the
demise
curve works-
for Mount Punsri. Nice pickup for him.
Not actually making that much money.
No, most people aren't. Like if you did, that's still like.
Punsri up to 1.66 million in chips as he is working his way toward hopefully yet another Shambhala Jewels bracelet. Our official partner here on the Triton Poker Series. They crown all of our champs with exquisite men's jewelry consisting of high-end designs with diamonds, precious stones, 18 karat gold, all braided and polished by hand in Copenhagen, Denmark. Check them out at shambalajewels.com.
Yeah, and he was like, bet what you can to everybody. He's like, bet what you can. 750 to 1. He's like, I'm going to win it way more than that. Huh? Yeah, that's what he thought. I mean, he's probably right, honestly. Like, say there's 5K people in the tournament. I think he's roughly 750 to 1 to win the tournament. In 2005, he was so much fucking better than everybody else. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, he could walk on water against people. Or like, I mean, he was just the best by like a mile.
5 seconds. 325. Raise to 325,000. Plus.
S.
Plus. 20 kg.
Buldigan open to 160,000, and David Yan 3-bet him to 325, I believe it was, as Buldigan jams in great shape.
Nice spot there. Davian actually 3-bet folding the ace jack.
Oh, you're right about Sean Winter. He's shit leading right now.
It's hilarious, dude.
Holding Yan.
Yeah, he just spins it up, bro. Pile those pieces.
Talking about Winter at the top.
Pretty balanced there, though. I've 4-betted into him a lot and got snap on bubbles. Sean's player.
Yan third in chips now behind Punat Punsri. Sean Winter currently ahead overall as 12 remain now. Rashid picking up $96,500 for that 13th place finish. Same payout awaits our 12th place finisher. Shortest stack in the room belongs to Henrik Eklund. 8 bigs.
Damn, do I get called?
Thanks, man.
You're welcome. I'm with 3 players shorter than me.
There's a Mickey Mouse jump.
Huh?
There's a Mickey Mouse jump anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just saying, even without the jump,
Yeah.
to lose.
A 7 for Punat. Just taking a quick peek to find out how he's stacking up against the competition in terms of chips.
Up to second.
Standard min raise open.
You like John chip leader?
I'm
takers.
Oh, I'm looking at the table. Leaderboard, right?
No, I mean, you're the John chip leader.
No, I'm just looking at how much chips on our table.
With 40 big blinds.
Yeah.
That's how shallow we are.
It's gonna be shallow in 23 minutes.
Now, Randy, I don't consider myself Lewis
Winter
or
has a lot.
Clark,
Same as you.
but on the break, I did a little exploring.
Okay.
I went up to the Crystal Cove property, and on my way back, I noticed there appears to be a service entrance for the Royal Diamond Hotel, which wouldn't require me to go up the small hill to the front entrance and then take the elevator down to the tournament area. It looked like I could just get directly in to the lower levels where we're playing poker.
So you're asking me to explore this with you at next break?
No, it didn't go so well.
Oh, you win.
Oh, yeah. Ace-3 suited for Boldigan, a jam as Danny Tang
I'm not folding.
says he's not folding with King-Jack.
It's a dealer button jam. You got King-Jack and 10 blinds. Commitment.
Good luck, Danny boy.
Thank you, Chet.
60-40.
Need some paint, Grant?
Paint.
Photos. I'd like to see some photos. It's hilarious if you just put queen, 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 you know. He's like, yeah, you
Tang
want photos,
is
bro?
behind.
3 pictures.
Yeah, I just go queen, queen, queen.
Danny, put my initials in order so you flop Broadway.
Yep, there we go. Sorry.
There you go. Yeah, you're good.
JK.
Needs help with 40% equity, a 3-2 dog. Picks up a Broadway draw up against top pair on the Ace-Queen-7 board. 1.8 plus in the middle.
London clubs.
10.
He didn't need a club, it's just Broadway.
Boom.
Yeah, there's no club needed.
Have to stand up, don't I? Have to do the walkaway. Doing the walkaway, Grant. Doing the walkaway. You know what to do.
Doing it.
Turn card is no help. Danny needs the 10, and instead it's the 5. As GGs are issued
Nice run, brother.
for the young man. Not going to find his second title in this one.
See, that's what you were supposed to have whenever I had Ace-3 suited.
His 15th cash
Queen.
as
I don't
he's
get one.
eliminated
Uh-huh.
in 12th. 96,500 going home with him as we are upon the six-figure payouts now.
It's fun running hot.
109,000. We'll go to 11th and 10th. Randy? Good ROI, provided that you're only on one bullet. As we send it back over to the other feature. See what's been going on over here.
Oh, Reg is closed.
Bonomo, shortest stack in the room, just
What was it,
7
20-minute
bigs, Toon Molder, 8 bigs.
Yeah, we're gonna hear from those players at the bottom real soon, I imagine.
What's the next tournament? 75K or something? What time does that start?
I'm gonna guess it starts 1 o'clock.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Because
Usually new tournament starts 3 p.m.
Yeah, but that's because that's usually a day
I don't
2
know.
or something else. That won't be today, right?
Is that a one-day tournament?
No, 2-day. That's why I think it might start 1.
The 25 I'm talking about, Turbo.
Yeah, that's the 1 day.
Oh, yeah, 1 day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it would have a slower structure too, so you probably want to start it earlier.
Imagine it takes.
All in.
Pocket 10s for Hecklin. Gonna get jammed. There are 2 shorter stacks than his out there, but not by much. And he knows
It's one of them.
2/3 of 14 hours?
a spin is what's on his mind. And Archer's gonna give him one with King Queen suited, I would imagine, Randy, wouldn't you?
Yes.
No,
He's
it's
going to
less.
get a count base, of
760,
course.
I
It's more detrimental to his stack, but King Queen suit is just too strong. Beating all the paint, doing okay against like Ace 10 and Ace Little. Pocket pairs flip. It's just a standard call. There we go. 1.6 milli. Keep hot for both players.
Housekeeping by the dealer here. As Hecklin looks up at a queen in the window, which was bad news, but things
card is not too bad.
could be worse.
Agree.
As he points out with the open ender and hearts working in a 1.6 million chip pot.
That's
The
bad.
turn doesn't help him. Now he needs an 8 or a king alone to avoid elimination. Can he find it? No. It's a 7, and The gridlock appears to have been broken as on the heels of the Danny Tang elimination, former Triton main event winner, two-time title holder Henrik Eklund, not going to be picking up his third. An 11th cash, taking him further north of $5 million in career earnings. Courtesy of a $109,000 payout.
Oh, sir. Yes.
Just 10 players remain now. 2 away from our final table.
Yeah, we are playing 7 max tournament +1 for final. Winter still up top. Bonomo currently shortest stack, 7 big blinds, looking for a spin up.
Sean Winter up top alongside Pranat Punsri and Buldigan.
Is this time in the cutoff? 7.5 big blinds. Certainly a candidate.
Jack 10 off suit.
All in.
Just enough chips for some fold equity, I believe.
Justin agreeing with you. Jams it, and Mike Watson in the big blind with an ace-3 suited. Is he going anywhere, Randy?
I feel like it's just a little bit too low for him to fold in terms of price. Of course, this hand's easily dominated, but cutoff range, yeah, you got to run it.
Watson tends to agree. As we'll play for 1.3, and the fate of Justin Bonomo. Two-time Triton title winner, north of $9 million in earnings. Not looking good on the 7-4 deuce rainbow
hand,
board.
Right? That's not my hand, right?
You're all in, Sean. I folded pre.
I had Jack 10 with diamond, I thought.
Yeah, you moved all in, and Mike called you.
I hope not.
Snappy with ace-3. Let's play a chip.
Justin trolling Sean and binking a 10.
Nice double up, Sean.
GG, guys.
Winter did fold Jack 10 in case you're wondering what this exchange is about.
Disappointing result there for Mike Watson.
Magic dream.
Disappointing result for the whole field, really.
Yeah.
You have the chance to get rid of the likes of Justin Bonomo.
And page up.
Path is a little more clear toward a trophy. Brian Kim trying to figure out how to get Uber Eats to the property.
You know, there's like 3, he can have a buffet, there's just so many food
Yeah,
options.
but we're like 7 days in. He's just dying to have some
Chinese food?
different.
There's
No,
Chinese
we got
somewhere.
Chinese food.
He wants Korean?
For those that don't know, Boss Man, Paul Fouad does bring his own personal chef. We shut down the Chinese restaurant here on property. It is only for Triton attendees and guests. And it is quite delicious. Not as delicious as 2 red aces on the back end of a double up, which is where Bonomo finds himself as he pops it to 160K. Pocket 3s now for Watson.
Can you avoid giving up more chips?
Yeah.
Does. 10-7 for Brian. Every bust out is a pay jump right now.
Yeah, Brian took a moment. Does have Justin covered, but
It's just 2 shallow stacks. Bonomo shouldn't be raising too wide. Good discipline.
Kim is middle of the pack right now with his 25 bigs. 2.1 million, the average stack. He's got just north of 2. Threes for Winter. Puts it in the muck.
Smelt
and
it.
Well served to do so as Martirosian wakes up to the ace-king.
160.
To be expected, the open.
Collision.
Yeah, classic race coming up here, Randy, as Brian Kim's got 2 queens. 1.8 million. How is it going to find its way into the middle?
Probably some kind of 3-bet induce. He's got a bit more than 20 blinds. Oh, just going to rip it in. Okay.
Interesting.
Nothing wrong with that.
Now, a prompt shriveling of the ace-10 suited for Justin Bonomo, who's going to ask for a count nevertheless, Randy.
Archer, you cover him, right?
Yeah.
It feels a bit much for ace-10 suited. Maybe dealer button versus small blind versus big blind. Cut off.
Well, Martirosian is right at average stack. So it's
Yeah.
not as though he's the big boss stack and has like a super wide range, right?
If it's the big, like one of those chip leading stacks, and those are wider ranges, but Archer still has a controlled range here. Kudos to Kim, though. It does look weaker when he does the jam from the small blind, so hence why Bonwell's probably even considering.
Yeah, I tend to agree. We ask ourselves, why would you jam this much instead of invite Artur to maybe 4-bet you or invite me to get out of line? Of course, Artur never going to muck as he shows the ace-king. And the most classic of all races and no-limit hold'em pre-flop is upon us. Advantage Brian Kim, but note just 13%.
I hope you fold
the edge.
8s. Justin, I hope you fold the 8s.
It was an ace.
Of hearts.
Martirosian recognizing that there was some ace-x combos that would be in Bonomo's count requested and then muck range. That's one less out available to his 2 overcards in this play for the chip lead pot with Brian Kim at risk. Comes the flop. 6, 7, 8. Spade advantage for Artur.
9 of spades.
And ace of hearts was seen by us and no longer an out. Chop outs on the turn if a 5 can find its way to the board. Otherwise, Martirosian is going to be left with crumbs in the river. Makes it official. Brian Kim is your chip leader.
Nice hand, Brian.
That is a big, big pot. Brian Kim has been waiting around, been patient. Now able to exert some pressure.
955. 19195.
Still got 10.
1855.
1-8.
Just no one able to run away with it right now.
Brian's such a threat. So poised, so measured, so mistake-free. Had a 3rd and a 4th place finish in Vietnam, along with the 14th in our 100K main, and he's already got 2 cashes in 4 attempts, this being his 5th of 5 attempts. TBD, though, how much he's going to add to his over $1 million in career Triton earnings.
Yeah, first stop was Vietnam, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that was his hand in 2018.
I had ace-3 off. I would have gotten out of river.
Side pot? No.
Oh, right. It doesn't beat queens, what am I saying?
Martirosian. Far and away the shortest stack in the room now with just his 3 blinds in the hijack. Knows that that big blind and big blind ante are on their way, but the 7-3 suited doesn't rate to be better than whatever he has dealt next hand.
It's literally next hand that he's the big blind since we're playing 5-handed. Interesting spot here, as Brian Kim is the tournament chip leader. He is thinking about exerting pressure of just queen deuce offsuit into these 2 blinds. Going to work.
It's good to be rich. That's the feeling Brian Kim's got at this featured table right now. As his 2 queens hung on. Strictly business out there right now. It always is, regardless of whether or not the guys are chatty. It's not as though when Danny Tang is out there being bubbly that he's not strictly business.
It is business, and they didn't travel out here for like a social gathering, you know, like sure there's some social elements, but they're trying to play their heart out, get some trophies.
On the topic of business, Brian Kim's first ever job, Randy, he was a waiter at the age of 17, and you gotta wonder whether or not anyone who worked with him back then has gotten wind of his successes as a professional poker player now.
I assumed it would be 8. The screen says it on the bottom.
You think they were
on the
playing
bottom
with their tips in the back room?
Do you go hand for
Possibly. There's a few backroom busboy waiter games that go down, I'm betting.
That's how he got things started.
Right? Originally from Diamond Bar, California. There's a large Asian diaspora there.
Tell me more.
In the LA area. Spent quite a bit of time out in Diamond Bar, believe it or not. It's a bit of a suburb in east part of Los Angeles. Lives in Sydney, though. Your hemisphere.
He lives in
Right
Sydney?
now. That's what it says.
Really? So he's kind of like
What
me?
do you think you know everyone that lives in Australia now, Randy? Like, I didn't get the memo. First off, you're in Melbourne.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I just didn't know. I really had no idea.
You just figure someone should have
I'm
notified
going to go
you.
find him. He's my buddy now. My mate.
What's Artur thinking about this big blind 10-7 offsuit? He's already put the ante in the big blind out there. Doesn't he have to go with it?
He does.
And he's done exactly that. Unfortunately for him, he shares a 10 with Brian Kim. Man who's come so far since his days playing poker in a hotel room while traveling with his youth ice hockey team around the age of 14. And
7.
he has been outflopped here as Artur pulling out all the tricks. Not going to take a seat just yet, as kings do lurk. Not on this turn. Just got to fade the 3 outer, and he's done it. So somewhat improbably, Martirosian able to take his seat. Nothing personal, but everyone was rooting against that outcome.
Just business. Yeah, really rooting for it because we're on pay jump every elimination right now. 109 guaranteed up to 135. You can survive in 184. Did you say youth hockey earlier?
I did indeed.
Yeah.
Looks like he's in good shape. It makes sense.
He
Story
does, 'cause
checks out.
I was walking out of my room and saw him just in the lobby, and he had some tennis rackets on him. So he's a
Athlete.
Athlete,
For sure.
He didn't ask me to play though. He's like, no, don't want to waste my time.
Most memorable moment of his poker career, by the way, Randy, he says playing poker with Ben Affleck, who's a big poker enthusiast.
That's
and actually won a tournament at the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles once upon a time.
Can I see your chips, Mike? Thanks.
Brian Kim thinking about attacking of 8-5 offsuit. He's not. Suited, King 9, Winter. Eyeballing some stacks. This is the part of the tournament where you really need to know your opponent's stack sizes to determine the best approach. Jam is the play.
That's the decision being made by Sean.
That wasn't
Artur with
Kuhn?
a little sporting stall there with the 5 deuce.
Oh, for sure that's Kuhn. That guy's faster than Kuhn, whoever that was, if that wasn't Kuhn.
David again, right?
Was it really?
I think. He took off
He
with
was
that
just
earlier.
wobbling last break. Or like, I thought. Does he know that there's a bathroom right?
What are we talking
There
about?
was someone running in the background.
I know.
Okay.
Why the concern? Artur Martirosyan, 5 bigs as he was able to stave off elimination. 410,000, still plenty of work for him to do as Brian Kim quietly landing himself at the top of the
I guess
leaderboard here. As we play 5 and 5.
How long ago did you guys end a hand?
Why is the clock stopped?
Because we were making up the 2 hands. 2 more hands.
Usually it's not stopping, I think.
For a hard hand for a while?
It stopped the other day in the whatever turn. So the
All in.
Martirosyan gonna jam the Queen 7 suited.
Or 10.
Making a stance here.
I gotta count, please.
And
410
Brian Kim, for this price, is priced in with a lot of hands, and Jack 8 might be one of them.
We're gonna find out in just moments.
If you ask for a count, it's good news for me.
Not a bad read by Artur.
It's true.
Plenty of hands that he would snap. This is not one of them.
Yeah, Brian Kim's also contemplating, is there value in leaving this micro stack out there? Maybe applying pressure, future hands. It feels like a call though. Wow, actually a lay down. That is a big pay up for Artur Martirosyan, 50% increase.
You surprised to see him muck, Brian?
A little bit. Are you? No?
I mean, listen, he's certainly got the chips where he can afford to make that call. And for me, it's kind of the overlay of busting Artur. But on the flip side, it's not as though Martirosyan is now deep as a result of picking up the 2 blinds and the small blind. You know what I mean? The ante, rather. So
I'm sure he's also thinking about, well, if I leave this guy here, maybe I just pick up some more blinds and antes before, and it just breaks even for me, and maybe win more.
Almost like making an investment in future game.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting because Jack 8 obviously is not that bad of a hand compared to like 2 numbered
one
cards.
more after this, or
Yeah, definitely a very noteworthy spot. Good to know if you're one of the short stacks, as you may jam a little wider. hypothetically. 2 jacks, good timing. Just increase his stack of no showdown 50%. Potentially have a spot to win even more chips.
Let's see if anyone wakes up with trouble.
That's trouble.
Mike Watson, no delay, does exactly that. And for Watson with 1.5 million, Randy.
Just under 20 blinds.
He's got a few shorter stacks in the room.
Oh, come on.
But the argument is always
it's ace king, Ollie.
Jam.
We don't need to discuss anymore. It's ace king.
No flatting.
Go, go.
Big hand.
So another race. Last time around it was Artur, who held the ace-king against the 2 queens of Brian Kim.
Я
That's
проиграл
how he landed.
больше, чем за 4 миллиона, туз король дама.
On the short stack. This time he holds the pair. And he holds on the 9-8-4 board. Turn card. Clean as well. And no ace, no king. Spasiba.
6-10.
As the board pairs on the river, and the Russian will double. Working his way back.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's a threat now, 1.4 million chips. And while still short, can definitely do damage, even to the chip leader.
See Watson not exactly amused by that outcome. He's been fighting. Second shortest in the room now. Let's see if Artur's heating up.
Fold.
Not sure what his 2 cards were, but not worthy of an open. Yes, now Brian Kim on the button.
Just south of 13 big blinds here for Bonomo. Looks like it's going to come in for a call.
I have the wrong amount in here, don't I? I'm big blind, right? Check.
Just somehow.
Winter defends with 9-7, sharing that 9 with Bonomo and sharing the perilous interaction with this King 5-3 board.
Looks like he's going to come out leading, attacking that very wide big blind range. King X type hands actually get it in pre-flop at a high frequency, so nice stab, and it's done.
Thanks.
Straightforward stuff there.
Yeah, this phase of the tournament's very grindy, shallow stacks. You can't really like raise too often. Gonna get reshoved on.
Described it as clinical earlier, technical at times. Another
Yes.
way that we talk about it. And a complete lack of VIPs, businessmen in
Yeah.
the field. That's been the case for some time now. Also lending to what we're observing. You insert 1 or 2 unpredictable types, maybe newcomers that haven't been profiled, baselined yet.
Yeah, everyone here is really good. I mean, Punat Punsreed played at a VIP in our last 200K Invitational. Plays like a pro. He's just really good, really solid.
Oh, yeah, I think the cat might be out of the bag with respect to Punsri. But we talk about that phenomenon of our VIPs that are literally
1.4.
sitting in front row seats, watching the best in the world do their thing, you're going to pick up a thing or two.
Eventually, we're going to have like 3 sections, the pros, the
former VIPs and the VIPs.
Not quite pro, and then, then VIPs.
Semi-pros.
So it's kind of like...
What was the sizing you wanted?
I'd rather not say.
The VIP invites the semi-VIP, invites the pro.
Keep you on your toes.
3-man teams.
How much you have, Mike?
760 total.
Thank you. All in.
Archer jams. 9-4 suited. Feels good when you...
That's a good one.
when you get away with that one, but also when you kind of feel like you got coolered. Obviously, the 2 queens were ahead of the ace-king, but able to string together a few W's. Right the ship, if you will. Ace-4 into the muck from Bonomo.
Yeah, it wasn't a hijack. Not a good position. It's just with these stacks, you really just can't like start raise folding these kind of hands too often.
It's interesting because I think on the surface, as we see the suited connector awaiting Martirosian's orders on the button,
Like that's a hand you normally would think you'd want to play, but given the circumstances, is actually a mandatory fold. Ace-9, of course, going to jam now. BVB.
just kind of the eyeball test for me. It feels like pretty extreme reluctance to stick your neck out right now
Yes.
from a lot of the players. And sometimes the natural response is, well, if nobody else wants it, let me get after it. It feels like there's a bunch of EV to pursue.
That's why the chip leaders just really pounce at this stage of the tournament when no one wants to, get
But
at it, right?
With that said, doesn't feel like Brian Kim has just gone relentless now.
That's true. He does have a different approach to it. Doesn't really want to raise the weakish hands. I mean, we've seen other types of chip leaders just really go absolutely bananas.
Oh, yeah. Ham.
Just enough to go with. Let's see what
10
Brian does
offsuit
here.
Jam from Watson, and right on cue, perhaps Brian Kim looks to be a customer as shoots a glance over at Watson during the count, sitting on this ace-deuce suited.
I mean, we've seen him fold some spots we thought he might continue. Good news if he does decide to go with this, Bonomo's got quite a shallow stack, so he wouldn't be like risking a large portion of his stack. But it is kind of bad if he calls and loses, given he'll be down to like mid-twos. Might be a tricky one here, actually, for him. Yeah, I kind of get the vibe that he was leaning towards fold based on previous hands I've seen.
He looks annoyed by it.
Yeah, and you never feel good folding an ace to like a sub 10 big blind shove from the button.
Mhm.
I think the main consideration for Brian Kim is just how much his chips are worth, how he's positioned relative to the rest of the field. I mean, we've got 9, 9 big blinds, 13, 14. I mean, I would say, like, if you put those cards in the hand of someone else, they might certainly go in there. It's quite interesting.
One to think about later, perhaps?
Yeah, you know, I do think that Brian Kim, his main background is the cash game background, so, you know, most certainly could be the correct play, what he just done, but I think his main experience is from those kind of games.
Well, it's interesting because even if, let's say, we plug that spot into a solver and it just objectively comes up, you're supposed to jam over the top or flat or whatever it may be.
All in.
Folding when you should have been jamming feels a lot like the safer mistake to make than jamming when you should have been folding. You know what I mean? It's a conservative line. Sure, you're giving up EV. But
I guess if you're going to give up
you
EV,
stay out of trouble.
Hopefully it's just not like the big EVs. You know,
yeah,
you want to give up the
obviously,
little ones.
The spot was close. But
I'll just say, like, if he was unsure, which is kind of seen based on the time he took, we all know that he's going to go plug that in after this tournament sometime.
Well, yeah, but I mean, just in terms of those occasions on which we find ourselves unsure, when in doubt,
1.320.
Is it not prudent to err toward the side of...
In general, you would
being
err toward the
conservative?
side of being less variant.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
I would say so.
Now an ace-6 in the cutoff for Brian.
Good time to attack here.
Sure.
Ace-X blocking hands of these short stacks that can reshove on you. You can tell he's very particular in just when to time his attacks.
Ten, 6, 6, and it
Jeez.
gets no better for Brian Kim as Martirosyan defended, and this is a cold, cold world for Artur.
This just really is the pristine flop for him. Like, what, trip 6 is 10, your opponent's holding top pair.
550 in the middle and a check from Martirosyan over to Brian, who of course has him covered.
Feels like a quarter pot spot. Here we go.
He agrees. 125K.
Probably we'll see some mixed strategy here from 10-9, whether check call or check raise. Hand's a little bit vulnerable without like a kicker over the board.
375.
Yeah, check raise. Understandable.
And also delightful if you're Brian Kim and very much a function of the sizing that he went with.
Yeah, this is obviously great news. Mandatory just call here. Look, if you're up against 10x, you're just going to get it in so often. But just in case your opponent's on some kind of check raise bluff, give them the opportunity to hang themselves. Be very surprised if Brian Kim did anything other than calling. He does come in with the call. 1.3 million. Artur has just got 11%. Finds top 2 now.
Just in case he was up against a better 10 now.
Possible.
A little bit of relief.
It's actually a good card for him. Just because, yeah, like you said, what if he's up against ace 10, king 10, jack 10? But just really a disaster for him.
Oh, he is going to jam, and obviously a snap call from Brian Kim, who shows him the 6, and Artur is going to be sick to his stomach. But he is far from drawing dead. 4 outs with 1 to come. The GG's being issued, but perhaps premature as he Slings his bag over his shoulder once more. It worked last time. Will it work this time? No, the king of diamonds. And that'll be the end of the road for Martirosyan. As Brian Kim now really vaulting well out in front of the rest of the field. Such a disappointing outcome for Martirosyan there. He thought that he was going to be trending in the right direction and recovering from the damage that Brian Kim's queens had dealt him not long ago. But instead, Brian finishes what he started.
Yeah, I mean, well played from the Russian, like one of the best in the game. Multiple cashes this trip already. Just haven't been able to close out one of those top spots.
10th place finish, 109,000, as we are on the final table bubble with 135,000 guaranteed to the remaining field.
Now 5 and 4-handed.
Yeah,
Ali.
no, they got to play four-handed, and obviously it's a dream setup here for Brian Kim, playing short with that massive stack. Sean Winter.
Yeah, you still got to worry about Sean Winter, given he's got like 28 big blinds, so
Right.
you can't just run him over. 10-9, nice spot for pushing chips in there.
On.
Sean agrees.
Like you wanted to fold.
Me? I was,
You tricked me. Your body language tricked me.
I was thinking of limping.
You might have dominated my hand. You might have got me.
The thing is, you can't correlate Sean's body language
Yeah.
to anything at all.
You have no idea what's he thinking. It's just almost moving.
I feel like Sean doesn't always know what he's thinking either.
It's okay, it's unpredictable. Or not unorthodox is good. Usually.
Is he trying to look like a VIP out there in that collared shirt? Because I'm not buying it.
Look, if you've never heard of Sean Winter and you just watched him, just listened to him, you might think so.
Maybe. I see it.
He would pass more than most of the players remaining in the field, right? You
Yeah,
think,
in
Brian,
terms
does that
of-
look like a VIP to you, Brian Kim, Justin Baum? No.
No shot.
They're crushers. Have they said a word recently? No. Just all in.
Come to think of it, how terrifying must Brian Kim have been on the ice as a youth hockey player? I don't even want the puck if that guy's out there on the other team.
Mm-hmm.
It's like hot potato. Producer James needlessly stepping in to advise that he probably wasn't as much of a physical presence as a child as he is now, but I'm talking more about the look on his face. It says, I'll kill you. And a killer turn for Brian Kim as 4-high turns into a 6-high straight. However, Watson does have a gutter as he continues to tread lightly out of position against the chip leader who let him take this flop for free.
Hard for Brian to put another check in here. Feels like a bet's incoming.
Watson promptly mucks it after the 225K bet. Everything has gone Brian Kim's way over the past few orbits here. Randy, can you think back to the last time something didn't?
For Brian Kim?
Here in this event?
6-5.
No, he's playing great. He's got a commanding chip lead right now, 5 million versus 3.5. Watson down to 8 blinds. Remember, pay jump every bust out right now. Kim's got 9-5 offsuit. Bonomo, regardless of the action, likely committing this ace-8 offsuit.
Not just the pay jumps, Randy, that you're talking about, which obviously are directly relevant, but the fact that, as it stands, 135K is the payout. Up top, 1.3 million. As we see Brian in the small, getting after Bonomo's stack.
All in.
And Bonomo will jam. The snap call comes in. Just slightly more than how much Kim opened to with this 9-5 offsuit.
Any deck reads, Sean?
At first glance, the 9-5 was pretty, but it's I don't. It doesn't. I'm kind of second guessing that.
King high flop. Bonomo in great shape here. 3-1 favorite with 2 to come.
Would be cool.
And might this be that moment where something didn't go Brian Kim's
fives.
way? Dare I say it? No sooner does the deck deliver a 5 to the turn, putting him in front and leaving Bonomo in need of one of 6 outs, which are unavailable on this river. And Z Justin showered in 9th. 135K going his way.
I guess if you're gonna win with that, it's not gonna be by much.
But more importantly, the remainder of his stack going Brian Kim's way, as he's got himself up to 63 big blinds, 6.3 million, a better than 2-1 chip lead over second place Sean Winter, as our final table is set. Back now at the desk, Ali alongside Randy, and the Brian Kim show feels like it was the story of that frame.
Yeah, you know, and we see that he likes to apply pressure, doesn't want to call it off, and, you know, and the 9-5 offsuit against Bonomo was like, well, he shouldn't be calling off wide, right? There's pay jumps every single elimination, and he pressed it, got there on the turn, and really he's just a very composed player, very meticulous in his thoughts, and is just playing really well.
Yeah, absolutely. That ace-deuce suited, he took a pass on and hasn't looked back since. Randy and I are going to step aside when we return, continuing coverage with the final table that is set of our 50K 7 max from here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel. Stay close.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. What does the bubble factor measure in a poker tournament? A, ICM pressure. B, how often your hand will win. Or C, the number of busts before the money bubble. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
No
So the final table is set as we welcome you back to the desk. Ali Nejad alongside Henry Kilbane, and we've got a seven-figure payday on our hands, and the Brian Kim show is what we were talking about, Randy and I, just before we went to that break in this 50K 7 Max. An incredible show of spin-up by Brian. It started with 2 queens against the ace-king for Martirosian. That was the big confrontation. Seemed like there was a moment of apprehension with an ace-deuce suited in the small blind where felt like maybe he wanted to go with it. Didn't really know. I'm sure he'll be looking that spot up. But as Randy and I talked about, Henry, and I don't know whether or not you would agree, in moments where maybe we're not certain, erring toward the side of folding and being conservative, perhaps the side that we're more well-served to pursue. Would you agree?
I mean, it makes sense, right, given that there's a 7-figure payout up top. I think it really depends on the player. It's such a player-dependent thing. We can go into the nitty-gritty details about bankroll or backing and whatnot.
Sure.
But I understand, taking a more conservative line. And, yeah, when there's 7 figures up top, you can't really make too big a mistake.
Yeah, and right now, the payouts, 8th, $184,500. The jump up to 7th will be $241,000. As the current short stack is Canada's Mike Watson, 8 big blinds in front of him, and a whopping 63 big blinds in front of Brian Kim, who's got a better than 2-1 chip lead over Sean Winter as the 2 Americans run at the top of the leaderboard. Jason Kuhn, a name we didn't mention at all there, certainly a mistake not to acknowledge that 6-time title winner hunting his 7th. 14 bigs, can always get it done.
And also, points up for grabs for Jason, of course, for the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard with this final table. Chidwick bowing out before the money. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow when Luca crunches the numbers and we get to see just how much Jason has narrowed that gap by with, 12 more events here? Also 10 more events, rather?
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's anyone's leaderboard to win right now.
$200,000 overlay, of course, for that eventual champion. Greenwood in the hunt as well. But currently it is Kuhn who can tighten that gap between himself and Chidwick. Already having picked up a title earlier this week.
What an amazing final table we have on our hands, by the way. I mean, talk of world-class talent. Punat Punsri, reigning North Cyprus main event champion. Sean Winter, first-timer, but no stranger to high stakes. David Yan, Sir Watts, Tun Mulder. I mean, dude, treat yourself.
Yeah.
To
By the way,
this final table.
King Queen found the mug
Just hang
behind
on to
this
100
open
there.
from Jason Kuhn. Henry.
Makes
something
sense.
to take
Yeah.
note of.
Average stack is 26 big
That
blinds
shot
under the gun
right there.
open.
Deadly.
Some incredible ICM pressure, especially with Sir Watts on 8 bigs. It's funny, Ali, before the money, Randy and I were in the booth and Jason and Sean were at the same table. Sean was nursing an incredibly short stack. We're talking 4, 5, 6 big blinds. And Jason called it. He said, Sean, you're always rocking these 5, 6 big blind stacks on day 2. And then when it comes to the final table, when it comes to 6-handed, you're second, third in chips. And here he is coming into the final table, second, ahead of the field. Only Brian Kim with more.
Average stack right now, 2.6 million, 26 bigs. And David Yan.
A welcome sight.
2 red kings. Sits in 5th.
Why you sign up, huh?
Yeah, and of course, with that 3rd place finish in the 30K mystery bounty. Deep run for him. His lone cash in 4 attempts.
I like
Not
it,
including
man.
this
I
one.
like it. Just better safe than sorry.
Little comments like that, man. I mean, these guys, they all know. You know, they're professionals. They've all been here before. They know these spots. The thought crossing Punat's mind there of a potential light 3-bet, and Jason just kind of sympathizing with him, saying, hey, man, I get it.
I love when the players, because they've all felt a similar range of emotions in these situations, just zero in on a little tick, hiccup, and they're like, oh, I've been there. I know exactly what you were thinking.
Yeah, several stories exchanged today. And throughout this series, live misclicks, even the best. I think Makita was talking about a live misclick that he made in a 100K buy-in. Happens.
Perhaps the most painful of all misclicks in memory, coming right here in North Cyprus at our last festival, of course, in the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational. Chris Brewer on the stone money bubble.
Yeah.
Pains you just to have me remind you of
I
it.
remember that.
It was so sympathetic, all of us. It came at the worst possible moment.
Still looking for a VIP, I believe, is Mr. Brewer. Anyone out there with 200K wants to come and play the Luxon Pay Invitational? As Mulder looking down at Queen 10, yeah.
Paging Seth Gottlieb, perhaps?
Paging, yeah, maybe.
Tune Mulder going to jam this Queen 10 suited on the button. No patronage out of the lone candidate. Out of those 2 holdings, which we can't even really call it that. 10-7.
Turn with a lone cash at Triton in the form of a title. 1.94 million. Taking down the 100K 8 max April of last year here in this very card room. Since then, dry spell in Madrid, 0 for 5 there, 0 for 4 here, but guaranteed at least 184,500 here for his efforts. Hunt for another 7-figure payday.
104 runners in a 50K. That's a pretty good bird. Yeah.
Jason impressed with the
Yeah, only
turnout.
like the WSOP one gets more than that, I would imagine.
How many lifetime has more than that? 50K
Not many.
Quite a few at this point, but not like,
Probably
yeah.
15.
You say 15? It's way more than that.
Oh, I forgot about Triton.
How many did we get last year? Series 150 or something, right? For the 50K, I think. 150 or something.
You wonder?
I got second 1 year.
Jason opting to min rather than open jam.
Walk me through it.
It was a big one.
I wish I could, Ali. Ace-9 suited performs equally well as a jam, but maybe some in juices here. The plan is to raise call with ace-9.
Brian Kim being on Jason's direct left is a big inconvenience.
Yeah, and even the min, difficult to defend. So often we look at big blinds and just feels so easy to click the call button.
Jason leaning over and saying trappy, trappy. So
He felt the spidey senses that I had the nuts.
we know what was on his mind now.
My favorite suit, too. Can't
Broccoli.
lose.
Doesn't surprise me.
I think I ran
It's a man
back.
that
I think
eats
it's
his
3
broccoli.
outs. Multiple ways to have 3 outs, too.
Is that slang for cash by chance? Because it is.
10 of spades.
Even though I don't know whether or not that's what you intend. You literally meant broccoli.
Well, it's slang for clubs. Clubs look like broccoli.
Oh, okay.
Jason said it's his favorite suit.
I see.
And he clearly eats
Live
I feel like there's a decent amount of broccoli on the diet as well.
Live pro, online pro, pros pro.
I fold.
Driving down the highway pro.
Used to be. Yeah.
Running track, playing 501K, still running a 10-second. I'd be impressed if you. I'll make another bet with you. You gotta be playing a hand, but you have to run 11.8. You have to be.
I mean, on a mobile device, I could probably do that. I actually could definitely do that. You get that even money.
2-2, right?
10,000.
Check.
You
have to be
like it off or something and not send me in. Oh my
No,
God, not that good, right?
Buldigan's got Winter in a bad way as Sean defends with Queen-9 suited. Tries to get some action down against Jason Kuhn, who is a sprinter by trade. Some videos have been posted of him in incredible shape and at his age sought to match, I think, his 40-yard dash time that he had as a collegiate track athlete.
I think the line that they're discussing there is playing a hand on a mobile device whilst beating 11-4, something crazy like that.
I mean, listen, you just time out. You frisbee
the phone
to the finish line. You run after it, and then you pick it up and play after a couple of time banks have been spent. As Buldigan goes to work with the ace-queen on this board pairing turn.
Delayed stab wants some protection. Going to be the best hand. Decent amount of the time. Especially when flop goes check, check. Interesting one for Sean. Queen high going to be good as well. Decent amount of the time. Have an overcard to the board. Vyacheslav going to be expected to stab with his bottom of range that he completes from the small. Sean just letting it go.
Where are we looking to go with Queen-9 on that board, of course?
Is this hand.
Buldigan will.
I'm just going to fucking fold.
Haul it in.
Oh,
Been
man.
calling him all week.
King, queen of clubs, you're just going to muck.
Queen of clubs.
Vyacheslav with 2 cashes so far here in Cyprus. Bubbled the final table of the 20K 7 max. Cashed that one for 66.2. Also cashed the GG Super Millions. Min cash in that one. Just
Currently
shy of
living
$1
in
million.
Vegas, by the way.
Is he really? Did not
According
know
to
that.
this bio. A psych major was his field of study in college at the Ural State University.
Whereabouts?
Ural State.
Do you know where that is? Is that America? Or?
I assume it's Ural Mountains, but I don't know exactly where it is.
Okay.
We can look it up. Google is our friend.
Oh, blind Vicky blind, ace king for Sean. All options on the table. Does cover Jan. He's expected to play aggressive with bottom of range, so why not balance that out with top? It's like a 4.2x. Jan comfortably sat in 4th, middle of the pack.
Suited connector there in the big. Henry, remember that time I told you that Bouldigan lives in Vegas?
Yeah.
And you were like, really?
I
You
do.
were good. You were good to doubt me.
Okay.
Because for some inexplicable reason.
All right.
Hold on. We'll go back to your inexplicable reasoning as we have 950 in the middle. Two of the middling stacks squaring off.
Top two against bottom pair. Winter in good shape to maybe get at least one street of value.
Ace of hearts in hand as well. Has the running hearts covered.
$275.
Sub 1/3.
You know, we did see earlier when Randy was in the booth a situation in which the big blind defended, flopped middle pair on an ace-7-3 rainbow board, and then just let it go against the follow-through. Here we are with bottom pair, the big ace, the big king lurking, a lack of a heart, and we see Yan making the call. Obviously, position, a big part of the equation.
There are also worlds where Sean slows down. Again, the 4x range is going to be top heavy, as well as, you know, the offsuit Jack 3, Queen 4 type hands. The rags that stab flop and then wave the white flag on the turn. Not impossible for David to have top pair here as well against the 4x, although maybe more inclined to jam those pre. But not always. Wonderful development for Winter. 1.5 in the middle.
Barrels, as expected.
Yeah, he's gone small again. Just really has this board so locked. Trying to play this across 3 streets.
There will be no third street, of course, as Yan puts it into the muck to the Jacksonville, Florida native who currently lives in Las Vegas. That's who I was mixing him up with. First learned to play poker back in 1999 at his father's restaurant.
That sounds like something out of a movie. Can imagine
Well,
that.
Sean looks like something out of a movie half the time we feast our eyes on him at a poker table.
I can just
Such a
imagine
character.
13-year-old Winter strolling into the restaurant. You know, he's been out playing baseball or whatever with his friends, and it's a bunch of middle-aged dudes. A couple of drinks, some cigarettes and cigars. Hey, what's this game you're playing? 24 years later, playing the highest stakes, one of the best to ever do it.
10-9 suited now for the Dutchman. Mulder, largest stakes that Winter's played is 1K, 2K. That is huge. Says his favorite type of poker, though, is PLO cash.
There we go.
I could see his personality lending itself very nicely.
PLO cash, eh? I know who I'm hitting up after today's commentary. Winter, some coaching. Hey, dude. Got a couple of spots to run by you.
He'd be the most fun coach you could have.
It would be epic. You wouldn't see me for 5 years.
Punat Punsri with ace-5 in the big here. Deliberates. Punsri currently 4th in chips. Time extension.
Happy with all the options. +1 open, ace-5-0. Feels like a defend for chips with ICM. A lot of considerations, obviously being dominated pre one of them. one of the concerns at least. Some reverse implied odds. Yeah, in the muck. As mentioned on the pre-desk, Ali brought up, you know, with 7 figures up top, and given how close it is, 26 big blind average.
Almost about to hit him with some crazy shit, weren't you?
3 things go through my mind.
I could see it.
Not feeding like Sean sometimes.
Yeah. You were about to hit him with the A7 and go.
What?
Not said, I was feeling like Sean.
I need 4 shots.
That's what I get for trapping free.
All thoughts were swirling.
I was trying to do some wheels.
With the deuces.
Yeah, it's pretty thin, but...
Let's call.
Well, we talk about the Dutch contingent, as we saw Mulder take that one down and muck under the gun here. Toon currently lives in Amsterdam, originally from The Hague,
Brian,
I believe the World Court is. Says he first learned to play poker, Henry, in high school with Tom Vogelsang. That's how far back they go. His most memorable moment, obviously, coming courtesy of that Triton victory last year in the warm-up in North Cyprus. When asked about who his favorite poker player was, he said Dan Bilzerian for obvious reasons. And I don't think it's the poker. Perhaps some of the ancillary activity, as we see activity from the Jack-10 suited of Buldigan.
I can
Got
get
Watson's
behind it.
10-5 in a bad way. Oh, I can get on all sides of it. Bilzerian.
Loves Phuket. Loves PP Islands.
Bilzerian does?
Does indeed.
You seen him out there with the
Been
harem?
free diving together. In PP with the same coach. We have the same free diving instructor. Small world. Ace-6 deuce.
Don't go getting any embolisms in between stops here. Need you in one piece. Stay off the scooters. You know, maybe get a breathing apparatus. Take up scuba, Henry, just for a while until things calm down.
Makes sense.
Ace-6 deuce here, not the texture that Watson had in mind. Certainly nor Buldigan, but with the advantage of having position and range edge. Slides a little 100K out there and takes it down. Now, earlier I mentioned that Buldigan was from Las Vegas. Heavily erroneous.
Looks like it. I mean, that is your typical name. Someone from Vegas, if you had just like Buldigan.
No, not from Vegas. I said he lived in Vegas. Is what I
Okay.
said.
All right, backpedaling now.
But currently, between Astana, Tashkent, and Yekaterinburg. Hazard a guess at where those countries, where those cities are in terms of countries. No?
Russia?
One of them, I would guess. But Tashkent is in Uzbekistan. So we're really just floundering with the geography right now. This is where producer James is probably going to arrogantly step into our headsets and perhaps misguide us, as we saw the payouts and the chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Back to the action now.
So what's the shortest stack by quite some margin, and with his 5 big blind presence, expect to see a lot of caginess from the middle of the field.
King 8 suited, deemed adequate by New Zealand's David Yan.
So 4 big blind stack folding out of the small. Turn in the big. Does cover. Only just. King 10-0 for the Dutchman is going to defend. So 550 in the middle. 2 of the middling stacks. Not going to collide on the Queen 7 deuce.
Toon checking it over. David looks like a man who's got his photo up in the security office of a local casino. Do not deal blackjack to this character. You see it.
I do. He's always mixing it up. Some days I feel like he came in from a 30-mile hike.
Follow through barrel gets the job done.
Could also pass as like a nightclub bouncer.
I might try to get by the rope. I'm not saying successfully, but
I feel like you would always try.
Fair.
And get past the
Yeah.
rope. Unsuccessfully, of course.
Usually don't need. Ropes just opened as I arrive, Henry.
Okay. All right, pal. Okay, here we go. Break coming up, still 8-handed here. Punts for a couple of 10s in the cutoff. Does cover everyone behind.
When that's the case, sometimes we hear the two little syllables pass one's lips, and on this occasion, there's going to be a syllable or two coming out of Mike Watson's mouth, rather, on the button. Slides all 425 in there.
Pass.
Short stack will have 2 overs as Punsri in the lead in a 1.1 million chip pot. Seeking to give the Canadian his walking papers.
So wants to double up. Needs to find an ace or a queen, and it would still be 8 of 8. Once we now 2 cards away from eliminating Zawatz.
Turn. Not the one Mike was looking for as he begins to reach for his audio equipment, and rightfully so. The board double pairs, the 2 10s hold, and handshakes issued by Punsri to Mike Watson, who will finish in 8th, collecting $184,500 to add to his rather illustrious $4.5 million in career Triton earnings, his 17th cash, but denied an opportunity at his 2nd title.
And with that first ladder for the final tablists, everyone now guaranteed $241,000 for their efforts.
And that bust out actually coincides with the dinner break out at the final table, where 7 remain in the 50K 7 max. Ali and Henry back with you. We are going to, by the way, splice that dinner break down, so don't go making restaurant reservations just yet. Coverage coming your way in just about 10 minutes' time. Henry, Brian Kim's show was kind of the theme that I thought we were going to see as we embarked upon that final table. Still very early, obviously, but it hasn't been any involvement from him.
No, I mean, a lot of that just due to the fact that this has been an incredibly small sample in terms of the amount of hands we've played. And Brian's going to be waiting to just pick his spots.
But he's got that big stack, though.
Of course, but it doesn't mean you can just bluff off with reckless abandon or, you know, just push people around. There's still a lot of ICM considerations in effect. Sure. And, yeah, even with the chip lead, you know, if he slips up against one player, all of a sudden, he's the guy that's handcuffed. So I expect him to be very strategical with the spots that he chooses.
Yeah, very good point. Obviously, there are no spots with 7 remaining here at the FT. Henry and I will step aside, and we will rejoin you in about 10 minutes' time on the backside of the dinner break after this.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. What does the bubble factor measure in a poker tournament? A, ICM pressure. B, how often your hand will win, or C, the number of busts before the money bubble. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
Ace Queen.
JB. 19 bigs. Came third yesterday. 500 plus K.
All in.
A pretty unfortunate three-handed. In great shape here, though, with the ace queen, as the jack deuce and ace nine are going to get out of the way behind. And Genya is going to be the all-in player at risk Fighting for his tournament life. Oh, Danny peeked the ace first.
He sure did.
How grim.
Good luck, gentlemen. Ace, queen, king, 10 suited, big pot.
To get us down to 18 players. To get Bonomo up north of $1 million in chips. #1 on the all-time live earnings list. Comes Queen 7-3 on spade, top for Bonomo, overcard and backdoors for Genya. As the 7 of hearts rolls off on the turn, and all of a sudden, Genya drawing to 3 outs once for his tournament life. As the 4 of spades completes the board, and Genya with the soft bubble in this 50K, out in 19th. And Danny Tang is now the shortest stack in the tournament, 3 off the money.
I think it's like anytime one table play less than 3 hands, they will stop.
Yeah.
You think they're tracking how?
Yeah, they're tracking everything.
I know, but
You don't think it's
everyone's
legit?
always slow.
Like than usual.
All right, it's legit.
Queens.
No, I don't think people are slow.
What's up?
I don't think people are slow.
Why?
Oh, the
85?
other day I couldn't have taken longer, and other tables were making up hands.
Okay.
So from the one experience I had, I disagree.
It's not my general experience, but it's not to say it doesn't happen.
Well, Henrik Jack 8 is covering. Very playable hand.
Wow, how about that for a flop? Hecklin flopping top and bottom. Paul with the overpair and gut shot. 230 in the middle. 880 is the effective stack.
Yeah, that's a tough one, especially having that inside straight draw to back it up.
What a sick cooler. 3 off the money. This man Paul's had a couple of rough series. 0 for 4 so far in Cyprus. Cashed the short deck main. Came sick for 318, but out there had a rough stint as well.
Looks like Henrik is coming with check call. 38% equity for Paul going into the turn. Bricks out.
Oh boy. Deuce of clubs. All the backdoor flush draws bricking on this rainbow turn, and Paul gonna feel pretty confident with his overpair.
Yeah, and of course he's also blocking Queen 10, right? He's got extra ammo, looking for a 10. Lots of Jack X's, 10 9s. These types of hands he wants to extract value from. So we've got 555 back. About 14 big blinds.
250 into 380. Around 2/3 on the turn.
We might see Henrik just kind of push the chips in now.
Right.
We've seen the safe card roll off. Equities, he should be a big equity advantage here. Jack 8, of course, lots of card killing river cards.
Wants to, of course, stack the overpairs just in case a scare card rolls off on river.
No.
Paul letting out a big oh no. He knows what that means.
Yeah, you see him eyeballing the clock too, right? He knows how close they are to the money. And queens.
You have 2 pins straight.
He's wondering why Henrik didn't check raise the flop, but why all of a sudden he just happens to be jamming the turn after just showing weakness on the flop.
I really like this jam from Hecklin. Paul seems to be so dialed in when it comes to some of these spots, man. See if he can trust his gut and find the fold. Immediately just reading Heckland for, you know, 2 pairs straight type holdings.
Yeah, so would Henrik do this with like ace jack, king jack, jack 10, like 10-9 type hands for bluffs?
I see Paul even saying, would you shove a hand like jack 10?
O2.
Paul out of time extensions.
I don't think I'm good enough to fold this.
Well, the classic.
Oh, we heard that before from someone.
Patrick Antonius earlier on today.
Okay.
Chips go in the middle. Paul looking for a queen, 10, 9, or a deuce. Does have 27% equity still with 1 card to come.
12?
12-ounce once for the boss as it comes the 4 of clubs, and GG's announced. Just shy of a 2 million chip pot going Heckland's way, our main event champion from Madrid. Up to second in chips. Now ahead of Jason Kuhn. Just behind Ben Sharif. And against Artur. And talking of Artur, a couple of kings from under the gun. Upstairs we go. All of these Baccarat players.
Was it the way they were appealing?
You never used to look at cards like this.
Professional Baccarat player. Is there such a thing?
It is. Kind of.
Ben Heath.
Did you play?
Baccarat? Actually, I've never played 100% Baccarat. I've only watched it.
Too professional, man.
No.
How good.
I've played 100%
bigs.
roulette and blackjack.
In the big blinds, the chip leader opening.
Me at the businessman side. And then,
Good for you, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just be Baccarat player, VIP, ring, bro.
Yeah, I need it.
Sweating the cards is the best with the
Yeah.
you really 700,000.
Oh, he's going to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Ben Heath in rough shape as we saw.
Honestly, I just
an ace folded.
never got around to it.
It's going to take a bit of time before making the call. Heath with 29% equity against the 2 kings of Artur, who just seems to be running deep in everything he touches here in Cyprus. If he can hold, it's going to be the overwhelming chip leader ahead of Jason Kuhn. 4-3-3. Backdoor will. Potential draw for Heath. With the 10 of clubs on the turn. Now looking for a 2-outer. As we saw one of the aces dead already. Doesn't find it as the 9 of spades rolls off on the river, and just a case of hand v hand, Randy. As we are now on the stone bubble.
Hand for hand now, yeah?
Yeah.
Of event number 6.
Tough one to swallow.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of our 50K 7 Max final table from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane through the magic of television and abbreviated dinner break. Players will be back at the table in just a couple of minutes' time. Brian Kim, the the real sheriff in town, the mayor, if you will, a better than 2-1 chip lead at 1 point over Sean Winter. He's narrowed the gap a touch, $3.5 million in front of Sean, but a whopping over $6 million in front of Brian Kim. 7 runners remaining. Jason Kuhn, currently the shortest stack, 12 big blinds still in front of him. Always a threat, Henry.
Oh, always. I mean, look, one double up and he moves up to third. If he doubles through Sean, he moves up to second. So, yeah, from an ICM point of view, this is really grim for all of these guys. I mean, even the chip leader does obviously have that healthy buffer, but if he doubles up one of the shorter stacks, then it's really, anyone's game. The thing I'm sweating is the Brian Kim win here. We told him he can get second. I do not want to pay for that trophy shipping back to America.
I had completely forgotten about that. I guess collectively we do need to root for a Brian Kim victory now, nothing against anyone else, just so we'll have footage of Henry walking the trophy into a Cypriot post office and getting it pitched back all the way to Australia, by the way. That's not inexpensive post. I didn't think about that.
It's in pole position, so.
Yeah. No, stage is definitely set for him. Let's get a look at the payouts once more. 7th place is going to be picking up $241,000. Up top, we've got the $1.3 million. The lone 7-figure payday, reasonably deep into that 7 figures as well. The jump currently over $65,000 between 7th and 6th in this largest of the buy-ins that we've had so far from here in Cyprus. And from about 15 players, when we made the money, if one would have looked at the remaining field, you would have noted a lack of VIPs. The pros really dominating late stage here in this one as we get a look at the official chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker, the real poker experience. 50, 125, 125.
Haven't been this excited for a final table in a long time. This star-studded lineup. Talk of talent, players that have, quote-unquote, completed the game.
Pocket 9s for Sean Winter here at the new level. Takes it up to 275K.
Starting the hand second in chips. Going to fold round to Jason in the small. It's going to fold around to the chip leader in the big.
And how sticky would you be looking to be when someone's willing to get after your big blind?
Not that sticky, according to Kim. And listen, I get it, suited 10. Maybe he wants to defend for chips, but with ICM, he just really wants to maintain that chip lead. Kim's in no rush. He's a patient man in pole position to take down this event number 6, the 7 figures that comes with it, and not surprised to see him just passing up on that opportunity to defend the big blind because, yeah, it really gets dicey. You flop bottom pair, you flop top pair across 3 streets, second in chips.
Of course, that 10 deuce reminds you of none other than the godfather of poker, Doyle Brunson, who, as we all woke up here in Cyprus, learned of his passing at 89 years of age, talked about it at the top of our coverage, but still coming to grips with that new reality as one of the elder statesmen, one of the forefathers of the game, no longer with us. But they're in spirit with the 10 deuce in front of Brian Kim. That hand inextricably associated with Doyle, courtesy of winning the World Series of Poker main event on not 1 but 2 occasions with that specific holding. And here it is a king-queen that Sean Winter puts to work under the gun, second deepest stack.
5 to 6.
Very, very conveniently situated to the left of Brian Kim is Buldigan's ace-7 suited, of course, happy to defend, but unhappy to look up at king 9-6. Unimproved, can't say the same for Winter, who's got top pair, with 675 in the middle and the action check to him.
Yeah, Winter expected to continue with range. On a ball texture, this kind of, some connected. Having a top pair in your check back range does allow for him to continue should he face some heat from Boulder's Gin on the turn. Interesting one, picking up the nut flush draw.
Well, Sean wanted to retain his opponent, but careful what you wish for is now 25% equity with one to come. Fold again. Flicks a time card out there.
Staring up at the clock. Maybe using the clock as a randomizer, maybe looking at the average stack.
Decides to lead out here for 225,000, and of course Sean won't mind it. But the 6 pairing, is that of any concern? Does he think that there's some 6x combos?
There's definitely some 6x combos in the big blinds range. The 1/3 pot probe kind of dictating the price going to the river. Don't think Sean has many folds on this board when he goes check, check, flop. I think a lot of the hands that Bolagin's ahead of, like Queen Jack, Queen 10, Jack 10, are likely to continue. I think this bet more so designed to set the price for the Russian. Does brick, double paired board.
How scary is that 9 after we were led into on the turn for the King Queen? Well, not going to have to worry about it.
Yeah, once it gets checked on over. Interesting one for Winter. Opponent leading on the 6x, checking on the 9. Is there value to be had from a weaker king? Sure. From some ace highs. Just defer to Winter, who just been so dialed in. There's 50k.
Worth pursuing value?
I feel like his hand wants to. With ICM though, against the big blind range, be a disaster to bet fold, or just get, you know, bet and just get piled on. But still, needs to seek value from his very disguised top pair. Snap fold from Vyacheslav. Sean Winter climbing up the ranks.
Still
Kim's tail.
A lot of runway between him and Brian, obviously. Distance to cover.
Yeah, less than 10 big blinds now. He's done a fantastic job at separating himself from the rest of the pack. Third in chips, put out Punsri on 24 bigs. Talk about caginess. 7 figures on the line. Hang on. Shirt change on dinner break?
It's so funny. I wasn't sure, but now that you say it, I'm going to say absolutely there was 100%. A shirt change.
Strong shirt change as well. Shout out LV. Still waiting for them to reach out to Triton as a sponsor.
You'll be waiting a while.
You sure?
LVMH, one of the richest brands in the world. We're going to have to knock on their door, I think. But once we do, they may answer.
Could we just show them some B-roll from the last 5 Triton stocks?
Right? We'll be like, your whole fall-winter collection was on display. Pocket 7's here for Winter in the big blind. All too happy to defend. Uncomfortably, of course, against the one man that has him covered.
Well, it's a lot easier when you flop middle set.
Sure is. On a dry board. Kim with just king high.
Oh, you got some nice chips. Got some nice chips. You said you were going to win one this trip, maybe the turbo. Oh, yeah.
200K follow through into 725. And do we want to play this one slow?
It feels like a board texture where, you know, you have the board so locked, but with ICM, you do want to deny some equity, obviously go for some value as well.
Winter seems to agree, as he has check raised to 675,000, and King 5 suited is one of those backdoor equity hunters, but perhaps not for an extra 475. Into the muck.
I believe with that, Winter now practically tied with Kim.
Nice start to the FT for Sean.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the final tables that is dissected by many pros around the world. Might be somewhat slow from an entertainment point of view, but in terms of getting the notepad out and just taking notes on some of the most minor things, if you're looking to brush up on ICM, these guys, some of the most studied, well-studied players in the world, and a lot of things like the check raise can seem so, you know, why check raise? He's going to be stabbing a lot with, you know, just any two that he opens on the button, going to be folding out a ton of bluffs, but when you're second in chips, tangling against first in chips would be a disaster to obviously then go out in seventh by giving some of those backdoors cheap turns, cheap rivers.
Kim back at it. Ace 5. David Yan, a playable one.
Yan 4 of 7. Started the hand with 17 bigs.
Defense, as we would have expected.
1.8 behind, roughly.
1.75, exactly.
Count sought and provided as we head to the Ace-Queen 5 board, where Yan's got the Broadway gutty up against top and bottom.
7-2-5 in the middle. Kim obviously expected to continue with range on this board texture, as he does. Wise out C-bet of 200k. South of 1/3. Yan with a tricky spot even against this sizing. Broadway gut shot has equity, but 2 undercards to the ace-queen, of course. Difficult to get to realize all of his equity, as, yeah, even against the small sizing, can't go chasing.
I don't think I've ever managed to be as serious as Brian Kim looks at any given moment during a hand, let alone for as continuous a length in time as he's managed to do it.
It's one of the things I really admire about these guys, because they really leave their emotions away from the table. Kim, for example, I know you're good friends with the Chidwick family. You know, Chidwick's another guy that is just dialed in at all times, but away from the table, I mean, Kim, one of just an absolute sweetheart. But yeah, you know, these guys just really try and leave their emotions at the door, step into the office. It's all business, and we're playing for 1.3 million. Refrain from getting involved in potential distracting conversations.
I know they already have careers, but they would make such great serial killers.
Why is that?
The ability to just hide.
You don't think any of these guys would break under interrogation?
Nah.
Kim just...
They're not getting caught, first off. They're going to go GTO murder. For sure.
I don't know, man. It's tough in 2023. Eyes in the skies. Cameras everywhere.
Can't leave any DNA behind. I've watched enough CSI. I can get away with one, Henry. Think I should try it?
All right, bet.
It really is impressive. I mean, just ask yourself, not even whether or not you can do it, whether or not you would even be comfortable enough to try, let alone like at a final table. I'm not talking about the serial killer. I'm talking about, yes, just being as stoic as they are, again, with so much on the line.
No, I honestly think it's why we're seeing people of this age, if you will, late 20s, early to mid 30s, they've gotten through all of the ego in the early 20s, the lack of emotional regulation, if you will. We've all been there, playing above our bankroll, flashing cash, playing stakes we shouldn't be playing kind of thing. And then you get to a later stage in your career and you're like, you know what, I'm pretty good at this game, time to focus on some things away from the table that can help me reach the highest stakes. And I think that's why these guys are just so good at their craft, because they've really leaned into some of the things outside of poker that can help them when they're on the biggest stage in the world.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly one of many reasons that they're successful, tremendous discipline. Even the affinity for physical fitness that so many of them have seems to be a very strong correlation.
I recall a conversation with Jason Kuhn in Vietnam, live at a feature table, where they were trying to guess how many people out of the top 50 in the world weren't obsessed with their health and fitness. And I think they came up with maybe 1 or 2 names. Just goes to show the discipline away from the table that these guys focus on.
Ace high for Toon Mulder in the big blind, which has been outflopped by David Yan's King Trey. Yan not looking to fire on the 9-7-3 board, but the turn, Jack of Spades, might leave Toon Mulder with an idea. Nut flush draw. Perceived disinterest, perhaps.
Yeah, really fun turn card. Does have to be somewhat concerned about this Jack of Spades in the sense that Yan can have some ace jacks, king jacks, queen jacks that maybe check flop. Turn top pair. A lot to fight for out there. 675 in the middle. Would also be a disaster to have to bet fold the ace of spades. That being if he were to bet and then get piled onto. Opting to check on over to Yan, who has a hand that wants to try and get to showdown, but also wants to maybe protect a little bit against 1 spade type holdings.
How about 5 spade type holdings as Mulder ends up with the nut flush, bar straight flush.
Check, check, flop, check, check, turn. Unblocking all pairs, unblocking straights, king, queen. See what Toon comes with here. It's going to go really small. The old bet, 3-bet. Fortunately for Toon, Yan with just bottom pair. 4-liner on board, 4 spades on board. Stranger things have happened. Big fan of the bet. Unfortunate to not run into any value if you're a Toon Mulder fan.
Sure, sought to induce. I'll tell you what, from time to time, Yan's going to have something that he's willing to get after you with, despite not having the nuts. We know that's well within his range.
What do you like to get after, Arlie?
The negative space in any given stream, that which most might overlook. What was on my mind just now was that Casablanca Tennis Club hoodie that Toon Mulder is wearing, and I'm trying to figure out if that's just the name of the tennis club or if the man swings his rackets down in Morocco.
I mean, there's wealth, and then there's wealth in subtle ways. So an eye like yours picking up on that. Well played, sir.
Well, I'm just observing the hoodie. He's the man that owns and is wearing it.
Oh boy.
As two queens are going to be in love with Sean Winter, who's got two jacks.
2.2?
2.1.
It's the hand we were waiting for. Given the ICM, we always knew it was going to take hand v hand. He's going to rip it in. With Kim out of the way, Winter does cover everyone behind. So no concern about running into top of range by someone that has him covered, but he has run into top of range.
He sure has. And the Russian playing the part of windshield
Double espresso.
as Sean Winter plays the part of bug. 4.5 million. An incredibly meaningful pot here.
Tell 'em why you're the best, Sean.
2 sixes and a deuce of no assistance to the jacks. Couple of streets of sweat to fade the two outer. So far, so good for Buldigan, who of course is covered and at risk. Looks a bit nervy. And he can exhale as
How much do you have?
he will slide
Exactly?
Application.
2.15.
into second in chips.
2,150,000. Yeah.
Good Buldigan. Responding to the fact that Kuhn knows exactly how much he's got and he doesn't. And they're his chips.
Spot on, Jason Kuhn.
Sean Winter.
Giving Jason a bit of a stare down there as well. How do you know my chips tonight better than I do?
Answer. Lucky ladies.
Chip leader?
I think Brian is still chip leader.
Ah, okay. I'm silent.
I'm silent.
A little bit of a cold deck there.
Yeah.
For Winter.
You might get to be the boss soon.
Maybe.
Buldigan, by the way, first
My stick.
Yep.
learned to play poker.
I think 100% of it.
On his bio, he writes University Hostel. But I think he means dormitory.
I did invest in your stack.
So open you a king queen.
My imagination would like to leave it at University Hostel.
God, mine would too.
Yeah.
Man was just grinding the hostel circuit.
Koh Samui,
Leaving
Pattaya.
backpackers broke and destitute. He's like, well, listen. I like the look of that rucksack. Want to go ahead and hand it over here? We'll get you another buy-in.
Check raise to 5 coconuts. With an ace in the cutoff, he is opening in to the tournament chip leader. Mystery card behind. Jason, shortest stack by a considerable margin now. Quickly dispatches of the ace 7-0. With a raise and take. Back up to north of 3 million.
He can live with it.
Struggling to find a way how we wouldn't have got it all in.
The mind of Sean Winter really strikes me as
Super guy.
kind of an amusement park of neurons.
This guy see future.
Who?
This white guy.
This white guy. That really narrows it down.
Is there an oracle on the rail? According to Vyacheslav?
I mean, it's all Asians and a white guy.
Yeah, I guess so. Actually.
Shout out the Asians and the lone white guy.
Shout out the oracle. By the way, I'd love to get a shot of this man. I've got some questions about what lies ahead.
Got a glass of wine in front of him. Maybe that's the trick, the secret sauce.
The elixir of
long life,
clairvoyance.
and good health. That as well.
Ace 7 suited. Now for Mulder.
Raise fold off of 16. Maybe even just fold. Open mucking a suited ace from the cutoff. Feels cagey. Goes with more than min. Close to 2.5x. Obviously designed to deter the big blind from defending profitably.
Don't do stupid things. Don't do stupid things.
Got a game of chess on our hands, Ali. Everyone really just
No,
moving around the board with caution.
Top 3. Давай, stop 3 machine.
Understandable. Given the pay jumps and given the talent we are surrounded by. How about Toon Mulder's bio, by the way, when we asked him, who's the most difficult poker opponent you ever faced? Hazard a guess, Henry?
Phil Ivey?
So I think that's generally a fairly safe guess. Not sure how many reps Mulder has against
That's
Ivy.
good
A
point.
few.
Okay, let me find a euro. Want to go with Linus. Similar ballpark or?
Final answer?
Final answer.
No.
No?
It was a European player.
Okay.
He says the most difficult poker opponent he ever faced was himself.
Love that.
Gambling away his hard-earned money.
Been there, done that.
Loved it.
UTH tables, man. Them Royal Flush bonuses, they really draw you in. Can't stay away,
Henry's
Ali.
broken into a cold sweat here in the booth right now. He's starting to tremble.
I offered a free roll to a couple of friends. Honestly, it's Henrik Heckland's fault. Started off by selling me some action, some high stakes UTH, small sweat. Ended up handing me a few bills. I was like, wow, this easy, huh? Started discussing strategy.
At some point, might be a little bit.
Well, the
Let's
Dane...
just say, okay. I was approached for some comps at the win. Room on us, sir?
Ooh, isn't that so offensive? I remember the sense of insult I had the first time they...
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's 8 a.m. in the morning. I'm being offered a room. Sun's up. Vegas waking up.
What would you know about whether the sun was up or not?
Well, that's true.
Buried, eyes sunk into the back of your head. Yeah,
man.
it is
You know how
kind
it
of an unwanted merit badge.
Yeah.
Of sorts. But
Rake
I was
back,
going to
though.
say, Eklund, the Dane, that's a hand you can hold and follow straight into the depths of Hades in terms of vice. You know, affable. A joy to be around. But not one to steer you clear of such enterprises.
I don't know.
And Winter steers clear of Queen 4, says, I don't know. he doesn't want to look at Jan's hand.
No, I mean,
David offered a free peek.
Then I might find out, like, you know,
I love
a little bit
Sean.
more of what they were opening. I don't know.
Jan with a welcomed walk. 6 of 7.
Oh.
Yeah, Henrik, certainly
But
the type.
Then I still, I don't know.
Could maybe
Not
show
afraid
you
of
the
trouble.
doors of Mordor. But then he would be the only one to return back home, safe.
Yeah. Yeah, could see that.
Jason Kuhn, 9 bigs. Jack 10-0 from +1. He's going to have to put in around 20% of his stack in just a couple of hands' time. Jason knows all too well. He can certainly blind down to 6, 5 big blinds and still be in with a fight. As we've seen already so many times this series, the amount of discipline some of these players to fold down to 5, 6 bigs and then go on to win big.
Kunat Punsri
Oh, wow. What a wonderful picture, Ali.
mulling it over from the big blind as a quick peek down the Twitter rabbit hole I just shared with Henry Kilbane, one BJ Nemeth, legendary poker photographer from almost 20 years back, sharing a photo of myself emceeing the NBC National Heads Up Poker Championship.
March 2005.
Yeah.
Ali Najad hosting round 1 of the NBC Heads Up National Championship. Poker Pro Doyle Brunson, of course. What a wonderful photo, mate. Love to see you get that framed. I mean, that's certainly worthy of being on the mantelpiece. You
No,
look
I
so
just, like,
innocent
just
as
for playing,
well.
Like final table, I was just curious how many chips you had.
Yeah, looks can be deceiving.
Yeah, I was about to say.
No,
18
I'm
years
not
ago.
trying to get it all in, man. Unless I got the aces.
How times have changed.
No, I'm still
No.
just as scummy as I was back then. Of course, being facetious, says Brian Kim with the hard 8.
Aces.
Let's see. We started talking about the pits, and now
Yeah. I saw you were in the booth the other day with Randy, and someone was dealt 6s, and you were trying to come up with a name, and I was surprised that you didn't say hard 12.
Right. I said hard 14 for pocket 7s once, and Dempsey nearly fell out of his chair. Boxcars is what I came up with.
I mean,
Been raise open from Kim here. Mulder's got a playable one on his hands. Queen Jack.
give me one of these chairs.
Looking
North of
for
men.
26.
My stack.
Just asking, inquiring how deep Kim is. Really do implore people to watch this one back with a notepad. These guys so surgical, their decisions.
King 9-7 board, as is oft the case with 4s. We look up at 3 over cards. Gut shot straight draw for Mulder, who checks it over after his defense. $250K barrel. Kind of the luxury of being one of the bigger stacks at the table, leveraging ICM affordably.
Even a hand like this, with 41% equity, potentially not able to realize across turn and river. It's going to come with the call.
Were you suggesting that he could have folded, understandably?
Not necessarily suggesting, just saying I would understand, given, I mean, for me, this is probably the most pressure we've had at a final table so far from an ICM point of view, and I think case in point being the lack of turns we've seen, the lack of flops we've seen for that matter.
Yeah, the play has been very consistent with that assessment.
So hands like this, really difficult to dissect unless you're one of the world's best. As the ace of clubs completes the board and turn, unable to convert that flopped equity. Kim with the check mark. And a river card where it gets really dicey for Mulder to maybe turn his hand into a bluff, given the ace rolling off on the river.
Yeah, as played with the check back from Kim, certainly some ace-X contained.
Certainly some ace-X that bet flop, check turn, and then get there. See if Kim wants to turn his hand into a bluff here. Try and fold out some 7X, 9X. 1.3 in the middle. Showdown taken from the chip leader. Pocket fours are good. Sizable chip lead now for Brian Kim, back up to 6.5 million. And with that, almost a 20 big blind safety buffer between himself and second in chips. Vyacheslav Baldigan.
You gotta fold to the chip leader, you know?
Yeah.
Eat the shit.
Sean would just
shove.
unsolicited advice.
I mean, he's probably not wrong.
Don't do
No.
stupid
But
stuff. Don't
unsolicited,
do stupid
I get it.
They're not particularly sophisticated either. I really would appreciate if it had been delivered in a more pedestrian accent, maybe. You gotta fold to the chip leader, you know, something that you would expect kind of in a local card room, a daily $10 buy-in.
The nightly $80 turbo.
Yeah, right,
Yeah,
right.
Love it.
Now Baldigan, second in chips. It's been a wonderful start to this FT for him.
Yeah, once Kim folds, opens the door for Vyacheslav. Just how these FTs work. Jason Kuhn, shortest by quite some margin now. Suited connector, 550 in the middle. He's going to defend and try to connect with something, whether it be a pair, straight, or a flush draw, to get this final 725 in as he hunts title number 7.
King Jack 5 board leaves him open-ended, and Kuhn with really no hopes. Look at that. Just beneath the brim. Jason, steely-eyed and fixated upon the opposition. As Baldigan fires 125 into 675. So downsized. Lack of a spade, a big issue for Jason here. If he were to try to take the price, interacting with that 5 of hearts.
Oh, Jason throwing out a time extension with just 4 high. Maybe thinking of something here. See, it wouldn't work, obviously, against the flopped open-ender.
300.
Oh, my word. Comes with the check raise for 300K.
And just consider that he's doing so off of a stack of 725,000. Even though, in relation to this 125, it isn't the biggest figure. In relation to his stack back, there is quite the declaration of strength.
This is insane. Like, say Vyacheslav has 6s through 10s, ace high. This would obviously work, just unfortunately, Jason is up against an open-ender.
Not what he wanted to see is a call from Baldigan. But let's see what sort of course he charts from this point forward. Doesn't pick up any equity on the turn. Might he be able to represent the king?
4-2-5 behind with 1.3 in the middle. Certainly
God,
what
it
he's
all
trying to
seems
rep.
so ambitious, doesn't it?
I mean, what, SPR 0.3?
But if he jams, all of a sudden the open ender could be drawing dead.
Could be.
And has to assume it's behind. Instead, it goes check, check. And now a third king on the turn.
I wish Jason had like one pot size bet behind. Really would have changed things.
Yeah,
Gonna
he does
give
shut
up.
it down. Took his one shot. Boy, I really thought maybe, just maybe, there would be some heroism, but it was heroic enough for him to try to take it on the flop. Now, does Bouldigan think that Queen High is not going to be a winner at Showdown, and he needs to get busy to try to claim this 1.275?
I don't think he's ever folding boats.
Jason, that is?
Yeah. Beats hands like 10-9 that maybe check raise flop. Chopping with Queen 9. He's going to go for the non-all-in sizing and met with a snap fold. Valiant effort from Jason Kuhn. Down to just 3.5 bigs now in the small blind. Just really showcasing that these guys, even when handcuffed, just fighting for every pot. Few viewers at home ever want to come down to Merit and fight for every pot here, situated on the beautiful shores of the Mediterranean. Merit Hotels in North Cyprus deliver 5-star accommodation and entertainment year-round. I know a lot of viewers have their eyes on that main event in August. I believe a 5K 3 mil? 3K 3 mil? August 12th through August 17th. From the beachfront cabanas to nightlife and gaming to an all-inclusive dining options. Guests are really looked after with pleasure, and don't have to take my word for it, just take the players' words for it.
Yeah, really, the personal attention that you
Sounds
get
like you've had 6-2.
actually reminds me very much of the culture surrounding the Triton series. And that is in spite of the fact that they cater to a broader customer base than we do.
I have so many friends that were on the fence over the last couple of years. You know, the distance from, parts of Europe to get here. They chose other places, but the moment they finally took the leap, came to North Cyprus, came to Merit, 9 times out of 10, the response was, well, that's my bad for missing out on that for the past however long. Place you can bring the friends and family. Head on over to meritpoker.com. Book your trip today as Jason going to jam with the 7-6 from the small.
Yeah, and he's going to run into this ace-deuce for Brian Kim as things unraveled rather quickly for Kuhn, but he does have 2 clean cards and 45% equity in this 1 million chip
Show
pot.
him why you have 6 Triton titles.
Show him, baby.
Bit of a needle.
I mean, it's just 3, 4, 5 on the flop, right? Both of us flop a straight.
Oh, God.
Instead of 3, 4, 5, it is Jack
Like plenty
8,
of,
3.
I'm wrapped around all kinds of cards here.
9 of hearts.
9 of clubs, maybe.
Yeah, that's too much. 9 of hearts is good.
Ah, that's so boring. Something more exciting, please.
Jason fails to improve on the turn and is going to need to hit a 6-outer to stay alive.
Fun.
Instead.
Put that one on the turn at least. Come on.
It's the 4 of clubs.
You guys have fun.
And the most decorated Triton champion around with 6 titles will be denied his 7th.
Yeah, I 4 high. I don't think you. Yeah. I could tell. I told you were bluffing. You had 10-9, right? Queen 9.
Queen 10.
Queen 10. Oh, that one's just good. Check and win.
Post-mortem between Jason and Vyacheslav there. 241,000 go in JK's way, but maybe more importantly, those all-important points on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard. So you have to wait for this final table to finish. Luca Vivaldi will crunch some numbers, but tomorrow morning, one of the first things I want to do is see just how much Jason has narrowed the gap with this final table run here.
$306,400 guaranteed to our remaining 6 players. Tune Mulder inheriting short stack duties as Kim puts a little runway between himself and Buldigan. 6.9 million.
That's extreme.
Triton Poker Plus app. 19 left in the 25k. Turbo, Ding Biao, chip leading. Keep you guys updated.
Already got a title under his belt in that mystery bounty where he deflated the room by pulling the 345k biggest envelope as the second man to come to the stage. David Yan with red 8s also took the wind out of the room sails when he pulled 3 gold envelopes back to back to back. Queen Jack now for Punsri.
Would be opening on Kim's button.
Risky business?
Yeah, I mean, still unfazed. Has to open. Kim's been playing a very honest final table as chip leader. You see the 10-9 hit the mark. Out to Winter in the big 5-4-0.
No takers. Punsri, by the way, as I hunt down his bio, currently living in Bangkok, schooled at the University College in London. Environment and Sustainable Development.
Yeah, started playing poker out there.
Field of study. First learned back in 2010 at Bristol while studying his bachelor's. Most memorable poker event was coming in second at a WSOP bracelet event, falling just short. But of course, that was prior to winning a main event right here in North Cyprus. Most difficult opponent he's faced, he said, is Stephen Chidwick, his favorite player, Michael Adamo, due to his unorthodox yet successful approach.
Animalistic is the Dominator.
A late arrival here to North Cyprus.
Shout out Bristol Card Room, by the way. Many legends have risen through the 50p £1 game there.
I don't know that that is the expected breeding ground.
It's
for,
not, but
quote, legends.
If I showed you some of the online cash game beasts that
5 million or something?
now travel around with Punsri,
4-7. Okay, thank you.
a lot of them hailing from the UK. So
I'm asking just me.
pretty insane.
Because there's just a box in front of you.
It's okay. Just
a time box. Like that's
David Yan, the lone patron. A7,
You're the only person
failing to improve on a Queen 4 tray board.
No. I thought you like my Russian accent, so.
Oh no! I mean,
You
I do.
prefer-
I do.
You prefer hear it again and again. So.
Oh no! I do. I do like it. I do like it. And your facial expressions.
Punsri, by the way, something he wants people to know about him, Henry.
Go on.
His field of study is geography. He's got a passion for community revitalization. and environmental preservation and actually won a UNESCO award for heritage conservation for the Banwang Rajamaitri Historic Inn project he was a part of. Also, he used to be a talented long jump athlete, and this last bit is where he and I are going to align. A food enthusiast and a gastronome.
Yeah, he loves it.
I mean,
He really does.
Holler at your boy.
No, shout out for all the work that he does really do. It's not something he's just put on the bio. Let's help those less fortunate back home in Thailand. He's a great ambassador for the game.
Philanthropist of sorts.
And does love fine dining.
Oh, yeah. If I punt, and I don't even consider it punting because experientially when you're as passionate about it as those of us who pursue star collection, Michelin stars, that is, then it is fine dining.
If you ever want to venture out to Bangkok or Phuket, we'd be happy to show you around.
Buddy, I went to Bangkok specifically for a dinner. I've won.
When did I say you didn't? I'm saying if you would like to come back.
I'm ready.
And do the Punat experience.
Ooh. Is that, well, it's funny because when you said if you would like to come back, I thought it would be the Kilbane experience, which,
no.
truth be told.
I always defer to Punat when it comes to fine dining in Thailand. Let him take care of everything.
Yeah, like I might get on a 30 to 45-minute flight for the Kilbane experience when it comes to gastronomy. Anything more than that, Henry, and I regret to inform you, I would just ask you to send me pictures.
Are there any 30, 45-minute flights?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Being cheeky. Next time we're out there in that corner of the world, maybe pre-Triton series, post-Triton series, we'll all get together as Buldigan's getting together with his ace-king suited and shooting it up. Blind level, 75, 150.
Second in chips.
Now it's Toon Mulder with the dominated King 9 in the big blind on 1.3, sub 10.
He's going to defend. Does not want to connect with top pair in the form of a king.
How about a gut shot, though, on the 8-high rainbow board?
Potential. SPR of 1.5. Maybe thinking of leading this one. Checked over to the pre-flop aggressor.
Sort of difficult for Buldigan, I would imagine, to rep credibly as he does check back.
Buldigan's going to be incredibly balanced here. He's going to have overpairs that check back for pot control.
Sure. Brilliant development for him on this turn, by the way, as he picks up the nut flush draw for comfort. Already in the lead. Mulder comes out swinging now. 250K, and Buldigan obviously not going to be going anywhere, but 900 back for Toon.
Even against a hand like ace-king, puts a ton of pressure on ace-highs.
Can't fold.
No, certainly not. Right now, few options available. See flat, could just pile on turn. Has fold equity when it gets called, still has the 2 overs, nut flush draw. Reaching for calling chips. So a rare river incoming, 1.3 in the middle. Done with 900k behind as the ace of hearts improves Bolajin, who already had the best hand to top.
Was it just a one-street effort on the turn after perceived disinterest from Buldigan on the flop for Mulder? Or does he have greater aspirations? Which, of course, we have to assume would spell the end for him.
Seen discipline showcased in different forms throughout the series. Some of the discipline, the spot that Mulder finds himself in, waving the white flag, preserving those 6 big blinds, and living to fight.
Boy, it did feel like Mulder was at the edge of a cliff there and potentially going to dive to his doom, but instead the knuckle, and now Buldigan contemplates. I think this one is just a formality independent of the sizing from Vyacheslav.
Doesn't go for all of it.
Trying to retain some of those flopped pairs, maybe even a queen.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, he is a river card. He's expected to bluff on a decent amount of the time. Is this him just trying to get a cheap bluff through a hand like Jack 10? Maybe some missed diamonds, King Jack, King 10. But no value to be had, although with just King High. The shortest stack by quite some margin now.
Well, it could have been as short as 0 if he had gotten out of line on the river with reasonable SPR. I think it was 75%. Buldigan taking that one down. But he wanted people watching the stream to know about him.
I don't know.
He's picked up 5 kilos since the last time we saw him.
I really don't know.
I feel like he said that in Vietnam as well.
Join the club.
Hmm?
It's kind of sicker than pulling the big one, right? Like after the big one's gone, getting like the biggest in a row.
Vyacheslav strikes me as the type of guy I'd really like to hang out with.
No, I
Oh
know,
boy.
I know. How many were left when you started drawing?
Punsri
No, I know.
What's the question?
How many
limping
How
button
many options did you have to choose from?
with ace queen o, Mulder 6 bigs in the small with an ace. And Brian Kim,
20 times 19.
couple of broadways
Well, there's probably multiple.
in the big blind. Actual big hand developing here. First one's always a trap though, right? That's what they say.
It's great, but it's not like super, like pulling those 3 in a row.
295, yeah. Whatever.
How do you like King Queen in this spot?
So then you went
Enough to ask for a count. Does have the button limp to worry about. Mulder going to struggle to win this one. There, of course, worlds where Brian Kim ISOs all in and Punsri's then in the absolute blender with ace queen.
I heard you're good at that stuff.
Instead, he flats.
Wow, Punsri.
Thought maybe he was being lured into one there, perhaps by Kim, if not in trouble against Tune Mulder. And he's going to instantly regret his decision pre-flop as he had both players dominated.
Yeah, how about this development? Talk about variance in poker. Not just in terms of runouts, but in ways that players play a hand and can ultimately lead you to folding the best hand. So it comes 9-9-6. Ace high for turn still good.
Ace queen high would have been even better. As you see Mulder shoot a look over at Punsri on the turn, though. 5 of spades would have left that ace queen uncomfortable. Instead, it is Brian Kim who experiences the discomfort and fails to improve. He can well afford to double Mulder up, though.
Played it so wrong. Of course.
And Punhat beating himself up.
Understandable call from Kim there. Understandable jam from Mulder. Ace queen, the hand that Punsri's maybe going to look back on.
Oh yeah, I did. I was talking to myself, really. Good luck, guys. Yeah, I said guys.
Mulder can loosen the collar a bit.
Yeah, with that double. Our big blind more than David Yan, who finds himself 6 of 6. Sean Winter. American Airlines under the gun. A welcome sight at any FT, especially when there's 7 figures up top.
Currently running 4th in chips. 375 the open. Begging for a customer. Brian Kim, the candidate, with a 6. No thank you, he says. Same story from Buldigan. So quietly collecting minimum profit is Winter.
Going to be seeing a lot of this for quite some time, unless there's some hand v hand situation, some overwhelming chip lead type of situation when they just get to pile it in pre.
Can I see your chip, Sean?
I'm counting. Two, 3 and change.
Thank you.
Chip leader on the button.
Just the 6, right? Yeah.
A merciful muck and a well-timed one at that, as Buldigan, who earned this stack courtesy of queens against jacks, if we can use that verb, in a spot like that, picks up queens once more. And this time Winter far from jacks. Shows the 8 tray. It's a big pair rich environment.
It is, but lacking hands behind to tango. Vyacheslav closing the gap on chip leader Brian Kim. Just 2 big blinds in it now. Average stack of 23 bigs. Jan still 6 of 6 with 13. I feel like a night out with Vyacheslav could lead to waking up on a rooftop in Bangkok.
I don't know if I share the read.
Maybe a beach in Costa Rica.
If you mean like he abducts you and then leaves you on the rooftop after getting the ransom, I see it. But if you mean like the two of you rage and somehow without being able to remember what happened, a la Hangover Part 2, end up on a rooftop, not sure.
No? You don't see it?
I don't see the closet party animal. But does have some personality that's on display beneath the surface ever so slightly. Now, some opacity as the king of clubs. The lone piece of knowledge we hold with respect to Buldigan's hand and his ensuing 3-bet to 800,000, picking on the chip leader. And when we do things like this, we tend to be loaded for bear.
Yeah, it seems like there's more kit behind just that king of clubs. Note the 3-bet sizing, by the way. Less than 2.5x. Vyacheslav takes this one down. He's going to be the new table captain. That's how tight it is at the top.
Is that A7 ever a 4-bet candidate?
No, come on. Unless you have some
soul read.
Yeah. We wind the clock back to 2009.
All right, what about Ace-5 suited?
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
The cat jammer. Get a great price on that.
And on the topic of prices, how about our official partners over at bookmaker.eu, where they've got reduced juice and low vig, -108 on sides and totals on all NBA postseason games. As the playoffs roll on, open a new account, get up to $500 cash bonus with your first deposit. Professional and recreational bettors are welcome. Head over to bookmaker.eu today. You bet sports, Henry? Oh, that was an uncomfortable yes. There's no shame in it.
It's not that. It's just we've had this conversation. I did it professionally for some time. Have friends that absolutely crush.
What about you? Do you absolutely crush? Did you absolutely crush?
I did, but
Why'd you quit?
It's just so boring, man. Just same stuff every day. Waking up, spreadsheets, checking software, rinse, repeat. Just have to have multiple tabs open at all times, just getting bets in, and had a lot of accounts restricted, and it's just, yeah, you know.
That's the insufferable part of the whole thing, is just trying to figure out how to get your action down. But
that's what I like about Bookmaker EU.
Correct.
Yeah? Professional bettors allowed.
I once walked up to the sports window
Where do you live, New Zealand?
at the Wynn.
Never been, but
I asked to bet,
Yeah, come visit sometime.
I think it was $800 on a Chicago Cubs
What's like
Wednesday game.
population and
Random.
Any read on it? Or you just want
No, just had a friend that wanted me to go to. Now I know you're not supposed to be doing stuff like that, but he just was elsewhere and said, "Hey, would you mind doing this for me?" I said, "Yeah, no problem." I never imagined in a million years, given the sort of action that they take anywhere else in the room, that I would get pushback. And they said, "You know what? We're going to cap you at 300."
Winter, you can go skiing in Queenstown, I guess, but it's
300.
probably wouldn't go to New Zealand to do that.
What?
I mean, it does feel a bit random for you to walk in and say, hey, 800 on the Chicago Cubs.
I don't think that
midweek.
The property's going to go into foreclosure if they dust off 8 Benjis.
Yeah. I see where you're
7
coming
point,
from,
whatever, 2 Benjis given the big, but I was baffled, shocked. And I was like, you know what? Don't ask me to do that again. That was unbearable. By the way, we did get the 300 down, and of course he did lose it, so there's that.
Saved $500.
All in.
Blind v blind here. Punsri's going to jam it. Mulder with dust.
One good.
Feels like we're in the OR, Henry, which you've got a date with the OR or for the men, or no? You got to go under the knife for any of these repairs?
Yeah.
Oof. Is there going to be like a drill
galore.
involved? Is there going to be like a toolbox?
Honestly, I hope I am fast asleep at that point.
Well,
not by choice, of course.
If you're
And the
not
toolbox
fast
is-
asleep, I would highly advise you to tell the doctors to slow down.
That's what was recommended, by the way.
What? Local anesthetic.
They're like, we can do it, but we can't put you under. I was like, no, you know what? I'll wait.
Until they can put you under.
Until the ribs are healed, yeah.
Yeah, that feels smart.
I don't think, I mean, yeah.
4 p.m. 5.5
That's not even. That's like a cash.
I got something chiseled off my skull while
No,
awake.
on the side.
Let me tell you.
Doesn't look like
Awkward.
Yeah, they have weird chips, don't
Yeah.
they?
Looks like a cash.
Purely cosmetic,
What are those,
an
green?
extension of
Or is
acute
it blue?
vanity on the part of yours truly. But
An extension of what, sorry?
acute vanity.
We'll talk off air.
Okay. A7.
Nose job?
Didn't work out. No, off my skull. Chisel. I had an osteoma is what they call it.
Oh, 10-gallon head.
No, what? Is that the nickname for that? Ace 8 suited now for Punsri.
Boldajin opening from under the gun. The door, the floodgates have been opened for Vyacheslav to rule over this table as he gets the superior ace to fold. Up to 6.5 million now.
Having dethroned Brian Kim, being to the left of Brian, no longer of any real consequence, though still beneficial given that Kim is as deep as he is. And a bit of role reversal insofar as Buldigan can really be a dissuasive force to Kim choosing to enter pots.
Yeah, I mean, Boldajin obviously direct left of Kim. Brian coming into the FT as chip leader. Now handcuffed. A few tight folds from Punsri. Take note. Ace-8, King-Jack. Hitting the muck from the cutoff. Punsri, of course, finds himself comfortably in third. Hence the passiveness. Has more than double Sean Winter in fourth. Tun says run it. All you can eat on the button, and he's going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante.
Yeah, can't blame him with that King-Jack.
This really is a surgical final table. What could have been had Punsri just raised with the ace-queen.
Yeah. He would have ended up showering Mulder.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I assume Mulder at the time was 6 of 6, was always planning to just jam over the open with ace-7. I believe he was down to 6 big blinds at that point. Now playing 14.
How much, Sean? I think 2.
This is the one where Punsri limped the
Limped
ace-queen,
ace-queen.
Mulder jammed a flat from Brian Kim.
Yep, precisely.
And the ace-queen would have held against Mulder, so he
Against
would have been
both.
out of there. And then Kim would have had that many less chips.
Butterfly effect and all.
This one? Sorry? This one? What do you mean? Okay. Okay, I see one. I see one, I see one.
Kim did end up losing that pot anyway, so I guess
No, it's fine.
His plight on the back end would have been the same, but different proposition for Punsri, who sits third currently. Kim gets busy from the puck. 325K wrist shot. And Winter takes his time finding the muck.
I would like to propose an even pot.
Have you seen how lucky this guy is?
Anyone? We only need 6 people to agree.
Dude,
Why are you all like laughing? Like,
I'll take it.
These guys got so much money, man.
so like.
All right, I'm in.
You think
Ask
you're
him.
that good?
I'm in. 5 ways. We need one more agreement.
Okay.
Even chop.
That's 2 out of 6. Do you agree?
Even chop being proposed by Jan.
Punat's in for sure.
Yeah, man.
Good luck with
playing
that.
so bad. I don't even want.
Punat would direct with 3 BBs. He got tiger blood.
That's 1.3.
Jack 8 suited here for Punat into the bin. He actually shouts out his Bristol poker crew, if they're out there watching. Says that they reignited his love for poker and have made his journey very entertaining.
Shout out Igbo,
Olin?
my man. One of the best cash game players in the world. As Vyacheslav just piles into the blinds that he covers. Sean 5th in chips, David Yan 6th in chips.
I didn't more 6.
Shout out to Sean Winter, by the way. I love
Ryan, you have 2 stacks of
the classic
4
shirt.
stacks of white and
Shades
1 stack
combo.
and a half of black.
Deserving of an FT. King Queen hits the mark.
Chip leader.
Look of disgust
I had a big hand.
on Sean's face.
I'm not.
Look of a fly-by-night narco pilot, actually.
He gives me like Jim Carrey vibes.
Oh yeah, I see it.
He really does.
Yeah.
Sean Santa had a big hand. Vyacheslav simply with the
So
I'm
some
not.
final tables at Triton.
Some language barriers, of
Like
course.
chip leader, Alin. I learn very fast.
Bossman Paul on the final table of the 25K Turbo, coming over to see what's going on here in the 50K. Can sweat the action from that 25K over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Perhaps Boss has a saddle or 2 mounted on these horses. One never knows.
I'm not greedy.
A6 suited now for Winter on the puck.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Oh.
Next blind level increase is a sizable one, by the way. Going up to 100K, 200K. Means we'll have 3 sub-10 big blind stacks.
Well, something does need to
500.
give. The gridlock is real. Nice. Tactical battle. Punsri with the Jack-10 offsuit. Note sizing from Winter.
3.3x.
Designed to dissuade.
Yeah, and happy to stack off once he commits a third of his chips. I just saw a leg fly up into the air there.
Oh, sorry.
6-5.
Jan doing some yoga, punts through with the fold.
6-5. Oh, when you shoved? When you shoved?
When can look before the hand.
When the shove, 6-1.
Right on cue.
When you shove
Line's
the button,
going up.
6-5? 6-1. 6-1?
6-1.
6 million, 100.
Oh, are you were saying your hand, 6-5.
Ah.
6-1, 6 ace.
Yeah, 6 8.
What an FT that one is, Ali.
Yeah, just glancing over our shoulders from the booth here at that 25K. Turbo, 8 max, event 7.
Nico Coop, Phil Nagy, Santosh, Elton Sang, Bossman Paul, Linus Love. Just to name a few of the players. Again, you can sweat that one along. Ding Biao, by the way.
What's the next level?
Also in the mix, looking for his second title of the series.
And we're sure that's not a cash game.
125.
Positive. Although it does look like quite the cash game lineup.
125, 250 would be my.
Oh, 120.
Yeah.
Xerox that one up to the whiskey lounge for later, huh? Two 9s.
All in. Although may want to be in juice with this. Not sure. Comes with men.
Yeah, this 100, 200 blind level really leaving a lot of lean stacks.
See Danny Tang on the rail, supporting Punat. Couple of 7s for Jan.
I mean, surely off of 6 big blinds, Henry?
Honestly, I wish I could pretend to be as well studied as these guys when it comes to ICM, but he seems to agree with you. The money's going to be going in.
Obviously a commitment, and unfortunately for Jan, 1-7.
I have 10 bank before.
It's gonna find its way into the muck out of Punsry sand.
How much?
He's got 1.225.
275 behind.
270. Ah. Okay. And 275.
That's correct.
Yeah, 1.225 he got.
All in.
All in announced. We've seen a 7 folded. Vyacheslav wasn't loving life with the 9s, but gets shown the good news.
There was some uncertainty.
He's got 7, 9. Yeah, David Yang got 7.
Jan, the shortest stack, looking to
when he didn't snap.
What happened?
double here.
All good for me.
Okay.
Back up to 3 million.
Third place finish in the 30K mystery bounty.
Oh, hello.
Top set and a guy.
Goes from 1 out to 4 outs.
965 board, top set. Would have preferred a different board than this one, as the turn is 8less. And that is just fine with Buldigan. Snowman available? No. 9's full on the end. Yes. David Yan issued the GGs and the handshakes.
Third place in the mystery bounty. 640,000 in Triton earnings, David Yan.
And then you're like, maybe not.
Adding 306,400 to that tally. His 4th Triton cash. Another one of those players that seems to just be running deep on a consistent basis, always posing a threat at this series so far. Took us a while, Ali. We are down to the final 5, 392,300. Now guaranteed, and on the next page jump,
chip leader.
Almost 100K. Runaway chip leader.
No, I didn't, but it was very high.
8.225 million.
I didn't say.
Gap of 14 big blinds roughly, and red hot is Buldigan. Min raise. Inviting anybody to get after him in this spot. Punsri. Indulge with ace-9. Third and chips on the button, thinking it over, expecting that Boldigan is going to be opening wide, not expecting that he's going to be this strong, of course.
Punsri going to pounce with the ace-9. Currently 3 of 5, middle of the pack.
$9.75. $9.75.
Comes for the non-all-in 3-bet to 9.75. Music to the ears of our chip leader.
No 10 banks.
No time banks for Vyacheslav.
All in.
Easy decision, this one, met with the fold, and with that, chipping away at one of Punsri's legs, who's now tied with Sean Winter.
Lucky. Huh?
Lucky.
My first time playing with you, but
Very lucky.
growing on me. It's not just the accent.
Guys who my friends all lucky as well, bro.
I just have another one of those that I wouldn't mind having at every feature
I
table.
feel pretty lucky. I came in today in last place, so I feel pretty lucky.
Are you one of those guys, Ali? Things are going your way, you come into a session, you kind of feeling yourself a bit. Maybe taking a little bit of a looser approach.
No, I wouldn't say that.
No?
No. The
Still.
approach is the approach. The looseness tends to come after the third or fourth rack is polished off, and then I really, my limits have been tested as I look around, and
It's normally like 4 or 5 a.m. as well.
So yeah, oh yeah. Late at night.
Oh, please limp, Brian Kemp. Please limp. I guess with ICM, we're comfortably in second that maybe we shouldn't be limping, but love to see it.
Surprised to see Boldigan just allow the limp to take place with King 9 suited and this big, massive chip lead.
Yeah, certainly a hand he could have taken upstairs. But really nice to be able to protect his checking range with hands like King 9 suited. Give me the overpair. Get a knuckle.
Pre-flop carnage was on your mind when you asked for the limp?
I just wanted to see it. It's spicy.
Well, the board texture not exactly spicy as the knuckles on the flop bring a 7. No equity gained for Boldigan, who now draws dead.
Potential bluff river for Vyacheslav, should he be checked too. Although king high, decent amount of showdown.
Four and a quarter into this 600. North of 2/3. And Boldigan sensing something is off. You see the rigorous head scratch. Ultimately folds it out. Minimum damage.
Brian Kim comfortably in second.
Well, when we ask Brian what his favorite Triton stop is, he advised that he's never been to South Korea and would love to go to an event out that way. Now, there have been a few Jeju stops in the past. Not certain whether or not we'll be headed back in that direction. I've never been to Jeju, went to South Korea for the first time last year, loved it, so certainly would love to see it.
Yeah, this trip being Brian Kim's second Triton Super High Roller Series. Third final table. Had a third and fourth place finish back in Vietnam. Couple of cashes here. The 30k mystery bounty and the GG Super Millions. Over $1 million in Triton earnings. This is going to be his 6th Triton cash. Guaranteed 392,000. One more ladder. He beat his previous high score of 441,000. Shout out to the Kim family, his wife Emma, always tuning in, as well as his sister Sally. The family group chat, the Cool Kids chat, as it's known. Always supporting Kim from back home.
Well, it's interesting because Kim's poker dream is to do well enough to support them.
There we go.
His parents and his family.
Do you have a family group chat where you send hand histories? Give them updates on how your sessions are going?
Tell you what, that's a group chat you don't want to be a part of. I feel like my parents would see me differently.
Well, they don't know that you play poker?
No, no, no. They know. They just don't know that I'm a lunatic.
Ah, okay. Wait, they don't?
Nah. I've got them fooled.
Managed to hide that one well.
Confirmed.
Vyacheslav knows he just gets to jam into the shorter stacks. So difficult for these guys to call off given how tight it is down at the bottom.
8-7 diamond.
Jack 3, not the one, of course.
Yeah, now 3 sub-11 big blind stacks.
Great.
One of those ones where you expect Kim to just play so tight now. Kind of guaranteed, quote unquote, to get at least third if he just plays his cards right and stays out of Vyacheslav's way. Although Kim, not the type to look to just ladder up a couple of spots. Will certainly
Still have your cards? No.
try and play for the win.
I have two just around me, so
Vyacheslav.
I had, sorry guys, just 2 zeros.
This guy.
Uh-oh.
1 orbit penalty. Seems incredibly apologetic. Bless him.
Brian, big double through the chip leader.
It's funny because at these FTs, even these feature tables,
it could be
they're just...
only color could be.
What's up?
I think it's red, but I can mistake.
It's Kim started.
No idea. That's weird. I mean, it sounds like he saw a red card, right?
Yeah, then.
Red.
Okay. Now, you do know.
But
and now you turn it, so you should use.
I saw a red 9 of diamonds.
Yeah.
yeah, but he's open. It's like diamond lady.
Change the card.
Well, it isn't.
Yeah,
Which is
it was this. Yeah, I already showed it.
the most awkward part of this.
Incredibly weird spot.
Okay, thank you.
It's okay.
Was it the 9 of diamonds? Did we
No.
have something wrong?
It's Queen 7 of spades.
I told you. You have to return those cards in, man. You can't keep your cards.
Ace is Queen 5.
Open jam. from Vyacheslav. This all in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Misdeal, ultimately leading to him being dealt a couple of aces. About butterfly effect. Say flop with
He
some
won the
back
last
doors,
hand.
Ali.
They dealt a hand.
8,
and then he
6,
realized
or a
he still
3
had his
for a
hand,
sweat.
So they redid the hand.
Or
Ambitious.
Oh, I see.
Dead on
Hey,
the
you
turn.
didn't see that?
The Dutchies are fans. I don't know that it changed Mulder's holding, though.
There's a misdeal
replacement
before
card.
this hand.
Ah, okay.
Because Vyacheslav took Kim's second card.
Right. You're talking about the prior pot, not just the replacement
big,
card
yeah?
delta. Brian.
If you win the tournament, you owe him something huge. A nice gift. I mean, maybe it's the same outcome. You never know.
I mean, I would have had the same cards, right?
Yeah. No, they
Maybe he raised.
They redealt the hand.
No.
We
No,
we
no,
all
he just
turned.
got one card, one new card.
No,
oh,
he,
but
he
oh yeah, of
kept
course,
his
yeah.
hand, the hand before. That hand.
Oh, that hand. Yeah.
It's the same hand. Yeah.
Mulder was loitering at the bottom of the leaderboard for quite some time.
Yeah, a couple of really fortunate doubles. Firstly, the ace-7, of course. Then the misdeal, leading to the aces.
In third.
Punsri now 4 or 5. On the button with 9.5 bigs.
1.6 million.
Raise and take it for him. Tottenham Hotspur supporter is Punsri. I know that'll be met with the ire of Brighton and Hove Albion supporter, producer James.
It's his only downside. Opponents, that is.
Go on then, who's your club?
No comment.
County Kilkenny. They have a 9th division team out in Ireland. Come on, everyone has a Premiership team.
I used to, but I honestly don't follow the Premier League that much anymore. I sometimes, whenever I see Brighton have a great game, I'll message James and say, wow, well played. I know they've been crushing this season.
Buy me a drink.
Yeah.
2006 Liverpool
Of
FC,
course.
captained by
I had a
Steven
complete
Gerrard.
brain dead.
That was my team when I was a kid.
Oh wow!
When you had A7.
Oh.
Yeah, complete.
06 Liverpool.
No, mine.
The throwback squad. As Buldigan runs into top pair here with second pair.
I didn't realize it was like 6 blinds.
Oh.
Yeah.
Clash of the big stacks.
I thought I could fold or jam, but I could just call, you know.
Yeah.
And suddenly trip fours for Vyacheslav, Henry, and the look on your face suggests you're thinking the same thing I am, which is that things are beginning to feel a bit preordained for the Russian.
Yeah, obviously the fortunate thing for Kim, being that this SPR is so high and it's checked through on the turn. The only saving grace for Kim is he wouldn't have been going anywhere. Should Buldigan have decided to bet. Kim may now look for some value. Doesn't. Again, going to slide it on over to Vyacheslav.
I'll tell you what, I know it feels like, well, what are we doing?
What are we
But
doing?
I feel like Kim is just looking at the situation and saying, I don't want to play any big pots against this guy. I just
You're off, Till.
want to tread extra light now that he's got me out chipped, given that we've got the 8 blinds of Sean Winter out there, Punsri's 12 blinds. Even Mulder's newly doubled into 16 blinds. And that 1.3 million up top. This is understandable.
Yeah, some wonderful ICM poker being played by Kim. GG, sir.
Well, if you want to play some poker, you know the place to do it. At our key sponsor, GG Poker. New player sign-up bonus offer. A $50 Global Millions ticket. Use the promo code Triton_2023. Receive the full welcome bonus. Ticket will be added to your account within 72 hours. Offer open to new players only.
Sean, how much you playing?
I could see. 1,450.
Thanks.
Boldigan did get 400K out of Kim on the river.
Gonna come with Min. It's enough to get Winter to fold, of course. 4 high. We'll be putting more money in the pot. $96,000 ladder between 4th and 5th. Almost $1 million difference between 1st and 5th. You can understand why players are playing on the tighter side.
There's an example. Ace deuce into the muck. Pocket 5s for Kim. Inconveniently situated directly to the right of that now towering stack of Boldigan. He too folds. And 7-3 offsuit. Is that going to be enough?
The barking shark, as producer James Dempsey likes to call it.
Dare I inquire?
Honestly, it took me a while. Sure, he'll explain it better than I.
Well, it's going to require explanation.
What might not take too much explanation is potential big blind rejam from Punsri, although does have double what Winter has, just mucked out of the small. King Queen suited though, I mean. Yeah, in it goes. Met with a fold, so a nice little pick up there. Punsri to tie himself with Mulder. Sean Winter now the immediate short stack. 5.5 bigs. Doesn't seem too bothered. He's already spun the wheel on several occasions today. He's done incredibly well to get here. It's down to just 5 bigs, 5 off the money. Fast forward a few hours, he's now guaranteed 392,000.
Jam.
I didn't
With
pay
far
my
better than 7-3. Yes. Boldigan really able to benefit from this current setup. And just mine chips. Doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that's going to open the door all that wide to anybody to take this chip lead away from him.
It's going to be really tough. When Kim's involved, you don't really see Vyacheslav doing much open jamming, at least from what we've seen so far. For example, now Kim in the big blind. And every time Winter folds, it just means those stacks behind really can't do much. Because busting before Winter be a disaster.
More chips heading Buldigan's way. Such a nice feeling to have the table set the way that it is for Vyacheslav at present. He'd love to keep Sean Winter around as long as possible on 6 bigs, 5 bigs, 4 bigs.
Sean kind of working as an aid, if you will. His presence really allowing Vyacheslav to rule the roost.
Kim gonna limp. Obviously, we saw just how much caution he is exercising at present. And somehow both players share a 6 and have hit it on the 9-8-6 board. Kim with the better kicker, but advantage Buldigan in more ways than one. Coverage, gut shot, position, check back.
Seen these two playing very honest poker against each other.
Kings and 6s for Brian on the turn. No, just the min bet. 1/3 pot. Keeps Buldigan interested. Backdoor clubs arrive.
Of course, still value to be had from his 2 pair, but with the presence of the 3rd club, Brian may opt to go into check call mode rather. Also allows Vyacheslav to bluff. Always annoying when they check behind though and had a potential calling hand.
And this is a considerably more meaningful sizing that Kim has gone with on the end as Buldigan bins the 6. Nodding his head in a form of professional acknowledgement that Kim's just operating at a high level, and he knows it. Ace deuce on the button for Brian now. Takes it upstairs. And of course, his willingness to open pots into Buldigan on his left of note to any prospective customers.
Sean Winter has grinded this one down to 650k now. Just put in a third of his stack. Folded to the open.
Easy game with aces.
Just 3.3 bigs. Now in the small blind.
All in.
Oh, what do you know? He's woken up with a hand that can call.
Yeah, the jam with the pocket threes and Boldigan recognizing it is a virtually pure coin flip.
Winter a slight equity favorite here. Get back up to 9.5 bigs.
He look confident.
Sean does look confident. As he should on the ace, 8-6, couple of spades. So the 2 overs plus the additional 9 outs.
3 spades.
Ooh.
Oh.
Well, is this just too many outs?
No more 3 spades.
Counterfeitable are the threes now, courtesy of the board pairing on the turn. And that's exactly what happens as running 2 pair leaves Sean Winter doubling through Boldigan.
Fun board, you know.
The dirty way to get there.
I mean, it is, right? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
The short stack survives. Add another 2 hours to the clock, are we?
Only one person at the table loved to see it. The recipient, Sean Winter.
This one may be finishing later than the 25k turbo. Down to 8 in that one. Can sweat along.
This man's
Over on
special.
the
You see,
Triton
you
Poker
could have
Plus app.
busted him. He didn't have to double through him. Like, I mean, that's special. That is special.
All in.
And if he has aces here, that's even.
Boldigan's back at it. Nine, 7 offsuit on this occasion. Just taking advantage.
No?
As the boss stack.
Wow. 15 minutes break. Blind's going to be going up to 125k, 250k.
Only skill.
When these final 5 return. With that, the average stack going to be dropping down to 16 bigs. That's how things stand. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Ali, when the blinds increase, we're going to have 3 sub 10 big blind stacks when we return from break.
Just remarkable that cluster that we saw down the bottom 3, Punsri, Mulder, and Winter are all going to be jockeying for hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of pay laddering. And so how things shake up is going to be just absolutely grab your scalpel and just tweeze your way through the waters. But really, the Boldigan show, truly in that frame, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, he just gets to run over the entire table as things stand, especially when there's a, 200,000 plus difference between 3rd and 5th, and these guys really handcuffed. Kind of feels like, you know, a high variance spot, and these guys know it, hence them playing so tight.
Yeah, well, they've got 15 minutes to think it over as they will come back for more 5-handed action in the 50K 7 max. When we come back, Randy will be stepping in for me along with Henry to take you through to the home stretch. Been a pleasure, but don't go anywhere. 15 minutes time, continuing coverage. Stay close.
GG Poker. It's the best poker the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Playing the part of windshield
Double espresso.
as Sean Winter plays the part of Bug. 4.5 million. An incredibly meaningful pot here.
Tell them why you're the best, Sean.
2 6s and a deuce of no assistance to the jacks. Couple of streets of sweat to fade the 2 outer. So far, so good for Buldigan, who of course is covered and at risk. Looks a bit nervy. And he can exhale as
How much do you have?
he will
2.5.
slide
Exactly. Application.
2.15.
into second in chips.
Inclusive dining options. Guests are really looked after with pleasure, and don't have to take my word for it, just take the players' words for it.
Yeah, really, the personal attention that you
Sounds
get
like you've had 6-2.
actually reminds me very much of the culture surrounding the Triton series. And that is in spite of the fact that they cater to a broader customer base than we do.
I have so many friends that were on the fence over the last couple of years, you know, the distance from, you know, parts of Europe to get here. They chose other places, but the moment they finally took the leap, came to North Cyprus, came to Merit, 9 times out of 10, the response was, well, that's my bad for missing out on that for the past however long. Place you can bring the friends and family. Head on over to meritpoker.com. Book your trip today as Jason going to jam with the 7-6 from the small.
Yeah, and he's going to run into this ace-deuce for Brian Kim as things unraveled rather quickly for Kuhn, but he does have 2 clean cards and 45% equity in this 1 million chip
Show
pot.
him why you have 6 Triton titles.
Show him, baby.
Bit of a needle.
I mean, it's just 3, 4, 5 on the flop, right? Both of us flop a straight.
Oh, God.
Instead of 3, 4, 5, it is Jack
Like plenty
8,
of,
3.
I'm wrapped around all kinds of cards here.
9 of hearts.
9 of clubs, maybe.
Yeah, that's too much. 9 of hearts is good.
Ah, that's so boring. Something more exciting, please.
Jason fails to improve on the turn and is going to need to hit a 6-outer to stay alive.
Fun.
Instead,
Put that one on the turn at least. Come on.
it's the 4 of clubs.
You guys have fun.
And the most decorated Triton champion around with 6 titles will be denied his 7th.
Yeah, I swore high. I don't think you. Yeah. I could tell. I told you were bluffing. You had 10-9, right? Queen 9.
Boldigan taking that one down. But he wanted people watching the stream to know about him.
I don't know.
He's picked up 5 kilos since the last time we saw him.
I really don't know.
I feel like he said that in Vietnam as well.
Join the club.
Hmm?
It's kind of sicker than pulling the big one, right? Like after the big one's gone, getting like 3 big ones in a row.
Mieczysław strikes me as the type of guy I'd really like to hang out with.
No, I
Oh
know,
boy.
I know. How many were left when you started drawing?
Punt 3.
No, I know. What's the question? How many
Limping
How
button
many options did you have to choose from?
with ace queen o. Mulder 6 bigs in the small with an ace. And Brian Kim,
20 times 19.
couple of broadways
Well, there's probably multiple.
in the big blind. Actual big hand developing here. First one's always a trap though, right? That's what they say.
$295. Yeah.
How do you like King Queen in this spot?
So then you went
Enough to ask for a count. Does have the button limp to worry about. Mulder going to struggle to win this one. There, of course, worlds where Brian Kim ISOs all in and punts threes then in the absolute blender with ace queen.
I heard you're good at that stuff.
Instead, he flats.
Wow, punts three.
Thought maybe he was being lured into one there, perhaps by Kim, if not in trouble against Tune Mulder. And he's going to instantly regret his decision pre-flop as he had both players dominated.
Yeah, how about this development? Talk about variance in poker. Not just in terms of runouts, but in ways that players play a hand and can ultimately lead you to folding the best hand. As it comes, 9-9-6. Ace high for turn still good.
Ace queen high would have been even better. As you see Mulder shoot a look over at Punsri. On the turn, though. 5 of spades would have left that ace queen uncomfortable. Instead, it is Brian Kim who experiences the discomfort and fails to improve. He can well afford to double Mulder up, though.
Played it so wrong. Of course,
Pernot beating himself up.
Yeah.
Xerox that one up to the whiskey lounge for later, huh? Two nines.
All in. Although may want to be induced with this. Not sure. Comes with min.
Yeah, this 100, 200 blind level really leaving a lot of lean stacks.
See Danny Tang on the rail, supporting Punat. Couple of sevens for Jan.
I mean, surely off of 6 big blinds, Henry?
Honestly, I wish I could pretend to be as well studied as these guys when it comes to ICM, but he seems to agree with you. The money's going to be going in.
Obviously a commitment, and unfortunately for Yan,
I don't like
1-7.
that I have 10 bang before.
Continuing coverage of event number 6, the 50K 7 max, as we welcome Randy Liu back into the commentary booth for the final stretch. Randy, we're going to be playing down to a winner, hopefully within the next couple of hours, but given the snail-paced play thus far due to the heavy ICM implications, will not surprise me if we are here until the early hours of the morning. And are you at all surprised, I mean, given the short stacks that are left in the field, that it has been as cagey as it has been so far?
Well, it's because the 3 stacks at the bottom, right? Sean Winter, Tomb Motor, and Punat Puncher have like the same exact stack. It gets even more cagey for those 3 players. You don't want to be the first one to get it in and, you know, potentially bust out with these huge ICM implications right now. And even the first and second place, there is a gap, but it could be quite detrimental if Vladislav loses to Brian Kim. So there's probably some hesitancy here and there. It's a very understandable why it's so cagey right now and what place is slow, but blinds do go up and they have to get it in real soon.
Yeah, you mentioned, you know, Vyacheslav can't just run wild. Should he double Brian Kim up, all of a sudden he's one of the shorter stacks and he's in the ICM cage. And we've seen Vyacheslav opting to come with min raises or maybe just north of min when Kim is behind in the big blind. But as soon as Kim is out of the way, Vyacheslav has just been open jamming for the most part into the shorter stacks. And it makes sense. I mean, quick look at the payouts, 1.3 million up top. But no, you know, we're looking at 100K ladders, 392,000 guaranteed with the 3 sub-10 big blind stacks. The difference between 5th and 3rd is north of 200,000. So expect to see Punat, Tun, and Sean all play incredibly tight as we come back to big blind 250K. Going to throw it down to the main stage once more as the final 5 players of event number 6, the 50K 7 max, battle it out for that top prize of 1.34 million. And that is how things stand. Vyacheslav reigns supreme at the top for the time being. 36 big blinds. Payouts brought to you by GG Poker. Total prize pool of 5.2 million. So 5-handed.
Yeah, but this one closes.
Yeah, this one's turbo, but
Kim in the big blind, Vyacheslav.
I guess Reg doesn't close.
Under the gun slash hijack. Players talking about the 25K turbo, of course. Can sweat along over on the Triton Poker Plus app for that one. That final table featuring some Triton OGs. Elton Sang, obviously Boss Man, Paul Poir, Phil Nagy, Nico Coop, Linus Love, Ding Biao. But for now, our attention on this 50K. See Punat with a rejam spot. Just receiving word from producer James, depending on how long this 50K takes, Randy. Could be over in the blink of an eye. Could take a while, but if we do finish in time, we will be bringing you guys coverage of that 25K. I, for one, would like to see that one, Randy.
Yeah,
although
no, I agree.
Looking unlikely as this one, of course. Sorry, the 25K is a turbo structure. Average stack in that one is now about to be sub 20 bigs. Again, Triton Poker Plus app to follow all the action. Tomorrow, the stakes get higher, Randy. 75K.
They only go up. Only.
only go up.
And plenty of no-limit events for us to commentate and
When's
watch.
the short deck clan?
The short deck's at the end.
The short deck
But
clan.
don't forget, there's some PLO in between 2 events to be specific.
Is that where I get a couple of days off from commentary?
This is...
Sell you.
Oh,
and
you want to play it?
Sell you and
Okay.
Ali a little piece.
I was
Maybe a
gonna
little free
say,
roll.
You're going to need to carry the team in here, but I don't mind that also. Good proposition. 2 jacks now after picking up some blinds and the raise with the king-queen previous hand.
Yeah, just that rejam alone has now given Punat a 6 big blind buffer between himself, Turn, and Sean. Just showcasing how tight it is at this final table. That cluster at the bottom.
See, he's actually debating possibly even open jamming this right now, rather than coming with pre-flop raise. It's interesting because there's 2 8 big blind stacks.
He is opening into the chip leader. It's also opening into Kim in the small blind who has him covered.
2 million.
It's going to effectively jam, and this makes sense. I mean, look, I understand pocket jacks is a big hand, maybe wants to induce, but with ICM, I can understand Punat being happy with just taking down the blinds and the big blind ante. Up to 4 million now. All of a sudden,
Time bank, right? Or no? Is it before?
just behind Brian
He
Kim.
used one. I don't think you did.
Oh, you already threw it?
I do it. No. But
Pretty
I mean,
much.
kind of, not literally.
So 2 pots in a row is going to
What
slide
happens when
on.
the blinds go up?
Big difference between him and Toon
matter.
Motor and Sean Winter. 16 big blinds, 4 million straight.
Odds matter.
Brian Kim on 20 big blinds, just under 5.
Thoughts on the Midnight Red Bull on my part here
Is
in the
that-
booth, Randy?
Oh, is that what you've been doing? I've been seeing you get like a brown glass of liquid. It was always been a Red Bull.
No, it hasn't.
Oh.
Always out of the can.
Okay.
But now I'm debating
glass. You want to go for that? Go ahead. It's going to be a long one. I mean, clearly.
Yeah. Okay, Randy Lou approved.
King 10 suited. Don't forget, if this happens, then quickly, like you said earlier.
That is true.
25K coming up.
Would love to see Boss run deep in that, obviously making the final table. Has so much heart and passion for the game of poker. Very clear mission on what he's trying to achieve with Triton. Successfully, of course. Bring in high-stakes poker to the poker world free of charge as Vyacheslav piles from the small. Obviously, Kim can't do anything but click the fold button.
And with that pot, it actually makes things really cagey as the chip leader extends his lead. And Brian Kim going to slide down very close to Punat Punsri's stack after that raise and fold. Just separated by 2 big blinds and 2 short stack. Also sitting on those 8 big blinds still. It's really does look like Vyacheslav's game right now.
Yeah, pretty wild. It's been a long time since we've seen something like this when it comes to ICM. Certainly one to watch back for the poker purists out there looking to get some free, I mean, not just free information, but from the world's best.
Yeah, just watching the nuances they make and small little micro adjustments. And look at this 8-5 offsuit just going to war here.
Yeah, jamming into Punsri, who's 3rd in chips.
Very interesting spot here. Ace-8 in the muck. Preserving his tournament life. In Winter, he's in a situation where, sure, he needs to go for it, but he'd rather be just shoving it in. Hopefully having that fold equity. Trying to get, hopefully, Toon Mulder to get his stack in first.
Yeah, well, Winter.
And if you know your opponents are now folding like ace-8 with these 6, 7, 8 big blind stacks, well, that just goes to show that our chip leaders jam is just so highly profitable.
Oh, he's just printing, right?
Yes.
Absolutely printing at the moment with these jams.
And look at this, 7-4 offsuit in the cutoff, just putting on a clinic right now. And Toon wakes up with a hand.
In it goes. Sean Winter gets to watch on a potential ladder spot.
Ace King against 7-4.
2 flush draws?
7-4.
Third of the time, we're going to be down to 4.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons you fold ace-8, forcing these all-ins. Hopefully someone else gets a chance to get knocked out here.
Just as you'd mentioned it, Randy. Sean making the tight fold. As it comes, 8-4 deuce. Vyacheslav pairing with the 4. And now turn drawing to 6 outs twice. That's not one of them. As mentioned, 1 in 3 times this 7-4 gets there. And it does. 9 of diamonds on the river changes nothing, and Vyacheslav connecting with that 4 of diamonds on the flop has eliminated Tin Mulder, who's going to be going home with 392,300 for his efforts, taking his Triton total earnings to up over 2 million now. Played a fantastic ICM game. One of the best Dutch players in the world. Another 6-figure score on his resume in event number 6, the 50K 7 max, ultimately getting cooled. I say getting cooled. Yeah, ace king of clubs against 7-4.
I don't know if that's a cooler, but nothing respect for Toon Mulder, obviously one of the best in the game. Good to see him come out to our Triton, stops and support it.
Well, with that elimination, Randy, everyone now guaranteed just shy of a $500,000 payout. 488,000 guaranteed.
I mean, I'll look.
These final 4. Runaway chip leader. Here's Vyacheslav.
9-3 offsuit, obviously not a great hand. Let's see if he puts some pressure here, in what form. Looks like he can come in with an open raise, just a bit of a dusty hand.
Yeah, once Sean gets out of the way on 5 bigs, Punat and Kim just handcuffed. Really not much they can do, although ace-9.
Yeah, let's see if he makes a stance here. I mean, he knows Vyacheslav's been relentless. Might he take note that he's open with a min raise instead? Clearly polarizing for our chip leader to just min raise in this spot right now. To take a little bit of time in thinking about that.
There's a dead small blind. Big blind only.
2.5 million.
With queen 10 of diamonds.
It's a strong play here.
Punsri making a stand.
He just put himself in a position to try and ship this tournament, not just play for second.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less from the reigning North Cyprus main event champion, Punat Punsri. With that pot now taking over Brian Kim. Moves up to second in chips. 18 big blinds. Brian Kim on 16. Sean Winter down to just 5. I have to tip my hat to Sean Winter. 5 off the money, was on 5 bigs. Was short the entire day. Coming into day 2. Just shown willingness to blind down to 5 bigs. Really pick and choose his spots. Can print money by folding. So we saw the ace-king outflopped by the 7-4. GG's Tin Mulder. He'll be back.
See Brian Kim limp here in the small blind. Gets a free one. Just blanks out.
Yeah, Vyacheslav's been playing a very honest blind v blind game against Kim. There's been a lot of limping from the small and a lot of checking back. Double paired board, 750 in the middle. Does Kim want to take a stab here? Try and fold out some 10 high, jack highs? The answer is no. They're going to chop it up at showdown. Should it get to showdown?
It's worth consideration of betting here for possibly scooping this pot. Is going to just check it, chop it up.
Hey, you have some chop. You have some blacks, 100Ks
in your white.
Yeah, it's 7.2 in black.
No, I'm saying
him,
he
him,
has
him.
some
Oh.
He's got like
blacks in his.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, just left with the
yeah,
dirty stack. The good kind.
I want to remind you, we have 4 remaining players, and now our levels will be half an hour.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Final 4.
We got a reduction in time.
We do. Down to 30 minutes per level. Not great if you sat on 5 bigs. Sean Winter now in the big blind. Forced to put in almost half of his stack, Randy. 500 of his 1.3 million going in the middle. Blind. Vyacheslav just ripping it in, and surely Sean going to take the stand with the 9-8 suited. Shortest by a considerable margin now.
Yeah, he just have to take this, I feel. He's got the big blind ante in there. The other two are not going to play a hand until Sean just spins it.
Next ladder worth 115,000. Sean taking his time. Shades off. Thinking this one through. I've really loved having Sean at the feature table. Just really thinks things through. He does make the call. Cards on their backs. It's a flip, Randy. Thereabouts for Sean to get back up to 2.3 million. It's all in brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Vyacheslav just looking to hold with 10 high to send Sean Winter home in 4th. As it comes 9-6-5. Sean Winter flopping top pair and a gut shot. Vyacheslav with the 1 over, the gut shot of his own. As the 7 rolls off on the turn.
7. No, 8.
Giving Winter the 9 high straight can only be eliminated if one of 3 8s rolls off. Does not.
7 not good.
7 not good.
Nice hand, Sean Winter, 2.3 million chips.
There we go. Spin the wheel, Sean.
$1.25 million.
First time at a Triton Super High Roller Series. Certainly no stranger to the biggest buy-in tournaments stateside.
Lots of experience in high rollers.
I believe biggest cash game stakes he's played was casual 1K, 2K. Randy, as you do.
Pretty big.
Wednesday afternoon. Flicking it in.
Normal day.
It's another day in the office. He's also telling the story of how he once 6-tabled 50-100 whilst 38,000 feet in the sky.
Internet was dodgy though.
Imagine facing like a river jam and you get
like
the old...
You're telling the pilot, just can we go down a little bit more?
Yeah, you get the disconnect.
Closer to the ground.
That business class internet connection.
I'll slide you a tip. Alright, back to the action. Looks like chip leader all in once again. King, queen. Pawn-suited king, jack offsuit. In bad shape, but he probably thinks he's doing pretty good against his range. Currently sitting in second.
Gamble would be quite the gamble with 2 times what Sean currently has.
It's the right lay down here.
Yeah?
No gamble, no future.
I mean, Vladislav does not want to see someone gambling off 4 million chips. He wants to chip up slowly, make his opponents bleed, right?
Death by 1,000 cuts, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
It's if you double up, you're the chip leader. It's too big of a task. You don't want that shit.
Too much responsibility.
Too much work.
Yeah.
Always room for Sean Winter in the commentary booth. If poker doesn't work out for him.
Poker's going to work for him, okay.
Oh, yeah.
All in?
You know his favorite
No, him,
format,
yeah.
Randy? PLO cash.
4 card.
But it's a lot of
Loves
work if that happens. Now he has to play a lot of hands.
Vyacheslav, of course, started off this final table as one of the shortest stacks. Found an early double. Queens against jacks. Then a couple of 3-bet pots against Brian Kim, who was chip leader at the time. Really allowed him to run away with the chip lead. Has more than half the chips in play, 4-handed. Pole position to take home the 1.34 million up top, as well as that coveted Triton trophy and Shambhala Jewels bracelet.
Let's see if he tries to see a flop once more. It's been a bad seat draw, these remaining 4 for him. Brian Kim slowly bleeding. I mean, you said he's been getting free flops. Let's see if it continues.
All in?
Something's changed.
Chip leader masterclass from Vyacheslav.
Yeah, he's been aware that he's been giving his opponent free limp, so he's incentivized to limp even more. You gotta one-up it, apply pressure.
One cash here in Northern Cyprus so far for Punsri. Cash the 20K opening event. 1 title, 5 cashes, of course, biggest cash. Coming in the 100K No Limit Hold'em main event in September of last year in this very card room for 2.6 million. Number 1 on the Thailand all-time money list. Just took down the APT Taipei main event. 1400 runner field. Came out on top. You know, when you go on runs like that, Randy, the main event here back in September, did incredibly well stateside in a few events, then taking down the APT.
I mean, even in Vietnam, he had 2 final tables, a 4th and a 7th place finish. So,
Yeah.
like, he is just...
Confidence just at an all-time high, one would assume.
For a VIP, he's pretty damn good at the game.
Punsri?
Well, I mean, he was a VIP in our 200K Coin River Invitational.
Okay.
But, you know, he plays like... he's one of those guys where you're like, pretty damn good.
Well, how about, ace-queen from the small, as Vyacheslav open jams on the button.
Ace-10. Normally, you know, ace-10 could still be good here, even 3-ways.
Such an awkward spot, but he does
understandable.
make the fold. Vyacheslav happy that he's got king 4 suited 40%
Yeah,
equity.
me. You can't win one. You don't want to win this one. You think about it.
King 4, ace queen for winter. I thought ace 10. I thought ace 10.
3.8 million for Sean Winter to get right back in the mix. As it comes, Jack 7-4. Vyacheslav again pairing with the 4 against the pre-flop premium. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Sean Winter looking for an ace, king, or a queen. 9 outs once for the American. As the 7 of clubs pairs on the river.
I want a chip leader.
Fist bump between Sean, Brian Kim, and Vyacheslav. GG's in the chat from our viewers at home. Fantastic start to Sean Winter's Triton career, adding a sizable 6-figure score to his Triton track record. 488,000 played, an absolute blinder of a short stack. Fantastic ICM awareness from the American, but ultimately
we go all in. I have a little bit
coming up short after getting it in good against the chip leader. And now, Randy, Vyacheslav, 14.2 million. Brian Kim, 3.3. Punat Punsri, 3.3.
Yep, once again, it's the second and third place with the same exact stack size. Chip leader has been doing chip leader things that you guys have seen since coming back from the break. 2 5s, of course. Could do it with worse.
2/3 of the chips in play has Boldazin. He strikes again.
Sometimes I have good ones.
Button now on Punat
I mean,
Punsri.
he couldn't say it all the time, right? No one would believe him. But sometimes, technically, true.
Honestly, it's the language barrier that makes him so entertaining, because some of the one-liners he drops are just hilarious and really makes him one of the most entertaining players. Loves.
And occasionally he just makes like goofy faces, like even mid-hand.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm all in.
100%. It gives me real Jim Carrey vibes. Always incredibly happy and chatty. Loves the grind. Brian Kim in the small, shortest stack.
Got to pick up incoming for him. It's just all in or full poker at this point.
Certainly feels that way. Final 3, all guaranteed 603,000 for their efforts.
Excuse me. He actually just comes in with limp here. I wonder what his game plan is here with Queen 10 suited. Interesting.
Planning to limp call, maybe? Well, unfortunately for Kim, had the goods pre. But going to be difficult to win on this board, although it has gone check-check.
Spades.
Hello, 3 of spades. Vyacheslav with the flopped gut shot. Kim still with the best of it. Picking up the queen high flush draw on the turn. 750 in the middle now.
That's some consideration for both plays. He's been playing a bit slow in these blind versus blind situations against the chip leader, I suppose, to kind of contain the pot, not put his chip stack at risk. Vyacheslav, I might strongly bet this one, actually. Inside straight draw, his opponent has shown weakness in this hand and in previous hands, just passive play. It feels like as you're taking this line with Queen 10 suited, you're probably going to check call. Just preserving that tournament life. Of course, raising is a reasonable play, but it seems like he's just trying to just not put his stack at risk unnecessarily. Still good, Queen High.
5 of diamonds pairing on the river. 1.3 out there.
Not a good card to keep firing for Vyacheslav. Easily could be up against 5x.
Also blocking some of the hands you'd want Kim to have, I assume, with the 4 and the 8. Some open-enders, some gut shots. As you mentioned, unblocking pairs.
Wow, if he can find a bet. Wow, he's reaching for chips right now. Incredible.
All in.
All in. What a play. How did he find a bluff here of 8-4 offsuit?
The overbet jam on the river from Vyacheslav Bordazhin really putting Brian Kim in the absolute blender. Kim tanking with queen high, by the way. And this isn't posturing.
No,
from the American.
He's thinking about it for sure. He finds it odd that his opponent is jamming overbet on the 5. Right, some 5x doesn't always bet the turn.
Flop went check, check. Kim checked the second time on the 3 of spades turn. Vyacheslav then bet 300 into 750. Kim called. Now on this board pairing river, with all of those gut shots.
There's a lot of gut shots given that we're blind versus blind
Right.
with very wide ranges.
And with this polarized sizing on the river from Vyacheslav, basically saying trips or better, right?
Yeah, and given the line, it does seem like a 5x or better. I don't think that Vyacheslav would be jamming here with like 7x or 3x by any means.
No.
So, and it's also checked through on the flop, so...
This is 2, and now I'm about to use my 3rd. Is that right? Okay, thank you.
If Kim can make this call, this will be one of the hero calls of the series, let alone of the tournament. This really isn't posturing from Kim. Spidey senses are telling him that this is a bluff, and his read is on point. See if he can follow through on what his gut is telling him.
Last one. One last one. Last. You have something good or not really? Medium hand?
Would a medium hand jam?
I feel like I have the best hand.
You do, Kim.
I don't have much.
You click call, you double up.
And pull the trigger.
Ayah. So close. So close to heroing it off with queen high. Thought he was going to do it, Randy, after throwing in a few time extensions, but ultimately making the fold. Understandable,
It's
of
a
course.
tough one, right? Like, I'm going to call off my tournament life. 3 remaining with queen 10 high. It's tough.
A new world of poker is coming. Your chance to get in on the action is now. Triton Play is a social poker game that is looking to revolutionize the way the world plays poker. And they're open for pre-registrations now. When you see that QR code pop up, be sure to scan it and start your journey into the new world. Triton Play's got some really exciting stuff coming up. A stealth demo, a London giveaway, and so much more. You know what to do. You don't want to miss out. So get involved. Now, I know, Randy, back in Madrid was when Triton Play was first teased, almost a year ago. In fact, a year ago today. Then had the pleasure of going to KL, was inside on some meetings with the development crew. I believe you tested out some of the beta testing. I know some of the team did. Played some sit and goes in some tournaments. Really looking forward to that launch as it's been
that
teased for so long.
Give this Brian Kim a spin. Queen Jack is out, ace 5. Dealer button jam, 9 big blinds. It's 2 short stacks going at it.
Can you pull the call and count this count?
Brian Kim could be at risk on a coin flip.
I think Punat just said he thinks he's calling.
And we know Punat hasn't been shy of making big plays. Here we go, ace 5 suited.
Well, this one
Ace
worth
5 to 10 line done.
317,000.
Very fair, very fair.
About as fair as it gets. It's all in brought to you by bookmaker.eu.
Hard to chop this.
I'm gonna chop. It's best way for me.
It is hard to chop this. Need a straight on board or a full house on board.
9.
As this
Hard to win,
Queen 10-9.
Not really, but kind of need some back doors.
2 of clubs for morale.
Huh?
2 of clubs.
Jack of clubs.
No, 2 of clubs.
Why?
We'll take it.
I mean, king.
The diamonds does now give Punat 4 outs.
Fucking when they share like this, it never comes, does it?
Brian Kim 1 card away from doubling up. As he holds with the flopped bottom 2. Inconsequential ace of diamonds on the river, and Punat Punsri is down to just 2.5 bigs. Brian Kim wins the flip and is now up to 20 big blinds. Good luck crunching the numbers on how much that one was worth in ICM value. A $317,000 ladder between second and third.
Yeah. We will play soon, maybe.
Okay, I'm small blind as well. Eh? I'm small blind, right? I was
yes.
big blind, right?
Yes, small. Yes, button, small blind.
A chip in the chair, you know.
He does have a chip in chair. Big call down, you know, sometimes these things happen, is who's going to win the big flip.
Okay. Have to spin the wheel. Punat, unfortunate in that spot, of course. Vyacheslav open jamming. Button with the suited ace.
King, queen. Well, that's a great timing to wake up with this hand.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I don't think. Nah.
F 625.
Yeah.
There's nothing Kim can do here.
Not with ace 4. It's just too ambitious.
Sorry.
Pictures. Daddy, pictures.
Paint for Punat. Diamonds and clubs also working.
Fucking 3 bigs?
For the Cyprus main event champion.
No, he's got ace 3.
To get back up to 7 big blinds.
Yeah, he's hard.
Paint.
King, Jack 9.
Why no 10?
Top pair for Punsri. Good news is he can't be dead on the turn. Needs to fade the 3 outs once. We saw an ace folded by Kim. 2 outs for Vyacheslav.
Oh.
Ace of clubs as Barry
out
makes an appearance. The 2 outer.
At least you look the best at the table.
Good luck, guys.
Hugs exchanged between Punat and Brian Kim.
I had an ace.
Really, bro, picture just need brick, you know?
Crazy.
Some kind words as well. So at least you look the best. At the final table, Danny Tang on Punat's rail. Another deep run for number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list. Cashing for 603,000 here in event number 6. The 50K 7 max. So unfortunate to lose the flip against Brian Kim, and then finding the 2 outer to be eliminated in third. And with that, Randy, we find ourselves heads up. Vyacheslav Baldajin, chip leader with 66 big blinds, more than 3-1 chip lead over the American Brian Kim, who finds himself guaranteed 920,000. We're about to throw it to a break. Make sure you stick around for this GTO Wizard quiz. We'll see you guys on the flip side.
The following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. What does the bubble factor measure in a poker tournament? A. ICM pressure. B. How often your hand will win. Or C. The number of busts before the money bubble. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. GG Poker.
It's the best poker
The biggest
software.
poker site.
This is a crazy.
Heads up in event number 6, the 50K 7 max. It is Vyacheslav Bordogin against Brian Kim. 55 bigs, plays 15, $920,000 guaranteed, these final 2 players, but we have ourselves a 422,000 heads-up battle on our hands. Live from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino in North Cyprus is the Triton Super High Roller Series. The stakes are getting higher and higher with each day that passes here. Tomorrow, Randy, the 75K, followed by the $200,000 buy-in, the Luxon Pay Invitational. But for now, our attention on this 920K, as mentioned, for both these players, as we just saw the payouts of the previous bust outs from this FT. Both players guaranteed a career
It's a big
best
one.
cash in terms of Triton track record. Vyacheslav, prior to this event, 4 cashes, 924,400 in Triton earnings as Kim mashes on the button first hand, first blood. Now, Randy, obviously from a theory point of view, maybe not as much to dissect compared to a deeper heads-up match. All eyes on Brian Kim to start off strong, maybe get an early double and kind of be back in this fight.
Yeah, of course, but there's still a lot of play, you know, despite the shallow stacks, and I'm sure both of these players have done their homework on how to construct their ranges, you know, limp jamming, raising against limps, things like this. With these kind of stack sizes right now, you will see a lot of button limps, especially with a big blind ante. Can't really fold much hands, maybe besides the very bottom of your range.
Now, Randy, believe it or not, I have a financial interest in the outcome of this heads-up match as Vyacheslav flops top pair, Kim connects in the form of bottom pair. But I did say...
Go on.
When Kim was deep in the 25K, that I would pay to ship his trophy because he was complaining about having to leave some luggage behind. Check call on the flop, 5 of clubs on the turn, changes nothing. And Brian Kim's wife, Emma, clipped me saying that and said, this Henry guy's got to pay to ship your trophy should you ship a trophy here. In Cyprus finds himself heads up with the coveted Triton trophy on the line against Vyacheslav. 1.5 million in the middle now. Vyacheslav with 89% lock on the hand as he bets pot on the turn.
Yeah, pot size bet here designed to seem polarized as straight draws or some strong top pair type hands. Might be able to convince Brian Kim to call here, but just a pair of fours, fourth pair, a vulnerable hand, even if he's up against a draw. Decides to lay it down.
Gets away from it. Pair v pair heads up. Shout out to Vyacheslav's family, of course. Don't know as much about them. Sure they are watching with great joy.
While their team would have a huge chip lead right now in this heads-up match, more than 4-1. Once again, some limps and a lot of connection for Vyacheslav. 10 high flush draw, inside straight draw, backdoor clubs working for Brian Kim.
900K in the middle. He's going to take a stab here with 9 high and a snap call from Vyacheslav, of course, with the 10 high spades. Doesn't get there on the turn. Still ahead with just 10 high.
Contemplating a lead here from Vyacheslav.
Knuckles on over to Kim with key card in hand, that 5 of clubs, but unblocking flop pairs. Does feel like a hand you would want to double barrel with 9 high, no showdown. Don't really hate having to bet fold. Obviously, a minimal amount of equity as he does reach.
Yeah, he did get snap called pretty quickly on the flop, so thinking it's some kind of weaker holding. Tough of having to fold a draw potentially of this nature out of position, just in high.
How sick is this bet size, by the way, from Brian Kim? Setting up a bang-on 0.66 river SPR of 2.4 million. This man's been in the lab. Vyacheslav just lets go of the 10 high spade draw. Kim back up to 5 million. Really getting away with one there. I mean, that could have been it.
Yeah, closing the gap there. Nice pop for him.
Still more than a 3-to-1 dog, but if anyone can do it, we've seen already during this series, people coming back from behind.
Looks like we're gonna go upstairs with this raise. Queen 5. King deuce offsuit. Should be enough hand to see a flop here with 15 blinds. Oh, let's see. Quick peek.
All in.
Wow, look at this play.
Sicko.
It's a nice one.
Behave, Brian Kim.
He must figure that the king deuce has got low post-flop playability out of position. Just take the raw equity to hand, blocking the hands that can, you know, raise, call it off, and heads up.
There it is. Coveted Triton trophy that I may be responsible for shipping back home.
You seem like you wanna ship that one out, don't you, Henry?
Listen, that's a tab that I don't mind picking up. Brian Kim, big supporter of Triton.
It's a big uphill battle, though.
It is indeed.
Ace Queen won't be allowing Brian Kim to see a cheap flop.
Call.
It's going to try and limp in.
Should see some like 3 to 3.5x raise from the big blind.
$2 million raise.
2 million, so that's a huge raise.
Have some of that, Randy. 6.6.
That's a big one.
Solve this.
A little bit surprising.
Vyacheslav is out of time banks.
I'm trying to make that statement right away too, like, well, you're gonna be facing these raises.
Coming up to 1 a.m. local time. Heads up between Brian Kim and Vyacheslav Bolozhin, who opened jams. I do apologize. Announced call. My bad.
Me going for a limp jam.
Check.
Brian Kim not taking the bait. Certainly an open jam would have been a fine play as well.
The 5 still in front on the 10-8-8 board. So it promptly checks through.
Playing quick.
Vyacheslav with the check mark. Kim playing the board. Not interested in trying to steal this one away.
Gonna try to extract some value here with 2 5s. Having checked down.
Maybe try and get called by some king high, jack high type holdings.
It has to be, otherwise there's no reason to bet.
Down to the final 5 in event number 7, by the way, the 25k turbo. 570,000 up top in that one. Again, you can sweat along over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Bossman Paul in the hunt for his second title. Nico Koop, Linus Love, all still in the hunt.
Yeah, we might be able to cover that depending on how long this one goes. Brian Kim here, coming in 3 deuce offsuit. Big blind ante, getting the right price. And in these limp pots, it usually does check to the dealer button, the small blind, bottom pair. Very wide ranges once again. You'll see lots of bets from the small blind. Backdoor potential, possibly the best hand, King 8's in.
Dirty diaper. Still out in front. Vyacheslav with a hand that may be inclined to feel that it's still good. King high, heads up.
Yeah, it
Difficult
should
to make
be,
a pair.
for sure. In heads up, there's such wide ranges that the button is just betting some random cards. And Brian Kim gonna fire away again. His range, he's got the range advantage on the ace, given that Vyacheslav probably would be just ripping it in pre-flop with ace random.
Look at this.
Another call coming. Good value bet here, bottom pair.
Vyacheslav going nowhere. Doesn't improve on the river. So Kim with the check mark. Be back up to 20 big blinds, and very playable 20 big blinds at that.
Brian Kim deciding if this has enough showdown value, or does he think he needs to try and represent that ace, trying to bluff out these middling pairs.
King high.
It's good. That's a lot of value for a pair of deuces from 3 kicker. Vyacheslav a little bit surprised.
Yeah, you see the facial expressions on the Russian.
By no means standard, that turn bet.
Kim back up to 6 million now, and all of a sudden, we have a heads-up match on our hands. One double up. Kim would be the chip leader. 14 million plays 6.
Update.
Let's reduce the gap by a decent margin now.
90.
So Kim opting to check his top pair, and that 3 of hearts on the turn, giving Vyacheslav the 6 high straight, and this could be disaster for Kim. Top pair in heads up. So difficult to make a pair in No Limit Hold'em, especially the toppest of pair.
Yeah, shooting 700K into 900. Interesting decision here. You know, obviously holding a great hand with the straight. Trying to decide if he should raise for value. Doesn't want to accidentally blow off a hand that is drawing dead right now. But there's still a decent amount of stack to play for where raising's got a lot of merit.
1-6.
And just a smallish raise, like, don't fold now. Don't let some scare card come.
Enough to get stacks in by the river, this sizing, 1.6. 900K back on Brian. Drawing dead on the turn with top pair.
You would expect it just be impossible to fold the 9 right now for this raise.
Kim unblocking clubs, unblocking all of the straight draws.
I mean, you've got top pair as well for decent kicker. Calls the play, pot size remaining roughly.
4.1 in the middle with 3.8 behind. Well, fortunately, that might be a river that saves Brian Kim this additional 3.8.
It seems like a bad card for Brian from his point of view, but it really does save him in the sense that if his opponent puts them all in, you know, he can tell himself that he could be up against a 6x that could raise the turn, or there's clubs, of course.
Vyacheslav going to check back.
He checked it back. Interesting. He must have felt that with that card coming off, his opponent won't be calling off with one pair. Just in case I'm up against clubs, despite having the deuce of clubs in his hand. Very interesting.
Brian Kim back on the back foot now. No fault of his own.
No, it feels like he got bailed out with that river card there, Brian Kim, and didn't even wasn't put to the test either.
All in.
Open jam from Brian with the suited queen. Blinds 150,000, 300,000 now.
Yeah,
Just
unable to
70
get
bigs
out of
in
this
play.
like danger zone of 15 big blinds. He's kind of just stuck in this realm down here.
Danger zone.
Cue the music. Dun-dun-dun.
We apologize.
That's all I can do. I couldn't get any more beats in there.
We will
King 10
never,
suited in the big
ever
blind.
Try that again.
Never.
That was a one and done. We'll stick to
Career's
that.
over immediately. Lasted about 2 seconds.
Career. I mean,
Let's just end this conversation. I think we're good. King 10 suited. Well, merit to, of course, jamming is the most obvious play, but there's probably merit in the smaller raise sizing. Tough though, you are out of position. Looks like he is going to come in for a raise. Trying to just put himself in a situation where his opponent can get it in dominated or take it post flop, rather than just chipping up slowly. Wants to try to get a big double.
so that's how things stand. Chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker. 54 bigs, plays 16. Vyacheslav back to a more than 3-1 chip lead after Brian Kim had reduced the gap. That 3 on the turn, giving Vyacheslav the 6 high straight against Brian Kim's top pair, costing him an additional 1.6 million. But up Punsri was our latest victim. Couldn't hold with the ace-5 against Kim's 10-9, and then his king-queen, no good against Vyacheslav's ace-3. $920,000 guaranteed for both Kim and Boldajin. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. As we see tournament director Luca Vivaldi overseeing this heads-up battle between these two titans. Comfy
Solid.
in their secret lab chairs.
Love this limp here from 2 jacks. There we go. Jam. Vyacheslav, king 5 offsuit. Get trapped by 2 jacks. Let's go, Brian Kim. 9.7 in the middle. If he can just hold here, be way back in contention. Would be very close.
Knows his customer, does Brian Kim. As Randy alluded to, be right back in this fight, playing a 9.7 million chip pot.
King in the
Comes
flop.
king high. And the story of the all-ins today for Vyacheslav has been spiking when he's needed it most.
Yeah.
He'll take a spade, no dice. 2 outs once for Brian Kim, who played this one to perfection. But the deck had other plans, as Vyacheslav can barely contain his excitement with 1 card to come.
Looking grim. Done.
3 of spades.
Man, well played.
completes the run out, and with that, Vyacheslav's top pair of kings gonna hold for the win. We have ourselves a champion in event number 6, the 50K 7 Max. GG's once again to Brian Kim, second place finish, $920,000 for his efforts, but ultimately walking away, feeling a little bit hard done by that heads-up match, setting the trap. The poker gods had other plans. They wanted to crown Vyacheslav Bolozhin as the champion. 1.34 million heading his way, as well as that coveted Triton trophy, and of course the Shambhala Jewels bracelet. Randy, from an entertainment point of view, maybe not the most exciting final table in terms of pace of play, due to just how cagey it was, with arguably the most immense ICM pressure that we have seen so far at a final table. But for the purists out there, getting to watch some of the best players in the world, your Jason Koons, your Michael Watsons, Tun Mulders, I mean everyone at this final table, world class, navigating and dissecting their way through, you know, that ICM minefield. It's been an absolute pleasure, right?
Yeah, you know, it's a tournament masterclass out there, and you're going to be put in these situations where lots of folding is important to the game. If you kind of just don't make these adjustments with huge ICM implications, you'll be making huge, you know, mistakes. And honestly, I think that Vyacheslav played a perfect chip lead match with the final few players and really just pressed on and shipped the tournament. Well done, the Russian.
GG's to Vyacheslav Bolozhin, rather. Ali Najad on the floor looking to talk with our champion as we throw it to an interview. Don't go too far. Post-interview, Randy and I will be coming back to the break desk. And then, a little surprise, the 25K Turbo final table. Randy and I are going to be covering that one all the way down to a winner. But for now, a word with our champ.
Well, a big smile is being worn on the man on my left's face, and with good reason. Your first Triton title, Vyacheslav Buldeging, your 5th cash, but your results weren't always this good. In fact, in your first 17 Triton events, and I'm sure you know this, you cashed just twice. But already here in North Cyprus, this is your 3rd cash in 5 attempts. What's changed?
I did more rebuys.
Obviously, there's more than just more rebuys,
more
but
rebuys, more cash prizes, like cash prizes.
no, but come on, you're being humble. Clearly, you're always working hard. I assume you're studying in between stops, or no? Is there no hard work?
Not me. Maybe Sheldon was the other guy, but it's not me. No studying.
Okay, your secrets are safe with us.
Just intuition, reflection.
Field player, he says. Yeah. Now, I noticed that when you're at the table, much like Sean Winter, who was at the final table as well, you tend to wear some emotions on your face. You're very animated. What's going on in your head in the middle of a hand like that?
In my head? I don't know what's going on in my head.
Well, if you don't know, we certainly aren't going to be able to know.
Because I answered this question. Sorry, bro. I spoiled it. In my head, I don't know, like, please, king coming, please, king coming, please, 7 coming, 7 coming.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Please fold, please fold. No thoughts. No, like, I see him. No. Just 4, please. Fold.
Superstition. I'll tell you what.
Like monkey.
1.34 million coming, courtesy of Luca Vivaldi, who's bringing over a check, and of course the Shambhala Jewels bracelet and your Triton trophy. Vyacheslav Buldeging, your 50K 7 Max champion. Congratulations.
I don't know about you, Randy, but I think there's a TV show special there. Ali Najad, Vyacheslav Boldagin, maybe a Lost in Translation 2.0. That is a show that I would watch. Quite the interview with our champion, going home with 1.3 million plus, animated both at the table and in person when speaking with Ali. You could just tell, you know, raw honesty, the thoughts that were going through his head, you know, very simple, you know, just like hoping to spike a king, hoping for everyone to fold. And I mean, you love to see it. What a character.
I don't believe him, though, that he doesn't study.
No,
He's
you
saying
don't
when
believe
he's
the monkey
thinking
in the brain?
No, I don't believe it. He's definitely thinking about these ICM stuff. The way he played was just a tournament masterclass, as we've been saying, and I don't believe it. He's just a big troll, but he's having fun, and that's what I like to see from a winner.
Well, he's a troll, he's having fun, and he's $1.3 million richer for his efforts, going home with that coveted Triton trophy, as well as the Shambhala Jewels bracelet. But Randy, we're not done. As teased, the 25K Turbo, the one-day event, event number 7, is up and running. I'm going to take a quick look at the Triton Poker Plus app. This is what we're going to be bringing you after a break. We're just going to be setting the stage with the players on the final table. Currently, Nico Koop, Phil Nagy, Nico Koop leading the final 7. Bossman Paul also in the mix. Barak Wisbrod, Linus Love, Anatoly Zlotnikov, and Ding Biao looking for his second title of the trip. And as I get the payouts up, over 2 million in the prize pool in that one, 570,000 going to the eventual champion, with everyone currently guaranteed 99,600. So don't go too far. Randy and I are going to be going on break. The players are going to be, hold your horses.
What is it?
Just receiving word from producer James that everything I teased was arguably the biggest cock tease I've ever pulled off, because we're not bringing you the final table. We're going to be updating you all tomorrow with the outcome of that one, but you can sweat along over on the Triton Poker Plus app as they head down to the champion that one. So for us now in the booth, tomorrow, 2 p.m., same time, same place, 75K day 1. Stakes are getting higher, Randy.
Yep, like you just said, follow the action of this 25K Turbo in the Triton Poker Plus app. Follow your favorite players. See if one of them can take it down.
Well, from us here, we're going to be wishing you a good night. But tomorrow, as mentioned, the 75K event number 8 is going to be kicking off day 1. We're right in from the start, so I'm really looking forward to that. But from us here, good night, and we'll see you tomorrow for event number 8.